artifact
I
is.
can't.
Doing it.
Snacks,
Just filming the sun.
what do you think an artifact is? Can you correct me what I think an artifact might be?
Are you asking me?
Oh no, I was
I
asking.
don't know why he's
Snacks.
asking. I was
He
trying
keeps
to
saying
respond.
artifact.
What about it?
He keeps saying artifact, and so
Yeah.
he apparently corrected me. So I want to learn what an artifact is. I thought an artifact was something that was recorded that was like not supposed to be there. So what is an artifact? Because you keep saying it, Snack. So I want to know what it is.
Something you dig up from
Anywhere
the
in the
ground.
mechanical optical chain. Artifacts could be in the digital sensor and still be part of. You classify as an artifact. It could be a scratch on the lens. Classify that as an artifact. Thank you very much.
Could be a messed up sensor.
An artifact, wouldn't that be a defect at that point?
A lot of things do.
It's the
Anyway.
it's the impression left over from anything that is
That has been recorded.
mechanically incorrect.
Right, but it doesn't. To me, an artifact has to be something that has been recorded, and you look back at it and go, like a picture or a
Like
video.
picture, as in this thing that I'm talking about with this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
okay.
the lens itself. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if it's a scratch on the lens or something fucked up, it's not an artifact.
The lens makes the impression onto the image. The image is what we have as a record of the moment. The moment then has the artifact in the image at the end. We got it. Do I need to draw a picture?
Right. So in the lens would have a defect.
I can't do this anymore. I feel like
Right?
I'm in this Scientology fucking experiment.
I mean, you're smarter than I am, so I'm trying to learn. The lens would have a defect that would leave an artifact, right?
Yes, the lens imprints artifacts. Yes. Yep. Correcto. Correcto mundo.
Who's this guy you're talking to? Is he like a glober? Are you a flat earther, man? What's your name? Sugar. Mindless Sugar. Are you a flat earther? Glober?
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. What's my name?
Mindless Sugar, I think. I'm not sure.
No, that's not it. That's not my name.
Sugar Cookie, Mindless Criminal. Are you a flat earther?
That's not it either.
Well, hey guy who's
hang on, no,
right now.
Let's stop right there and don't try to poison the well.
He's definitely a globalist.
Is that true? I'm just asking. Do you hold a stance? Do you hold one of these things to be true?
Face both sides.
So I'm sorry. Who's asking me what?
I was asking you specifically. Are you a flat earther? Or?
Who are you?
The guy asking you a question. Are you a flat earther?
Right. I know you. My name is Sugar Cookie. What's your name?
Sugar Cookie. Hey, I'm Mindless Criminal. Are you a flat earther, Sugar Cookie?
You're a mindless criminal.
Are you a flat earther? Are you a glober? What's going on? Have you ever even considered it? Like one of these things, like one of these options?
Do I have to fit into your paradigm? You're a mindless criminal.
No, that's why I asked. Have you ever considered one of these two options here?
I'm sorry, I can't figure out who's talking right now. You keep saying like under your breath very quickly, mindless criminal, but I can't see that name here.
I mean, do you take a stance on?
Why won't you
identify
yourself? Can you please identify yourself for me?
I don't answer questions like that.
Okay, there you are. Black Eagles.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, but if you don't want to answer, that's okay. I was just curious if you've ever even considered.
Okay, so you're not Black Eagles now.
I don't know how you would have considered it. You can't even.
I'm Black Eagle.
No, I'm Black Eagle.
Okay.
I'm Black Eagle.
No way.
Well, I don't know what the fuck you want to know. I really don't know. You want to figure out how to.
So basically, they want to know where you think you live.
Do you want me to answer your question, or are you just gonna fucking talk some more?
Listen to his fucking voice. Don't be stupid, y'all.
We live on a ball.
I'm trying to clarify it for you, man. They want to know where you think you live.
I don't give a fuck what they think I want to know. They want to know.
Which he actually does, because he fights the other side too. Y'all be careful what you're dealing with here. You guys are not stupid. You guys talk to the same people every day.
Why do you want to, whoever's asking me this fucking question, why do you want to know? Because you can categorize me one way or another if I'm on your side or if I'm not on your side.
There's no
No,
side.
Is that what you're trying
I'm
to
just,
figure out right now? Because I'm only
okay.
talking sense. You don't know where to
Here
put.
to cause hell.
Yeah, there's only two types of people anyway. Do you think men can get pregnant? That's really all that matters.
There's only
right?
two types of.
Yeah, there's only two
Oh,
types of people, brother. People
fat
who think
chicks
men.
and not fat chicks.
Right. Yay or nay. Yay or nay. You're good, brother. I like your position and non-position. You got to give somebody that, man. You don't have to clarify.
I don't have to categorize myself for you.
That's right. I agree with you, bro.
I completely agree. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, have you ever given it any thought though? I mean, have you even thought about it? Like, hey, you live on the Earth. Like, what is the Earth made out of, or anything along this line of thinking? Or
Yeah, I'm
It's
pretty sure it's made out of dirt and rocks.
Dirt.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like
That's
that.
dirt. Where'd the dirt come from?
If you want to
From a
go
big bang.
circular,
Yeah,
if you want to go
decomposing plants,
circular,
right?
yeah, the Earth is
Decomposing
dirt,
plants,
Earth is
right?
dirt. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Dirt comes from the ground, and so do the rocks. Where does the ground come from? I don't know. The ground, I guess. I don't claim to be the smartest person here. I actually claim to be the dumbest motherfucker here. Sure does make sense to me, though.
let me check the room.
So what I want to know is, do people think like ice ages and like movement? Like, I'm curious. Like, how like, let's say if you talk to people like geologists and shit, like they'll be like, this mountain's 10,000 years old, and this ice glacier pushed up this shelf and all this stuff. Like, how far do we believe all that? You know what I mean? Because it's not like the Earth doesn't move and doesn't change. You know what I mean? Like, how much do we believe of that?
What do you want to
I
believe?
take it with a grain of salt. As they
You know what I
Well,
mean?
if
say.
you
Like,
look in the tundra in North America, you'll see rocks that have been moved in planes. And it's pretty obvious that those rocks couldn't have moved on their own. So they're saying that that's proof of ice forming,
like, are you
melting,
talking
and
about?
moving.
Actually, are you talking about like, like there's people that say like there's old Earth and new Earth.
Oh,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like you have like certain parts of the Earth are, like there's like a sudden change in the ground. You know what I mean? Like, i.e., like rockier terrain in older areas and like more fertile soil in newer areas, or what they call newer areas.
Yeah, when they check the
kind of
strata.
fascinated with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, I said.
Yeah, it trips me out because like I talked to some, who I consider somewhat intelligent people. Like, they're not flat earthers. They hate flat earthers and shit, or they hate flat Earth. But there's interesting observations. You know what I mean, about the Earth. Like, how far back does it go? Is it 10,000 years ago? This ice shelf pushed up this fucking Earth. I wonder.
Well, funny you say that. They just found the cave in Europe. I was just reading about it this morning. They say it goes back 120,000 years. They found the tools and stuff. They found the cave in Greece. 120,000 years back, they say.
How would they know that?
Date that? I think they just generally date it on some of the things around. They
They just
don't. They
make
won't
shit
date it
up.
on the tool.
It's literally made up.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't really believe in the dating. I don't know how they can tell, but apparently they can tell.
Look, I found this rock in my yard. It's 23 million years old.
Well, they say
It's
that
not
they
because it
go
doesn't
by
look like
how
this
deep
rock.
it is, what's around it, the pottery, blah blah blah. But I don't know.
Sounds like garbage.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I posted a video yesterday. I saw, I don't know, get it again if you guys want, but it's like this dude him and his buddy dug a hole on the beach and like, and like made this like, and like put a rock in the center of it. And then like a couple days later, like, people started seeing it and like noticing it. And some like astrophysicist came up with like a definition that it was a meteor. Like it became a news story. So funny.
I just posted the article talking about.
Yeah. So, what do you think of my idea of we can generate money for flat Earth research by faking UFO stuff?
Dude, I told you already about. I wanted to do, like, dude, fucking people failed me. I wanted to make a video of the Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn. So like you're zooming across you know what I mean, the Atlantic Ocean, and like and then in comes to the frame like the like a little highlight of the Eiffel Tower, just like warbling in the background. And then I was gonna call the uploader, Theodore Dodovsky, to try to get Pete involved. So it was like Theodore Dodovsky, or no, it was like Jeffrey Dodovsky. With the footage from with the Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn.
Oh, there's Dodo in there.
I have there's a thing that I it's a rule I live by, and I think you should probably also, Snacks, is like to don't use words you can't spell.
Name one word we've used we can't spell now.
Okay, hold on. Spell reed.
As in for a clarinet.
I mean, do I have to specify?
Was it a read from a coin?
Well, there is different spellings.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're gonna need to be able to use that in a sentence.
You got to use read in a sentence.
That's the other thing. If you need to ask, then you don't know how to spell it.
So you can't use words that you don't know how to spell.
Yeah, I mean that's just like a general kind of rule of thumb. I would pass that on to my grandchildren. Like that's just like yeah, you know what? Just don't.
Do assets in your area.
Did you see these girls were calling, there's like some video of these girls calling this guy misogynistic, and he was like, what does that mean? And they didn't know what it meant.
That's classic.
I guess there's some truth to that because people do use words, right, that they have no idea what it means. They certainly have no idea how to spell it, obviously, because they've never looked it up.
You know what though? I've
Hmm.
you know what though? I've read like when you start like reading an author, and then like words just start popping up in your head. It's like that would sound appropriate right there. You know what I mean? And then you're like, hopefully you go and look up the word and figure it out. But like I've done that where you're just like that word makes sense right here. Like you kind of put it together before you really know
If
the
you like
exact
giving massage, if you really enjoy giving massages, you're kind of misogynistic, like Joe Biden, kind of. It's like, yeah.
And are you gay if you love mandates?
How do you spell that?
Good question.
Gay.
G-A-Y. G-A-Y.
Man.
Wasn't there an ad campaign back in the day? It's like, how do you spell something, or what? How does like? And it was something like that. It wasn't GAY, but it was like a very simple answer like that. Like, I don't know. It was something like
I
that.
think I know what you're talking about. It's the how do you spell two? I think is what it comes down to, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Eh.
It like gets you to like it tricks you into. I think I know what you're referring to for some reason, but it like makes you not. What is that? That's a great. I know what you're talking about. And it's like you
Yeah, it's
can't
like, how do you
for some
spell
reason you just.
quality? And it's like Gillette or something like that. I don't know. It was something like weird like that.
That's the best American.
Dang it. It'll come to be like 3 days from now.
Ergonomic handle, smooth contour.
Like, how do you spell quality? Like Xerox or some shit.
Dude, the best ad campaign I've seen right now is ESPN. Dude. It's just so clever. Like what is it? What was it? Oh, what's the line? It was just like, it's kind of like a play on. Let me think of it. So clever, like
Oh,
advertising. Is such a like some of the greatest minds of our time work in advertising.
Are you just dragging this out? Are you just trying to make me like try to figure out what you're figuring out? Because it's working.
Yeah, I mean, I would think. Yeah, I guess I'm
I'm just trying
advertising
so hard to
my ideas.
remember. You got to feel bad for the guy. Why don't you Google for him? ESPN. What's their slogan right now? Like right these days here.
Yeah, it's like
My
ESPN.
slogan right
Like,
now is "fuck you."
it's very
It's just my
positive.
slogan. It's not
The
don't take it personally. It's just my
It's a
slogan.
common slogan right now, though.
Yeah.
It's very common. Very
Fuck
common.
you, fuck your mom, fuck all your friends, and your except for your
Right,
dogs
it's
or
very
something like
common. I
that.
find that at work.
Wait, how do you spell that?
FUCKYOU. Fuck you.
Okay,
Yeah,
very good.
I would assume so.
Is that one for you and one for your dog?
Yeah, except for your dog. I don't know. I heard a song that said something like that.
Why does the dog get left out? Maybe it wants it.
Well, you don't want to say "fuck you" to somebody's dog. You want to say "fuck you" to everybody else, but not the dog, because the dog's cool. Obviously.
Maybe
If you
the
should
dog's
say
an
yard.
asshole.
Hey, you don't
What if
want
it's a chihuahua?
any
What
bad.
if it's a chihuahua? They're assholes.
I don't think there's anything wrong talking shit to a robot.
Well, yeah. I mean,
or inanimate objects.
those Irish Chihuahuas.
And did you guys see those robots at the NFL or whatever, baseball or whatever it was the other day?
Mm. Yeah, who are they cheering for?
Holy fuck! Can you
Yeah.
slow down? What did you say?
There were robots at a
I saw that.
game.
I saw that shit.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah, that shit was
verify that. Were they
freaky, man.
robot?
Just a
Were they
couple
robots, or were they
fans.
just people
I think
dressed
they were
up like
same-sex.
robots?
I think they were same-sex married, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I didn't look into it. Were they looked at like just people wearing fake robot costumes? But
It was an
maybe.
ad campaign, and it was just people, I think. But I think they had one AI bot that was there or something like that.
Sure.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it was fake? It wasn't real?
Just looked. I haven't looked into it. I just looked like it
Well,
was people wearing
that's
an
what they're gonna
earpiece.
have everyone wondering now. Was it fake or was it real? Was there one robot there? Let's look. Slow motion.
So basically,
Enhance.
we're all just talking out our ass about something that maybe somebody might have seen somewhere somehow.
It's a
Is that
robot.
it?
But it's just sitting. I mean, it's not like it's gonna play cards with you or anything.
Well, that sucks.
It's not gonna go jog around the block with you and be like, "Yeah, your timing's pretty good, John." They're not robots. They're just puppets. They're just fucking sit down puppets.
This is the answer that Google gave me right away. The AI robots were there to promote the new movie, The Creator. These robots are not actors or people in suits, but they are real characters from an upcoming movie, The Creator.
I'm talking
What a
about
fucking
lasers.
sly
I'm
little
beyond.
answer.
What does
I'm
that
beyond
even
the AI
mean?
robot.
Right, exactly.
That's
They're
actually brilliant.
characters.
That's actually brilliant, dude. Because it
What's the
takes
definition of
it takes away
character?
the
It
whole
means
answer to the
fucking
question.
puppets. It's gonna be an
Yep.
awesome movie, though. I really can't wait for that movie. It's gonna be.
I think Obama gave that answer. That's like a sly politician answer right there.
Yeah, I kind of dig it because it doesn't answer the question. It leaves it open ended. It's brilliant marketing. You have to look at it as like it's just achievements in marketing.
Well, the real question is, what
I'll talk
kind of
about it.
lasers are these AI robots utilizing? And when I talk about lasers, I'm talking about lasers. You know what I mean? Shit that could go forever.
Laser.
Yeah.
Razor.
LAZER.
Have an aloe vera moisture strip on top. That's the real.
Laser.
Really
Not lasers with an S. Lasers
Well,
with a
some kind of
Z, motherfucker.
gelatinated aloe vera. So it's a little vitamin E on that. Keep it moisturized.
Yeah, but listen, I mean, actually though, they're just put your mind at ease. There's definitely people
Don't tell
dressed
me to
up like
listen. I'm
big
already
robots.
listening. Don't tell me to listen. I'm already listening.
Yeah, those are definitely
Very good.
human beings dressed up like fake robots, and it's retarded.
Okay, so
Are you
debunked.
sure?
I'm sure. Like if that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't be getting aroused by the one female robot. So I trust my instincts, and that's a human.
Right. So every time like you talk to somebody, you can just tell them what to do right before they're going to do it anyway. Like, hey, listen. They're already listening. Like, hey, go up the stairs. Oh, or hey, drive your car. Go at the green light. Like, what? It seems kind of like a weird thing to do.
I'm just asserting my control and dominance over you. That's all it is. Just accept it.
Is it? Is it? Is it though?
Those ninja ass robots that Boston Dynamics is making, the Titan series, they're pretty fucking cool. What do you think about them? They do somersaults and acrobatics and whatnot.
I wasn't aroused by any of
Dig
them.
it.
That's how I know they're robots.
You want a non-ninja flipping bitch robot? Oh, Cherry 2000, Melanie Griffith, 1984. I think that or something.
Hey, listen, and then talk.
You can work on that a little bit. You have to work on that.
Okay.
Who's the hottest robot in No Tanks? Do you say the robot hot or not that you're on?
Definitely
right
7 of 9, probably.
now? Okay, she's part organic, so that won't work.
Right. I just can't. I just can't get it going with like a full on robot. So
Why?
I
They
don't
have a
know.
whole fate.
That's a real thing.
You scared?
Break it right off.
What else would you like me to spell?
This contest or something?
Spell banana
Can't read
without first reciting the song in your head. Spell
Yeah,
banana. Go.
if you can't read between the lines.
Come on, banana without the song. You suck. You did it. All right. How about Mississippi without the song, without the beat? Put no beat to it and spell Mississippi.
Are you talking about there's money in the banana stand?
I don't know. This shit is banana song. I don't fucking know.
I guess. Here. Out. Yeah.
What other words do you want him to not spell next?
Theopteryx is a good one, I think.
Which word would you like me to not spell?
Can you spell dodecahedron, please?
Okay, I won't then.
Wow, you're so tough, and you don't bend to anyone's will.
Yeah, he stood up.
What a rebel! What a rebel you are.
You fanboy of him, his now.
You're the one that said it. I don't know what the fuck you said, but you're the one. You said it. You have to spell it, not me.
Dodecahedron. It's the geometric solid formed by dodoplex, which is an undefined quotient.
Not to be confused with dodecahedron from the Dick Earth cosmology.
Right. That's just a 12-sided dick. Or dick within 12-dimensional space, however you want to think of it.
Spell it.
Think of it like a dick folding in on itself.
Yeah.
Spell it, you
That's
dick.
pretty much accurate.
No, don't look it up and spell it. Spell it. Word talkers.
Is that another word? Don't look it up. Is that another word? Trying to spell that then.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Word talker.
Letter user.
Right.
Syllable defamer.
Syllable.
Syllabist.
The wrong emphasis on the improper syllables.
You're supposed to be. That. Here's this Mexican standoff going to stop now? What?
Yep. Polygrammatical.
Is this bilingual
You say it.
on the
You say
etymology?
it. You spell it. It's not, hey, you spell it. I say it. No, don't work like that. What the fuck? It's not a spelling bee. You're the one saying it. You can't ask people to spell.
Well, go ahead and spell
the
B.
shit you're saying. That's not how
Spell
it works.
B, but it's got to be the right one. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm bigger than you and I'm better than you are. I'm faster than you, I'm stronger than you, I'm more intelligent than you are, I'm trollier than you, I'm more pathetic than you could be, etc., etc.
Congratulations. You've won.
Yeah, well, you win all of those things, I guess.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, this isn't a self-deprecation contest, okay? This is spelling bee.
Spell B and let it be the right one, or else you lose.
All right, how are you doing? Sorry, what are we asking?
B.
We're talking about not using words that you can't spell.
Spell a B.
Gold said, yeah.
It's kind of crazy that like we've devolved into a society that can't handle cursive writing anymore. Like we can barely spell. Like,
You know what? I did see something about that. It's like if we wanted to like win a war against young people, we would just write our notes in cursive on paper.
What I think is crazy is if you look at ever since the moon landing, the decline of average intelligence has just dropped.
And what about what they call mondegreens? Ever heard of that? It's like a.
Oh, there's correlation between.
It's the
Okay.
It's the recital of a song's lyrics. In this case, Montgreen or Montegreen. But anyway, there's a bathroom on the right, or there's a bathroom on the bad moon on the rise. Some people take things for granted, you know. Sometimes there's people taking things for granted, as if it's a rock. But then there's the I'm saying,
Yeah, I take things for
Pretty high,
granted.
man.
I'm working on my kitchen. I think if you took things for granted, you'd be a thief, though, because you're just taking things to go try to sell them so you could get more granite. Like, what kind of things do you take for granted?
of your thinking. There's like a ton of them anyway. But even sayings themselves just like lose context over time and they become their own things. So I don't know. You're talking about words, but even phrases, whole phrases. You know, you think a story could get confused? Maybe, possibly. You know, I don't know. In this telephone game of fucking time.
I still can't get over that they want to like make bugs that make people allergic to meat. Like, have you guys seen like the guys talking
Real
with these
bugs or
forks?
robot bugs?
I don't even know. Also too, did you guys see like New York? They like sprayed a bunch of pesticides on everybody and like drove down the street and like sprayed all the shit in the air. I think they've done it before, if I'm not mistaken, but I saw some footage of it, which I'd never seen. Which is kind of crazy. But yeah, they like want to edit bugs so that they bite people and make them allergic to meat.
Yeah, that's ticks.
Yeah, the Lone Star tick or whatever it is.
Are you talking about like a sci-fi?
No, they actually are trying to do it.
Successive generations of some kind of bug, and you condition them to have certain traits, and then
Hey, dude, ticks
that,
aren't no.
It's called
Ticks are no joke.
I know once
Yo,
you can
what do you
get
think
rid of
about Lyme disease being
Honestly,
like Lyme disease being like a government fucking, like a man-made disease?
Dude, ticks can
Ticks.
take down. You ever heard of like a fucking deer tick? Those things can take down a deer.
It's an interesting report that Truthstream Media did on ticks and Lyme disease.
I don't know about all that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've heard about it and kind of read about it.
Well, I
Over,
wouldn't
like, for
take
years
Truthstream
now.
Media for shit. As soon as you say Truth Stream, like I'm like, nah. I
Well, we're not
know
talking about
what
TrueStream.
ticks. I know how ticks are. I don't need fucking
Right,
some
but this is old
jackass
info.
for me.
There's actually like a thing like it's like Lime Island actually or something. I think it's where it's got its thing from, right?
Lyme disease, Lyme. Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Yeah,
Now,
place
hold
called
on a
Lime.
second.
There's like a lime.
If deer ticks can take down deers, how are there still deers?
You don't call them deers. Can you spell that? Can you spell that?
DEAR. Come on, just kidding.
if they're your deers. If they're your deers, then they're DEARS.
dearest.
Because they're dear to your heart.
Dearie.
Yeah.
Plural of dearest. Dearie.
And venison is delivered from the planet Venus. Obviously, it's Venus, and so
Dude, no, seriously,
that makes
chicks are no
the
joke, man.
deers
They
are.
fucking get the nervous system and whatever they do, man. It's like they're bad news, man.
Yeah. So remember the
Yo, you know what? Did you guys see that?
Huh?
So I was just saying, remember the conversation that I was mentioning earlier, and I'm saying about how
No,
the
I
sun
don't
tends
remember.
to just brighten up the clouds directly around it when you're zooming in more. I just posted a picture of tonight.
It's going to be a little bit of sensor play there, I think. It's because it's like auto adjusting for brightness based on the pixel sampling of the image. So basically, sky to sun.
So we're not talking about chicks anymore?
Oh, shut up.
We're all over the place. I was just going to change the topic again and talk about.
Spin the
Did
wheel.
you hear about MGM Grand getting
What-
hacked?
What the?
Ocean's 11, 12.
There you go. So what about it?
Any part of it.
All shit over the last couple days.
Imagine if George Clooney did knock off a casino, and he's like, "Yeah, I wasn't there," but he did.
It sure does look like an egg sitting in a basket of clouds or something, doesn't it?
How much more
Yeah.
possible has it ever been for George Clooney to run for president of the United States? I think is at his highest opportunity and possibility if it's to occur now.
I say vote for Pedro.
Vote for Joe.
Vote for Pedro.
And George Clooney will just be wearing like a Washington wig, like George. Yeah, that's George. Ah, magazine covers. It's gonna be beautiful. Can we pre-register this stuff so that they have to buy it when they start the CPAC or whatever, or the
Yeah, because that would make it more legit.
if you pre-register or pre-trademark like certain kinds of branding for politicians that you think will likely run, then you can force them to buy it from you, like if it was a web space or something like that.
Like RonPaul.com.
Like George Clooney for president. You know what I'm saying? Something like on that line. It's a gamble.
You can buy whatever.
And it will
.com.
create a
You can buy
divested
whatever
fund
domain
of
name you
likely
want.
presidential candidates, right?
Oh,
Bill
yeah,
Gates
you
for
know what?
president. We'll buy that, whatever.
There was a while. It was probably what is this year? 23. I think it was probably like 20. Right around 15 or so, where Google actually dropped the domain name that it got unregistered for like a second, and some schlub picked it up, like Google.com, and they were like, "Oh fuck!" Like the credit card ran out on Google or whatever, it wouldn't renew or whatever, and the guy was like, "Yeah, but it's probably worth a lot," and they're like, "Fuck you, dude. We're Google, and we'll donate like a $100,000 to a charity of your choice. You'll be a local celebrity guy or whatever." He's like, "Okay, fine." And he got some money for it, but same kind of idea though. Like, I would have like, no fucking way am I going to give that domain name back to Google for nothing. They're like, "Well, just be a good guy." And thing like, "Oh yeah, you're right. You bad, my bad. Okay, yeah, well, like, nuh-uh. Do you remember that?
Listen, ransom. They're paying our numbers, man. Yeah, give me $100,000 for this domain name. There you go. Okay, now go ahead.
Yeah.
And you're just going to
It's
raise
just
more
not
political capital.
any
Go ahead.
Yeah. Like Google would go down. Like, you know how much billions of dollars that is in ad revenue for like an hour?
What are you on
Crazy shit.
about? What are you on about, Sugar Cookie? I can't fucking follow you for anything, mate.
Say again.
I follow what you're fucking talking about, mate.
You know what you remember that? Oh, you don't think I know what I'm talking about? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so you don't have good internet connection. Is that it? I mean,
What the fuck are you talking about? News. Get us back. Is there a topic you're talking about?
when Google lost their domain for like a day or two, and a guy bought it. You guys don't remember that? And that's what I'm saying is I think it was around 2014 or 15 or something like that. That's what it actually happened.
Until proven otherwise. Your information is sus, bro. So go ahead and drop an article. But anyway,
You want me to
what's
drop
the
an
point?
article
What is
for
the
you
great?
about that?
What is the greater narrative that you wish to explain to us, then? Oh, Pete Shea, come on. Let's just keep it fucking rolling here, man. I ain't got time.
What? I don't have a greater narrative. I was just saying
Okay,
that was kind of a crazy thing.
super.
Just because you haven't heard of it before doesn't mean didn't happen. I'm glad I could help you learn some stuff.
Yo, mindless. Did you see the MGM Grand thing? Have you seen that recently or no? You have a bad internet connection or something?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I
The
didn't. I didn't
MGM.
see anything about. I didn't see anything about MGM Grand recently. No.
So you're up to speed with 2014 news?
So you didn't. So something you didn't know about.
I didn't actually. I've heard of it. Yeah. I was just curious, like, because they're talking
Not
about tech
new.
stuff. Yeah.
Do you mean headlines on CNN? No, I'm not up to speed with headlines on CNN.
No, dude, they're not fucking. That's the point, dude. It's not being advertised because it was such
Wouldn't
a
that be?
big hack. It was such a. This is why nobody knows about it. It's because
What
MGM
happened?
Grand had to shut down all of their fucking electronic everything. They got hacked, and they just had to release an article that they paid the hackers, but the hackers have already created all these back doors to all their shit anyway.
Like a ransom kind of thing?
Yo, dude, they paid. They had to pay.
Yeah.
But they literally they shut down every lottery thing, like every little electronic whatever was shut down. And nobody's talking about it because it was such a fucking crazy hack. No, it's not on CNN. It's not on any of that shit because they're not
That's
talking about it.
insane. How would a casino, how would they get in? And then, like, how would they guard against it kind of thing?
I don't know, but dude, what's crazy is people are just downloading AI and they're like, "Hey, find me an exploit."
Oh, like, okay, like no code.
Yo,
Yeah, and they can generate. Well, they'll soon, be generations of like AI worms and AI Trojans and shit that you probably never gonna get rid of.
Dude, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, yeah. There's free tools available. Go design your super virus and be policed by some other agency while you do it. But yeah,
Yeah, you just like voice command it.
I mean, I don't know who's. If you're making malicious code on a free site that generates stuff on AI, it's like you're trusting that that site isn't like maliciously hacked either by some. I don't know.
Yeah, and
It's like,
obviously you would want
ah,
to have,
okay.
obviously you want to have a voice changer when you're, uh, telling it to do the stuff So that way it would be tracked back to your actual voice. Right? That would be kind of silly.
That's some real 2014 thinking right there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 2014 was like the precipice, though, right? Because like 2015 was like flat Earth.
It was like that's when you had pen and paper and you actually had to write some shit down if you want.
It's May 2014.
Notebooks.
I was down with the flu. See, I came across some videos. See,
Like 1080p.
I always blame flat Earth on Thomas Friedman. And he wrote that book in 2008, I think. 2008 or 2005. Said the world is flat.
yeah.
And then remember the Zika virus guy who kept throwing in, and
Yeah.
the Earth is flat, and because the Earth is flat,
Yeah.
that's why it spread so quickly.
Yeah.
So
It was like a flurry of these that happened, and people were pretty quick to catch them. But credit to
I
those.
just saw there was some soccer star that just came out, like some like European soccer guy that plays for like the Metro All Stars or whatever the fuck. I don't know what team, but they
A
asked him if he thought the
European
Earth was.
soccer player from Europe.
Well, he's a soccer player from Europe that plays in the U.S. soccer leagues, and
Okay.
they asked him if he thought the Earth was flat or round, and he said he thought it was flat. Flat Earthers are just kicking
And then
the
what happened?
shit. I mean, if anyone, you got to agree, flat Earth has
it's going through
kicked
baseball
the
now.
shit out of the globe.
It's going through baseball now. This year.
What was it?
Oh, and the one guy I heard because I heard Gio talk about it because it hit the news, and
So you're gonna go some hearsay, more hearsay.
it was about the team captain saying that the smartest guy in his team was a flat earther.
Okay,
and
so
then,
hearsay from hearsay, third party hearsay.
Hey, he
Got
could
it.
spell
I've
every
also-
one of
I've
those
also
words.
in
You
turn
just
heard
relax,
the-
buddy.
I've
He
heard
could spell every one of those words.
Later, I heard on the radio a different baseball team, like this guy was talking about the season. He's like, "Yeah, the upcoming stretch, it's the flat part of the season, So since it's the flat part of the season, and he just like used to, like, who says the flat part of the season? I don't even know. Like, never heard that expression before, and it's just like it seems like it's running through baseball culture right now.
Speaking code, remember that baseball team? Apparently they traveled with my gosh, some airline or something, and they ended up getting off and talking about how the Earth is flat.
At Qantas or something.
It seems like it's running through baseball culture right now.
Hey, wait a second. Is something on? We've got a delayed tape going on here in the background from somebody.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry, I stopped it.
Real time now. Yeah, good. Set the chronoton circuits. Synchro. Okay. And where were we?
Well, speaking of mainstream, I was listening to some guy's YouTube channel the other day. He does a lot of tours of homes in Dubai. And he visited this dude who had a globe displayed in his living room. And the guy looked at him and he's like, "But the Earth is flat, right?" The guy that actually owned the house with the globe is like, "Yeah, it's just a cool globe."
Actually, being a flat earther makes me like love. I love like globes and shit like that. Like they're such cool devices. Like I've fallen more in love with globes, like, you know, the idea of like, or like, you know, beautiful, you know, like when they're made really ornately and beautiful. I love those.
Well, that was it. I say it was this globe that was made of different kinds of stones from all around the world, and each continent was made from an actual stone that resides in that continent. So it was a really, really
That's
cool
awesome.
concept, right? But as we were saying, just a model.
Yo, dude, it took me the longest. The Cathexis is the first one that got me out. Or, you know, Snack, because Snack was ahead of the game before I was even. But Snack and Cathexis, you know, just made me appreciate the globe as a model. It's just a model. It works. It's beautiful. It's just not what we're living on, and you know, it's not what you experience at all.
I love that. It works. And it's the thing is like, it's close enough. It works. Yeah, you're right. It does work.
Yeah, it works as a model. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's funny. Actually, I was listening last night, and I think it was I forget the brother's name. I can't think of it right now. He's awesome. Napalm, I think, was talking about how like going from negating something to like providing a model, you know, and like how like kind of looking to progress. I guess the idea of like flat Earth and etc. But at a certain point, it's like the overall big picture of like a model of the shape of the Earth, as though it were reality, is somewhat useless to your everyday, you know what I mean? Like, to your everyday reality. Like, understanding what the Earth actually is like useless knowledge.
In my opinion, the number one motivation for me to figure out the reckoning of the luminaries or the reckoning of time, the main motivation for me to even dive into flat Earth is try to find out if I can calibrate time so I can keep time properly for my own philosophical reasons. But that is my main motivational factor. I don't know what everybody else in here is interested in flat Earth for, but that's just my. What's your interest? Just to understand the greater realm as it is, or
Who, me?
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, I look at it like it's just a matter of like, you know, when you like smell something that's like dead in your room or something, or like dead in a fucking house, and you're like, I gotta find out where that is so I can clean that up. That's how I feel about it. Like, I don't think of it as like, again, it's like after all the musings and all the whatever, like knowing what the shape of the Earth is, whether you think it's a globe or flat, is useless information, because either way, you're going to navigate as though the Earth is flat. You're going to do all this everyday shit outside of the understanding of whether or not fucking gravitation exists. And but ultimately, it's like a matter of like, you know, what the fuck are they lying about now? And that's like what brought me to flat Earth, because you're like, damn, they went that far too. That's crazy. Like, you know, I don't know if there's any motivation other than like to clean up whatever stinks.
I mean, besides like being in love with the truth and being a truth seeker and trying to pursue the truth and expose the lies, like besides that, I'm trying to understand how the luminaries work, right? Because you know, there's this ancient idea that you can actually become in sync with nature in a way that there's a time being kept in the heavens, bro, that we can become in sync with. That humans on Earth can become in sync with the heavenlies, and in order to do that, you have to know how the sun, the moon, and the stars work. But then that involves knowing what we live on and how it all moves and you know, circulates.
But you know what though? I would say that's, I mean, you know, I don't know. Personally, I think of it like you don't need to go get in sync with the Earth. You're already in sync with the Earth. And if you go out camping and you go into nature, you're even more in sync with the Earth. You know what I mean? Because you realize, like, intuitively, you recognize, like right now, this time of year, You know, it's interesting. It's the equinox. You know what I mean? You intuitively notice that it's shorter days. That, you know what I mean? Like, you intuitively are already in sync. Like, half of us are searching for shit that we already have.
Well,
You know what I mean, brother?
that's no. I'm what I'm trying to say is that on a philosophical level, there are days of the year that are sanctified, that are set apart. And there's a mystical idea that you can become in sync with a certain frequency, right? That is consistent through all realms. So there's like this constant time that's being kept through all realms. Like there's a clock that's universal through all realms, and that clock is consistent for eternity. Where everything now is relative. Like, what do we fix? Like, what would you fix time on, right? Like, what would you be your base foundation for keeping track of time?
Well, I mean, the sun would probably be the first one, right?
All right. Well, yeah. But because this is a philosophical idea. I'm not going to say you're right or wrong, but there's different. Like people use the stars as their main reference point for keeping track of time. Some use the moon. Some use the sun. But ideally, what you really want is something fixed and immovable. The only thing that we
Yeah, but I
know of
think
hold on. The only thing that we know of in existence itself that is not moving is the earth. And for whatever reason, modern men have not used it to keep track of time. Instead, they used everything but the earth to keep track of time. In reference, I'm saying in reference.
I think what's interesting, kind of what you're bringing to the table for me anyway, right now, and get me thinking about is the idea that we're trying to establish something that is fixed to measure something that is not fixed. And that's why I think like it's interesting that like let's say take sidereal time and like you know and all these concepts like I think you know and not that they're not like they're awesome like you know to have watches to be able to figure out longitude shit like that. That's why we did that. But like uh you know I think like there's a steady like it's like the reasoning you know like when I hear people talk about like oh we should have 13 months because 28 days, 13 months, blah, 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 blah. But that's not really how the cycle operates. You know what I mean? It's always like throwing a wrench in the mix. Like, I just think we're trying to like force a square peg into a round hole by trying to. I mean, it's not that it's a bad endeavor, but I just think like, you know, look at the excuses they've had to come up with because they can't do it. Like, I just think it's a hard thing to do and to try and figure out the system of time. I mean, we have it pretty good. You know, I mean, it's. I don't think you could do it any better. We have it really good right now, the way we understand time and stuff. I don't think there's. I don't know. I don't think that there's the need to do that personally. But I think if one wanted to be more in sync with nature's time, then the sun would be your you know your main go-to in your you know in the observation of plants even you know your plants are like more reliable or you know I don't know they're in sync with the stars. It's all fucking one in that regard.
Yeah.
But it's like yeah you start getting into the realms of like right now it's like there's certain people that believe well when the equinox is happening the veil between the spirit world and the real world are thinner. Like I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, yeah. So that there's truth to all that. Enoch talks about portals in the east. So at the
Is there?
extremities of the earth, towards the east, there's a portal, bro, and towards the north, there's a portal. And somehow, this is what Enoch says: if you go east, there's a portal in the east that somehow leads you to the north. So there's like, and this is hard to understand, but possibly that when this veil is weak at its weakest point might be during certain solar phenomena or lunar phenomena, like eclipses and all this.
Yeah, but see, I call
there's truth to that.
hocus pocus. I call hocus pocus on all that. I call hocus pocus. I call fucking hustle. I call fucking where's your magic crystal that you're gonna sell for $9.99? Like I don't want to fucking hear. Like I get fucking ruthless.
I get you, bro. It sounds insane, right? And I
No, it's not
understand
that
it.
it sounds
But if you
insane,
look
bro.
at,
It's just that I get it.
but
I
hold
get
on,
it.
hear me out. But you got the Anasazi Indians that, according to their wise men, right, there's documented video evidence of an interview that was granted by a journalist. This is a rare interview with one of the wise men of that tribe who spoke of historical oral history that was passed down to him from his grandfathers and his ancestors, that the Anasazi Indians witnessed what they would consider reptilian beings that came through a portal, right? We were talking about it this morning. The Sumerians also reference portals to these other realms. And in the Sumerian epics, it's called the Abzu. And you can actually, they have petroglyphs that you can see for yourself of a being walking through the Abzu, which is apparently like, and it's depicted like these waves. And it's to another realm, dude. And then not only that, in South America, there's different tribes, completely different ancestors, probably, right? That also say the same thing, that there's these beings, and they talk about stargates on the side of a mountain and things that seem so far fetched and so out of our world that we just kind of disregard it as hocus pocus. But what do I know? Enoch says the same thing. There's portals, dude.
Yeah, you know what, man? I entertain those ideas. Like when you phrase that as though, like, "Hey, man, Enoch said this, that, and the other thing." It's when certain people come up and they're like, "No, no, no. What you don't understand is there's a portal to the east." You know what I mean? Like that, like conviction about these ideas. Because, like, I'm cool with entertaining them. I'm just saying, like, I think even in light of like, or I don't know. I just think like there's certain hocus pocus stuff that, like, the creator's in control of all that too. So I just don't see the need to, like, I don't know. I don't know if the veil between the spirit world and the fucking real world is, thinner because of,
There's
you know what I'm
circumstantial
saying?
evidence to
I don't
support
buy
that,
all that.
and it's Foucault's pendulum. It's circumstantial evidence. It's not, but it
Right.
stops
I hear you,
moving,
brother.
dude,
I
during
hear
these
you.
eclipses, bro. Like what's affecting the pendulum for it to stop moving if it's not the ether itself that somehow is weakened during those 3 minutes during the eclipse, or I think it's also observed during the solstice, or maybe no, just during the eclipses, right? It was just during the eclipses, from what I remember.
Yeah, I feel like they need that though to, like, kind of be like, look, we're passing the sun, and gravitation slows down the pendulum. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's again, it's more hocus pocus, modern day postmodern hocus pocus, postmodern hocus pocus, bro. That's what it is. That's how I look at it. Like,
I get you, but it's all good. I respect that.
because I reject it all. Like that's what like, what do you call it? That's what the scientific method. Reject all that you read. Reject every fucking thing because half of it's bullshit. You know. So, like, even when it comes down, it's like someone using gyroscopes. It's like, my favorite one, or I used to like just calling someone a gyroscope. You're a gyroscope because it's so fucking stupid that you're going to use, like, these man-made instruments to confirm the unprovable. I think it's too easy for them to play games with that shit, to confirm their model. It's like dinosaurs. They were proposed, then they found it, and then they used it as their confirmation for their proposal. It's just the same shit. And it was done by the priests of old, and it'll be done by the doctors and the fucking scientists and anyone that can get away with it. You know, or whether it be your religious huckster or your Native Americans selling sandals or fucking whoever's hustling the fucking hustle. Because it's easier to fucking tell people. Like I always just look at it like it's easier if I were to go to the woods with you and I see tracks and I see sign that there's going to be a deer over here. And I take you and we walk through and we see the deer. And then you say, oh, well, how did you know there was a deer over there? I'll say, well, actually, I saw back over here that there were these tracks, and there was obviously some scrapings and some markings, and this is where the tracks were leading me to, blah, 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 blah. And there's two types of people, like, or whatever, like someone that's going to be like, I didn't see that. You're lying. I didn't see the tracks. I don't see the tracks. You don't, da, 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 da. You're full of shit, blah, 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 blah. Or you could just tell them, well, you know, the fairy people spoke to me and told me that there was going to be a deer over there. And so people would rather hear that you talk to the fairy people that live in the trees amongst us that you can't see, but I can because I'm special awake. And if you want to pay me some money, I'll help you get there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, instead of like looking at
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the truth is a lot stranger than any imagination that anybody could come up with, right? So we don't need to resort
that's why
fiction. You know, I'm astonished
Hey,
at the
bro.
truth itself. There's no need to add to it. Go ahead.
But that's why I'm reluctant to accept that there's reptilian alien people that came and talked to the whatever tribe and fucking just I don't fucking. It's the same thing as talking to magical, like, you know, same thing as talking to fairy people to me.
I know, bro. I was there, dude. I was there, and then I started looking into Brian Forster, and I started because for the longest time these alien heads were popping up in my feed and everywhere, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, all right, so you got these alien heads, these elongated heads all over Peru and Sardinia, Italy, and Bulgaria, and all these things. And I'm like, man, that's just head binding. Those people were retarded. They were just binding their heads because they thought they were cool because they were different. And then like this guy's he's saying that that's impossible because it's not cranial deformation that we're seeing here. These things are genetically like this. The volume doesn't match up. Even if you did bind these heads, it wouldn't increase the volume of your brain, right? And then the bone density and the position of the form magnum, where the spine literally connects to the skull, is shifted over completely. That wouldn't happen with skull binding because they do have examples of normal skull binding as a baby, and it doesn't resort to a greater brain volume and a shifting of the form magnum and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's so much that goes into this. And then when you submit the DNA and they come back as hybrids, human hybrids, it's like, whoa, like this is what the scriptures talked about. But you have a pioneer in the field, Brian Forster, doing it. And he's not the only one. There's other people vocal about this. They've written books about this, but it just kind of gets ignored and pushed to the side, bro. Like, it's out there, bro. And it's not just alien skulls, bro. They got freaking full grown specimens, dude, in fetal position, petrified, in museums, in Peru, bro. Like, you can go see them for yourself. You got the equivalent of an adolescent who's like 6'6", bro, with elongated skull and like different bone densities and all kinds of abnormalities, bro. Like, but people are just unaware, bro. It's a lack of awareness, lack of consciousness. That's all it is. Because if you start researching, you'll realize
you know what though, man? It just reminds me of
bro.
dinosaurs. Just reminds me of dinosaurs.
Well, I mean, the thinking is like, are these like the races that would have thought like, hey, let's build a pyramid. We'll do it this way. Yeah, because we got all this extra brain matter or something like that. Do you think I don't know. You don't think that there were these people around, Issa? Big head, like cone head.
I just think
if you had like double the brain, if you had double Issa brain capacity, think about how wicked smart you'd be, though.
I mean, I don't know, man. Didn't think about it. Like brontosauruses had bigger brains.
No, they didn't. They had little tiny walnut brains.
Wait, but how big were the brain in proportion to the
our brain mass to like size
The
is actually
brontosaurus. Like, is it a big
brontosaurus does
walnut?
have a small
Is it a
brain.
big? Is it a walnut the size of a
It's
human
probably more like
brain,
a
or is it?
cantaloupe. But yeah.
You know.
So they say.
But that's where I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm arguing about. I mean, I don't know the fucking truth about it, right? I mean, shit. If I see one, I'll be getting on Discord like, "Nigga, I seen them," but like,
Right.
I just don't know.
Still, even if brontosaurus had a big brain, you're not gonna have a legal discussion about it.
Ooh, could the brontosaurus handle this conversation? I don't think so.
Or could like a whale has a pretty big brain, I think.
Right.
Dolphins do.
I mean, I don't know. It's like snacks. Like, do you believe in giants?
I'm just saying, dolphins have like a whole part of their brain that's just devoted to echolocation shit. You know.
True,
So
but
if there was extra brain volume, perhaps you'd have extra types of brain shit evolved. Maybe other cortexes that we don't have. You know.
Are we proposing that we were lobotomized to some extent, or?
I'm proposing that if you met one of these beings, that they might just be able to mind talk to you, you know, just because they got so much brain resonance or something. Not like they're psychic, wizards or any shit like that, but I don't know. I think these two species, I think our types and their types like intermingled for some period of time before some kind of purge of these people. I don't know, because they go to the Black Sea and then they kind of like are not found, and then it seems like they appear somewhere in Argentina or something like that, near the Nazca area, the Paracas. But that whole line basically like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they fucking ruled for like a fucking age, and we just don't even have any anything that they were allowed to see from that. If anything has ever been recovered, I don't know. What's with all them Chinese pyramids, man?
See, I don't know. I just think that mankind has been around for a lot longer than we think we have, and I think we are trying to always make excuses um, for these lost civilizations, especially in light of the postmodern narrative, which is that we evolved and only became um, like sentient to our fullest abilities, like what 6,000 BC or something, right? So like I just think we go back way further than that. So I think it's like an excuse to say, okay, well, if it wasn't us, it was these guys, this alien race. It's just all this pushing it on somebody else to fit the narrative that you only, or our species only became sentient, however many years ago. And I think so they've come up with all these excuses for people to lean on instead of realizing that we're much older than they say that we are. So all of this, there was alien creatures. We used to be a bloodline. There's different ones. There's Neanderthals. There's different races. Alien, fucking Draco system people. Anything but us.
There's a few
And I think
different like variations on that theme. You know what I mean? Because if we're talking about the Paracas skull structure, there's that, but then there's like other ones that seem like there's like melon shaped, pumpkin headed people. And they'll find them once in a
to me,
while.
it's all Mexican aliens, dude.
Wow.
It's all Mexican
Chupacabra.
aliens to me.
But like, I mean, if it's possible that there is like some kind of heightened version of like what we are, and if it's possible that existed at some time, these Paracas people with their giant ass heads, um, are like a higher version of us or something like that, or like then that would make us like a Chihuahua version or something.
I think that like if you went into like the spirit realm on like some fucking hardcore trip shit up your Kundalini fucking stairway, maybe there's a fucking world that's there, but it's in your head to some degree, I just don't think that there's actual fucking, like
I think they just.
I don't know.
I mean,
No,
just brain volume, brain mass, like how much actual brains you actually have. You don't think that matters? Just.
Well, I'm saying, is there evidence that there was someone with more brain mass than modern man? Credible evidence?
Well, like if you have a large, like if the Cro-Magnon skull is like larger than, I mean, probably some people inherit some of these measurements. You know what I mean? But if you have like a large skull, you got a large brain in there. It's not all bone.
Well, like, are bigger people smarter?
Like a lot of times they're in charge. Like somebody that's like 6 foot something. Was like
Yeah, but that goes. Well, what about Pinky and the Brain? Do you know what I mean? It's that idea that like the little guy. What about of Mice and Men? You know what I mean? Just because someone's bigger doesn't mean they're smarter.
Yeah.
I just
Money
think like.
himself, I think, was slow, but whatever. Gotcha.
Well, all right. Maybe as they get bigger, the brain slows down. Maybe the longer the brain, the dumber they are. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, if your brain was bigger, it's very romantic. So, like, if your brain was bigger, maybe you're like an antenna for the universe to be able to speak to you because your brain's so big. I don't know.
If you had like mad big muscles or something, you'd be like stronger in that area. If you've got like more brain mass, you've got more neural connections, more areas that can be there. Things that
Right,
go
but
on in the networks and more
there's
networks.
fat guys with big arms. There's fat guys. You know what I mean? I agree with you. I get you. Like, I just don't think. I don't know. It's when we jump the bridge into elongated skulls and different races of people. I mean, maybe I could see. What's crazy to me is I could definitely see what trips me out or has tripped me out is the lack of kinds of faces anymore. Like, I remember growing up and like kids were like funky looking. You know what I mean? Like they just had like buck teeth. They had fucking, they were just like cool looking, really. And like if you notice, everything's been like tapered out and like uniformed. Like, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't be surprised if there were other people, let's say, and they were wiped out. Do you know what I mean? Like they've kind of culled them. That's a possibility. And I guess in light of that idea, I'd have to.
People out there, you're right.
What's that?
Not enough bucktooth people representing their local communities out there. You're tired. You're strong. You're weak. You're bucktooth masses.
Say it again.
Fucking nothing. Nothing. Yeah, people look different these days, though. But yeah, it's always like changing, right? In
Yeah, like
America, in the 20th
I
century,
must have missed the joke, but forgive me. I got a shitty connection anyway. Like people are changing. Like they're culling out. I could see them culling out a different race of people potentially, or you know what I mean. Like that, I could see that. I mean, shit. I guess allegedly there used to be Native Americans all throughout the land here, and they're not here anymore. It's crazy. But it's like, do you believe in giants? Or like giants once existed, or do they still exist? Do you know?
The giant Bigfoots that built the pyramids. 35, 40-foot tall Sasquatch, obviously. Hell, I'm not even sure what they're talking about with these Denisovans, if that's like for real or what that is. Or it's like what larger frame type people might have been. If you're talking about like a tribe or whatever, like 100 dudes that are like 7 foot and like jacked, like they're gonna destroy the shit out of any other like inferior army without like tactical weaponry or some shit. You know what I mean? It's just like leather bucklers and fucking helmets and cardboard swords and shit like that. They ain't gonna get it done. So I don't know. I really looked at this invasion of the sea peoples as like some kind of like a point of demarcation with the power shifting within the ancient world and within the balance of power with Egypt and other lands.
Oh, I think it's crazy. Like even the wordplay. Like take right now. You know, they're talking about aliens are real. There's an alien invasion. Well, yeah, like at the southern border. You know, a bunch of people like coming across. Like that's the alien invasion they're talking about. It's just we're all caught up in their fucking woo woo hocus pocus that we're not seeing it for what it is. It's like climate change, in my opinion, is social climate change. It's heating up. People are more angst filled. You know, fake news
Does that
is
factor into like
artificial intelligence.
like the platform of George W. Bush as being a social conservative? He's a social climate conservative in a way, like a compassionate.
Well, not really. No, not
He's a
really.
social
Not really.
conservative.
Because no, he's conservative because he was actually starting the war in Iraq.
He's about,
And,
he's
yeah.
about conserving the culture. So cultural conservative means to like, you know, provide the same whatever standard of America. Standard America, keep that going. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I think they're the. But see, that's the thing is they've put this. Like, I think George Bush is just the facade of the Nazi, you know, party that fucking took over our country in the 40s. You know, I think that's all crumbling now. And the problem is that people are painting what they think the United States is because of the last however many years since these bastards took office as what America is all about. You know, it's like that's where there's just this paradox of fucking terms and information that we're suffering from understanding, I think. And we're looking for giants and fucking alien races to come save us when really everything's right here. It's really all in front of you. There is something you can do. You're not helpless. Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of that going on. I got to get busy for a couple minutes, but I'm listening, brother.
Question for you though.
That's pretty funny. Artificial intelligence is fake news. Why didn't they call it synthetic intelligence? Like, what's up with that?
Because AI, baby. Everyone loves a computer.
Like Roman candle type technology here because like it's going to go off in stages. Like we're watching like these GPT generations like get up and you know they become more and more applicable to like different app usage. Different other investors are jumping in. They're starting their own things, and then you know you're going to have this Cambrian explosion of different AI companies for a while, probably for the next 5 years, and then so you look at like 20 years are going to normalize anything that's in here by then, and probably within 15. So I think we're going to see some major bullshits in the next 5 to 10 for sure. Right. Yeah. Just changes up the things the way that they're working because like AI is capable of really optimizing so many different streams within like our day-to-day shit. I guess that other industries are going to look to capitalize on this so that they can increase their profit margins. Voila, efficiency. then robots. You know, they can optimize robots with AI. You know, all the structures, all the mechanics, the kinematics, robot design, and shit. We put a halfway decent chatbot in there, and they say that these chatbots today are like capable of displaying more creativity than humans, like some humans that use the platforms. So because it's kind of aggregated from human experience, really. Yeah, so it's like this mosaic, if you will, bunch of fragments of people's Facebook conversations and posts and stuff like that. I don't know what their core data set is really. I think that's their secret sauce. They don't really give it up, but yeah, the Hugging Face AI GPT monsters. Yeah. But yeah,
Hey,
pretty
Snack, you ever
much.
heard of the Uncanny Valley?
You know, I don't think Uncanny Valley really represents very well metaphorically, aside from like, I guess, well, aside from like AI robots that try to replicate human physiology completely. So it's like a synthetic person, you know, made out of rubber. That's the Uncanny Valley, like the ooh, like of it, you know what I mean? Or like when special effects are sometimes like looking too uh over rendered or something like that. You know, might be too specific or something. Or something, yeah, something's like too right on the nose. Am I being in the uncanny valley right now? Is that what we're saying?
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, though I
Just
walk
tie it
through the
in.
uncanny valley of irony. Go ahead.
Forgive me, man. Just busy over here.
Right. Oh, Andre 3000 it on. Anybody else care to shake it like a Polaroid picture? You got it. You have nothing to say, nothing smart to say, Andy. So what this is. Andy's quiet time, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, listen, Andy, be quiet.
Yeah, I'm reading that book I got, Principia Discordia. It's
Nice, Robert Anton.
Are you on about
it's a bit
Church of Subgenius now?
it's a bit silly so far.
Yeah,
I'm only 15 pages in, so
it's like some logic laced with some jokes, laced with some parody. Pretty fun.
yeah, I like silly things. I don't know.
It's a little bit like templates for real thinking, but nothing in and of themselves. I like a lot of that Bob Dobbs stuff. Is fun when I was a lad. Ran into those books. The artwork is really great, though. I don't know if you like that kind of stuff. Revelations of Bob. It's pretty good. Bob X. You know, whatever. Just take some Vishnu and staple a Bob head on it, and put stick a pipe in it, call it a day. But there are, I guess, some. I guess the idea of the Slack being pretty interesting constituency of the faith, the interior of the faith of Subgenius. Very Andy's very into his reading. Shunji, what are you just here to listen? What?
Always listening.
All right. Jeremy, Shunji's not over talking enough.
That guy yesterday was trolling, wasn't he? The Muslim guy or fake Muslim guy.
Muslim guy, I missed it.
Oh, you missed it. Oh, he was in here for some time, several hours. I've just felt like you were a bad representation for Islam. It seemed to me. I didn't even want to talk to the guy because he was just so, he just came in here for an argument, basically.
Jeremy said he wants to have a Bible study today.
SE, you there? I can't even watch your boy no more, dude. We've been fighting for years.
I'm
For
here,
years
bro.
for Flat Earth. We've been fighting for years for Flat Earth, and this guy's making a mockery of it.
Which guy, bro?
Bev,
Will you
you think all
stop
these years
wishing?
we were talking about Flat Earth, we meant 2D plane, no topography?
Bro, come on, man. Let it go, bro. Let it go. Come on.
I
Seriously.
would, but he keeps saying it every. Like, I can't even watch him no more. I'm just not even gonna look at his shit no more because it's fucking stupid.
You know how he means it. We know how you guys mean it now. Just let it go, bro. I mean, why are you letting a thing like this bother you?
It's worrisome. I don't know because we're out here trying to fight for flat Earth, and he's running around going, "Earth is not flat."
Yeah, but you know how he means it, right? You know it's true, bro. You know it's a true statement. So just let it go, man. I mean, we know how you mean it. You know, I'm with you guys. I hear you say it. I don't freak out. I know how you mean it. But you have to understand the way he says it. I mean, it's not wrong. So I don't think it's a hill to die on. You know what I'm saying? The earth is not flat is a true statement, bro. Right? Now, we know when you guys say it, what you mean. You mean the overall, blah, 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 neglecting the mountains, the valleys. We understand that, right? I don't think
Do you though?
fighting for it.
Do you really though? Because some guy came in and wanted that Tig guy the other day wanted to argue, debate about it, about the Earth not being flat. And you came in. Did you know what he meant? Because he didn't mean 2D flat, but you came in with Earth isn't flat.
I do that
Like that shit's
sometimes.
spilling over into here. Like I don't care. He wants to do his own thing in his own server. Yeah, go ahead. I just won't look.
I hear you, bro. I hear what you're saying. When I was talking to that guy, I said it for a reason, right? I said that so we can go past that point. What I'm saying? The earth ain't flat?
No,
Okay.
because that's not what he meant. He knows it's not 2D flat. Everyone knows it's not 2D flat.
Yeah,
There's
but
topography.
I hear you, but I wanted to further the conversation in that manner. I didn't mean to trigger anybody.
Oh, you
We all
triggered me.
know. I know I triggered you, bro. I know. Like, I know what you guys mean when you say the earth is flat, right? I get it. But you have to understand when here you got a thing with Bev, right? When he says the earth is not flat, well, that's a true statement, bro. So, like, what do you want me to say? You want me to say no, it's not?
Well, it's just another sign of somebody who doesn't know fully what they're talking about just yet. This Bev. We don't have to even address what he's saying. He's just some dude on YouTube.
Well, you can take it like that. Yeah, you don't have to listen. You just look away. If you don't want to hear that message, look away.
Well, it's not look away. It's not even to be considered. So.
Okay, if that's your opinion, bro, it's fine with me.
But SE, we know it's not 2D flat. We know that. Everyone knows that. No one's even that don't even come up. That's not on anyone's radar.
Okay, so what do you want me
So
to
if
tell
there's
you
no
then?
Earth curve, hey, SE, if there's no Earth curve, what does that make Earth?
This is what I say when asked that, right? This is my statement. If you haven't seen Earth as a whole, you can't make a shape claim. That's what I say. Now, I'm with you guys, right? If you want to
I
go with
agree
the
about the
what,
shape claim. I'm just saying where we live overall, though, that's flat and level. You have to admit that.
I won't give you the flat. I'll give you the level. If you want to
Okay.
say Earth appears to be level,
But see, here's the
I'll
problem. Now we're arguing with each other amongst ourselves like we need to be a united front, and I think that might be what Jeremy's getting at.
Yeah, I hear what you guys are saying, right? But you're
Maybe
asking
I
me.
don't want to speak for him.
Look, I could only speak for myself, right? That's all I can do.
This is the part where they never let you finish a sentence. Go ahead, Essie.
No, I know. Well, like I said, I could only speak for myself, right? Bev is his own person. I consider Bev a friend, and he has his view, right? On things. I have my view on some things. Most things we agree on, and this happens to be one of the things I agree with him. The Earth is not flat. That's a true statement. Now, I don't know why that triggers people, man.
Because we all agree it's not 2D flat. We know there's topography. We all agree on that. Nobody's out here saying Earth is 2D flat with no topography. That's crazy.
Okay, it's an agreement.
It's like crazy to even think that. No one thinks that.
It sounds like he's trying to change the argument for everybody else when none of us said it but him.
No, it seems that you guys are triggered for no reason. It's a person.
It's not a trigger. It's like noticing when ants walk in a line, then you notice that one ant that steps out of line. He's really obvious. That's the one. That's what we're talking about. That really obvious guy stepping out of line.
Oh, so you think you have the truth? You think you know where the line is, and you think you know?
I'm just telling you what's up, Bessie. Just like you try to do. So we're good here.
Oh, please let him finish one sentence one time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be unorthodox. Come on. No, look, I get it, man, bro. I get you guys.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do understand. You still can't change a true statement, bro. Guys, no matter how much you try, bro, you can't change that statement. It's a true statement.
Well, you can change the statement. Statements can be changed all day. There's a reality that apparently we're still scrambling. Like it's like we thought we had a good pass from one guy to the other. The ball went from one guy to the other, but apparently we're still fumbling in between the two guys with this goddamn pass. So it's flat Earth. That's what we're here to talk about. Overall, we live on a flat, bumpy, in that order, flat and bumpy, topographical 3D plane. Thank you.
God bless, bro. I hope, yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay. I don't know, and I love you both. I love you guys. So I don't want to. I think that maybe the whole point of all of this is to just get us fighting amongst ourselves, because that, to me, right now, that's all it's doing. Nobody's going, oh, so the Earth's not flat. So why are we here talking? Like, there's a reason to be here. There's so much stuff that needs exposing for people, because they don't want to see it. So someone has to tell them that the horse needs the water, right? We have to at least do that. We have to at least tell the horse it needs the water, show it the water. And then from there, it's, whatever. But we can't do that if we're all just kind of unsteady on our fucking feet 8 years into an argument. Like, I don't know. That's just me.
No, I hear you. You're saying everybody should be of one mind. Everybody should have the same opinion, a united front.
Well, kind of. I think more so. Sorry, real quick. I think more so. I just thought we would have handled all of this kind of thing years and years and years ago. So I don't know. Okay, I'm done there. I promise. Go ahead.
But you're saying handle this thing. So in your mind, you got it all sorted out, right? That's kind of, really? Like, do you really have it all sorted out?
I didn't say I did.
But that's the whole point here, right? That's what we're talking
Well,
about.
we're backstepping though. If we go 8 years saying certain this, just like they have 8, 9 years in this argument, just like the globe side has, they've said globe, and there's no way around it, pun intended. Then where are we starting back at square one? We've got, do we really I'll speak for me. Do I really care what a Bev with a small audience is saying or doing? Well, it depends. Because if it starts mucking up all the progress we've made so far, yeah, I'm pissed about that. Also, if it just muddies the argument instead of gets to the root of the issue, is the Earth a globe or not? Why? That's all we do. We just get focused. We go back into, well, is it flat or is it level? Is it horizontal? Is it bumpy? Does it have sits and valleys and like it's just that to me that's minutia that frankly doesn't fucking matter. Is it a globe or not? Let's see the globe evidence. You call
And you might mean it doesn't matter to you because everybody's opinion matters and it affects some people in some way and some people in another, but the collective is what matters. So your opinion really doesn't matter. Dev's opinion or my opinion really doesn't matter, but the collective does.
I agree.
There you go. That's why you don't put down somebody's opinion.
Exactly.
It just might be right, or it just might affect enough people that we can find out the truth, right? There you go.
Well, that's ideal. I hope so. Yeah.
I mean, I stand by any man, even a glober, who will stand up and fight for what he believes is true. What I don't put up with is the people who obviously are pointing out that what they're thinking can be true is just an opinion and can't be true or proven, and they still spout it out as truth. That's not truth. That's just an opinion.
So you're talking about all the Globers basically, because that's all they do.
Now, I'm talking about anyone who says they can do something but can't prove it. So I can go out today and I can make a statement. Water doesn't curve. I can go out to any, you pick, right, any legitimate in the context, right, any lake or any canal or anything like that, and take the tools that are created to measure horizontal and measure that water to be horizontal, not curving. Does that prove my statement true? Well, in the context it does. Because if you turn around and say water curves and you can't measure that water, that same body of water curving, then your statement is definitely not proven. That's what I'm talking about. You can put benchmarks next to a static water, a lake that's not moving or whatever, and measure the land going up and down based on those benchmarks. What you can't do is measure from those same benchmarks with the same tools you just measured the land moving up and down, measure that water moving up and down. Unless the water does move up and down, like in tides, and then you can easily measure it. You see what I'm saying? With the same tool. It's a weird thing, right? They tell you you can't create a horizontal now because that's the one way you would prove if the water was curving. Well, that's bullshit because I do it every day. I just did it this morning. You can do it. Don't let anybody tell you you can't create a horizontal and extend it in any direction for any distance. That's the baseline of surveying. Like, that's the first thing that you do when you walk in, you learn about these tools, and what they do is establish a horizontal and work off of that to know what the ground or water or building or whatever is doing based on that baseline. You build off of it.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. I personally spoke to a Montreal surveyor, and he told me you can extend a straight line all the way into space, and he drew me a picture on a pole. So what Vakia said, I can confirm from an actual surveyor. There's no way around this, guys. Sorry. Sorry, man.
The shameful part is that more people just don't do it. Try it themselves. Prove it to themselves. Quit listening to Zanuck or me or whoever, and just go do it. I mean, it's easy. It's not hard. It's not expensive. We try and do all these tests that are like, they're too expensive or just too logistically. You can't. They're impossible. Basically, it's hard to do. People that have work and families and all that aren't going to spend the time to do it. It's just impossible. We're not a hired government agency that can go out and spend a year doing it. But what you can do is go measure your local lake easily.
Yep, very easily. Just go to the water, have a look. Just have a look. Just delineate a 5 mile, 6 mile marker and watch the boats. Go watch them on different days and see what happens. They don't disappear bottom first where they say they do. They just don't do it. It's very simple.
Or when you do see that apparent curvature of water or a bridge or a power line, and it's an extreme rate, then measure it. Because what you're looking at, what's apparent and what's actually measured are two different things.
100% true. Yep. There's times when you will see disappearance way before the mark that they say their fantasy. Like 2 miles, you can see the boat like disappearing because of what? The atmos, the conditions of the day. The other day, I went to the river to shoot, and it was a nice sunny day. But when I got there, there was all smog over the water. I couldn't see like 6 miles away. Couldn't see nothing. I just packed up and I left. I didn't shoot for a minute. It was like there was no use. Couldn't see nothing. But meanwhile, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful sunny day.
You know what's interesting? I was just talking to my mum about because like my sense of direction is pretty terrible. Like she's got brilliant natural. She's got like a natural compass inside. I don't know. I could put a blindfold on her and put her in a van and drive her to anywhere in this country, and she'd be like, "Well, I know home's that way," and I'd be like, "How the fuck do you know that?" And she'd be like, "Well, the clouds are going." I don't know. I don't even know how she does it. I don't know how she does it, but I know that I'm sure it's within me, but it's I've only just got a mobile phone, because I wanted to see if I could go my entire life without a mobile phone. I know how that sounds, but anyway, I got one because the internet banking were becoming impossible without it. But now I'm glad I've got it because I can use it as a sat nav as well, and it's great because, as I say, my sense of direction is terrible, and it made me think about. I was just having a conversation with her about how people's brains work differently, and like I talk to her about spiritual stuff sometimes, and she's like USC, she's like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about it. But there's something deep within that she knows there's something to it, and but to me, it's really it just comes easy. It's natural. It just but the sense of direction thing, I don't know what the fuck. So it's interesting because like my mum's like, oh, I'm a good mathematical brain. It's a very left-sided, left brain sort of goal-orientated thing, I think. Whereas me, I'm more abstract. I can sort of think about these philosophical notions, and I can do that all day. I love doing that. In fact, I did do that for many years. When I was studying all kinds of different flavors of spirituality, and my mother, who was running a parish, she was literally running a village parish at the time, said to me, "Oh, what a waste of time."
I hear you. I can entertain all kinds of things, all kinds of religions, and the thing is that it ends up being controversial when I get involved somehow, because I give my opinions and people flip out. So
This Bible study Friday, guys.
I try not to, but yesterday I got a little carried away with our Muslim friend there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure he was a good or accurate representation for Islam.
Muslim Mondays. Yeah, that's on Monday. We're doing Bible study today.
Yeah, please, let's not talk about religion today. Please do me a favor.
Yeah, don't talk about the scriptures. Don't talk about the words in the scriptures. Like there's stories in them, as you know. And we could talk about them, but you know,
But yeah, I would say that that little whatever it was, that 10 years of just looking into spirituality and what other minds have thought about, come up with. That was one of the most rewarding things I've ever done, and I don't know, it's put me in a very peaceful place today. So it's just interesting, that conversation I was having just about how different people's minds work in different ways, and we can sort of help each other. I think as long as we approach each other with a mindset of every person you meet, even if it's a not very good interaction, it can be someone who can teach you something about yourself. I always like that about Tim. Tim who went back to the globe allegedly. I don't know what that was all about. Maybe he was never flat Earth. I don't know, but yeah, I don't care for all the teams. Our side says this. I'm more about what I can learn something from you. Maybe I think that's just a good approach to have in life, don't you think?
I don't know, man. You want to keep an open mind, but you don't want it to be like fully open, because then you're just gonna let any old bullshit in. You know what I mean? It's like keeping your front door open at nighttime for someone just to wander in and wreak havoc. So you want to have discernment. Yeah, you want to have discernment on what you're willing to have an open mind to, not just any old thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think that certainly comes with age as well. Like younger people get swept away in things that, but even like I've said that, and this is quite controversial. I'd listen to someone who's wrong about a thing who I think's wrong, as long as they said it with passion.
I would say it's the opposite. I would say older people are more subjected to just accepting stuff due to the fact that they've got maybe guilt or something. Maybe they didn't lead a life of fulfillment, so now it's like they're turning to some sort of religion for a second opportunity at having a chance after death. I don't know. See a lot of old people go into churches and they're afraid. They know that their days are short and death is quickly approaching, so they're cleaving to some sort of a savior of any sort that can wash away their shitty life they lived.
So that's a decision made in fear. That doesn't seem too good. Fear's the mind killer, so they say.
Yeah.
Well, who says that? Guy wrote Dune. Yeah, Frank Herbert said it.
They say you have you form the clearest thoughts moments after you orgasm, for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but you think clearest after that.
Just because somebody wanted you to like their video.
I know why. It's because you've released all of the built-up hormonal kind of build-up, like when a steam train horn blows. Sounds like it's been building up that pressure forever, and so you're no longer affected by your sexual emotional drive to do anything. You have clear, just momentary lapse of being a sexual being, and you can focus on anything else for probably 20, 30, 40 seconds.
20, 30, 40 seconds, yeah.
Well, I just normally go to sleep, so.
Well, that's the thing too, right? It's like nothing affects you. You're like, well, all right, fuck everything. Sleep time. So funny to me. But yeah, that's what it is. You're no longer affected by your sexual urge to do or not do anything. You become completely like, yeah. It's the absence of pain that, or the ability to even care about anything, right? It's crazy. Anyway, yeah. And that's that state of nirvana people chase when they're, trying to do all kinds of weird new age garbage.
What if that was like protocol for like jury duty, right? Like upon formulating your final decision, like you got to go into a room and just, crack a nut.
That's hilarious.
Wait, you're saying it's not protocol? I did it wrong?
You're not supposed to do it before the whole process, just before the final decision. Did you do it the whole time? I knew it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there has been judges that have been caught doing it the entire time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too late for another metaphor, but like when you go grocery shopping and you're really hungry, you spend more money. Yes, if you eat before you go grocery shopping. Yeah, that's a little life hack there. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
before you go. Oh boy. Okay.
I did that. I wouldn't buy anything. But yeah.
Is he going Microsoft Sam for everybody else,
You
or
had
just
anything
me?
else to add? Well, hopefully you
Yeah,
learned
he's
something.
rebooting.
Hey, you're lagging, dude.
Need to wait for that satellite to come back around.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah.
He said me. It took him 3 syllables. It's like me. That's funny.
Is there any globe proof yet? I guess not.
No. Yeah, the stars turn, apparently. That proves rotation, so.
Like, I had like a vision of having a bagel, and I found a bagel shop. It's a coincidence. It is. Yeah, it is.
Hey Andy, have you heard of Newton's bucket?
Newton's bucket?
Yeah, do a little Google.
I'll do a little Google just for you, SC. Newton's bucket.
You're gonna like it.
Bouquet. Newton's bucket. Bucket argument. Newton's experiment with rotating water bucket teaches us only that the rotation of water relative to the bucket walls does not stir any noticeable centrifugal forces. These are prompted, however, by its rotation relative to the mass of the Earth and the celestial bodies. I might need to read that 6 times before it actually sinks in.
But find the part when it talks about the water.
Rotation of the water relative to the bucket walls do not stir any noticeable centrifugal forces. What does that mean? The rotation of the water relative to the bucket walls do not stir any noticeable centrifugal forces. I thought the fact that you were turning it is the centrifugal force, right?
Yeah, when you turn it, the bucket, what happens to the water?
It sticks to the wall of the bucket.
It concaves, right?
Yeah.
Hmm? So when you look at when you take some water and put it in a bucket, how does it look to you? Just leave it there, stand. Is it concave?
Why does water stay in a bucket when you? Why was the water? Water falls from the bucket or not. It depends on the circular motion of the bucket. If the speed of the bucket is as much as the centrifugal force and centrifugal force become equal, or the inertia of water cancels out the effect of gravitational pull of the earth, then water not fell down. That's a weird way to put it, but then water not fell down. Who wrote that?
Yeah. But do you understand?
Don't they make the same argument for Saturn's rings?
Not sure I heard that one.
I think so.
But
It's
does
like
it
an
make sense?
equal and opposite.
Does it make sense? The bucket, if it's spinning, right, then you notice the water, right? Goes to the sides, it's like concave. But when the bucket is not spinning, the water looks, shall we say, flat. For my boys here, flat and level. Of course, it's not flat, but it's absolutely level. So what gives
level means horizontal though, right?
I knew Jeremy was going to pipe in here.
Well, I don't know because it sounds like you're double speaking. Level means horizontal, right?
I'm not double speaking.
Well, let's
see
what the
let's see.
scriptures have to say about this.
Does level mean horizontal though?
You're talking about flat. Flat is the word you want, right? Not level.
No, I'm talking about horizontal, level, and level.
Yeah.
Yeah, so level's horizontal.
Okay.
And horizontal doesn't curve. So it's planar, right? Horizontal. The water forms a horizontal plane, which is. Tell me horizontal planes aren't flat, SC.
Sorry, I was talking with someone.
No, I know, it's convenient. So the water's level and it forms a horizontal plane.
Listen to me, man. It's not convenient. I'm in a hospital and I'm talking to a nurse. So chill out. Okay?
Okay, so the water's level and it forms a horizontal plane, right?
He's not a flat earther, Jeremy. Just leave him alone, bro. He's a concaver. That was a joke. Sorry, he's talking with a nurse. Let's just leave SC alone for a bit. Maybe something serious is going on. Let's give him some respect.
Not gonna say what you want him to say anyway, Jeremy.
Okay, I'm good now. Listen, dude. No matter how you say it, right? You're not gonna change the word flat. You're not gonna change the word level or horizontal. All right? Get over it, man. The earth is not flat. Okay? Get over it. I don't know. Do something, do a seance, whatever. Get over what you got.
I think you got to say it into his good eye.
To a seance.
I mean, I can't even speak without Jeremy going down freaking. Every time I say something, he's on my case.
Don't the Globers say though that if you shrank the supposed globe down to like a pool ball, it'd be smoother than a pool ball?
That's what Neil deGrasse. Yeah. What's with the fucking Globers always saying Neil deGrasse Tyson's the worst and doesn't know anything? That's supposed to be their guy. We all know that the globe is based off of the circle, the fucking celestial sphere. That's it. The ancient Greeks made a celestial sphere. Ptolemy applied a celestial sphere and said it was the ground, not the sky. That's all that happened. And all the shit that we have today is just recycled ancient Greek fucking garbage, like atomism, all that, everything that's supposed to be modern and new was actually just discovered by Greek people by sitting on those fucking porches talking. So we're just it's just shit talk from Greek people. That's everything that's supposed to be the modern science.
I don't know, man. Pretty quiet in here today.
I was just thinking about the ancient Greek scene as Noah was talking about it. Have you ever heard that well, I think it was Nietzsche said something like the Christianity was basically Neoplatonism for the masses. Has anyone ever heard that?
Do you know what Platonism is?
Is what?
Neoplatonism.
Do you know what Neoplatonism is?
Go on. You kind of. You want to tell me if you want?
No, I want you to tell me.
Well, I don't like this approach to a conversation where it's like, that's how you turn a conversation into a pissing contest, Noah.
There's no pissing contest. I just asked you to explain what Neoplatonism is.
I'd rather get away from that QE style of questioning, though.
You just said something about Neoplatonism, and I asked what it is. That's not a pissing contest. It's a basic, straight-up question.
It's basically emanationism, just to put it in short words.
You've obviously got your own ideas about it, Noah, so why don't you just share them with us?
I have no ideas about it. I don't know how you got to thinking it's a piss contest, or I have my own ideas. All I said was, what is Neoplatonism? That's all I said.
Yeah, why don't you
and then he responded he didn't want to do that. So if you have a view on it, you could express it now instead of arguing, right?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking people.
Well, he's already told you he doesn't want to do it, and here we are. So what is it? What do you call it? Not an argument? Yeah, he's told you he didn't want to do it. Yeah, he just told you he didn't want to do it like 3 times. And instead of you giving your view on it.
Dysel actually started to, and I was going to talk to Dysel about it, jumping on me. It's kind of weird. I can't ask a simple question without getting.
You asked it. You asked it, and he gave his answer. You just didn't like it. So here we are.
Yeah, see, this is wasting people's time.
Yep, you're wasting people's time. You are. You're exactly right.
Oh, you are, Rakia.
It's just an approach to a conversation. That's all. That's all, Noah. I called it the QE style of having a conversation on Discord, and I don't like it. That's all.
I'm not against anyone in the server, but I don't know why I can't ask a basic question and get jumped on by 3 people.
No.
Obviously,
You
Andy,
asked it.
Listen to Andy starting all this trouble.
That's ridiculous.
So Neoplatonism didn't come out till the third century AD. So I don't know why they would say that.
I'm trying to figure out what Neoplatonism is. Still yet.
It's Plato, like Plato's philosophy and stuff, right? Like that, trying to figure out like perfect human, the perfect life, everything.
That's want to know what emanation is and what Dysel meant by that.
Hey, can we get back to
No,
the main point and can we know what Neoplatonism is?
I
What was it?
Dysel
Yeah,
breaking up.
Dysel answered. Dysel said emanation or something, and I want to know like what he meant by that. If Dysel's still here, because everyone else doesn't want to answer. They want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm here, but somebody's like hot micing or something. So I'm just gonna wait till it gets quiet enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute.
All right. Well, Google's definition of emanationism, which is probably different than Ken Wheeler's definition. Google says it's an idea in the cosmology or the cosmogony of certain religious or philosophical systems. So emanationism, from the Latin enare, meaning to flow from or to pour forth or out of, is the mode of by which all things are derived from the first reality or principle. So it's essentially just following first principles and retroductive logic, using Occam's razor to contrive a concise logical answer. I don't know if I was breaking up there or not.
No, you're coming through good that time.
Oh, okay. Did you guys catch anything else I said?
Yeah, I think we got it all.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I'll post the video here on Ken Wheeler's interpretation of it, if you guys want to check that out. He considers himself to be a Neoplatonist as well.
Oh, he uses a lot of big words. Too many big words for me.
But yeah, he's like one of the few people that you're going to hear identify as being a Neoplatonist. Here's the video in Livestream 1, if you guys want to check it out later.
Yeah, I only brought it up because Noah was sort of saying whatever the a lot of atomism, etc., and yeah, every facet of our existence has been shaped by these thinkers. Maybe I don't know how, maybe I should think that statement through.
Mandy, sorry about that, bro. I cut out because, like I said, I'm in the hospital visiting, and yeah. Did we settle
nice.
Did we settle the bucket thing?
Not really.
We were talking about the ancient Greeks and how 90% of today's belief systems are based on what was said long ago.
True that. Yep. Shadow giants. Yep.
Yeah, we got a lot of people that, were really smart back in the day that a lot of us have never really looked into or even heard of, like Syrianus, Plotinus, Dominius,
there's so many of them, bro.
Proclanus, or if I said that right. Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Aristarchus. Apparently Aristarchus is the first guy to come up with the heliocentric model, according to the Globers.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of Greeks that had a whole bunch of different notions, but it wasn't like all the population believed that the Earth was a globe. That's not true.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that these guys think that they would have been Pythagoras if they lived 2,000. They think that if they lived 3,000 years ago, that they would have been Pythagoras. That's what they think. That's what they actually think. I've literally asked multiple Globers in multiple debates or whatever you want to call it, discussions. Yeah, so like only one guy believed it. Would you be that one guy? And all of them say, yes, I would have been that one guy. So we are dealing with a group of irrational people for the most part when it comes to that.
Yeah, they think a shadow and a stick prove something. Yeah, exactly. They also think because they see a certain shape on the moon, that means something.
What else? The Big Bang from the Kabbalah. All kinds of shit.
What do they think about the different colors on them? Like, how do you get different shadow colors?
Real
I want
quick,
to
SE.
do it with my kids.
I just want to push back on what SE said about the stick and the shadow, because that's basically what a sundial is, right? With the stick and the shadow, you got a dowel in the middle, or a peg in the middle, or an obelisk in the middle, and that is one of the most accurate ways empirically to measure the sun and the movement of the sun is to measure its shadow. Optically, you know that there's going to be all kinds of problems with accuracy optically. We've talked about it before. The horizon can deceive you. There's mirages, there's refraction, and et cetera, et cetera. The sundial and the movement of the shadow seems to be one of the most accurate ways to measure the sun, in my opinion. But yeah, that's all.
Wait, but does that tell you anything about shape? Does the sundial tell you anything about shape?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it really would. It really would if the sunlight was coming in parallel. I mean, you could do it with something smaller. Just have a parallel light in your room, and then find out that with measuring the angles, like the tilt of an object. Yeah, so you could do some stuff with it.
If you said if though, that's the unknown. That's why we're saying you can't use it for shape. Because there's too
Exactly.
many unknowns.
Exactly
If
that.
the sunlight was coming in parallel, or if it wasn't being refracted, or if it wasn't an illusion, or you don't even know if the sun is a physical thing in the spot that you see it. You can't even prove that. There's too many ifs to prove shape.
Well, it's almost like it's not in that spot when you got two observers.
If what?
If they're both pointing.
I like the shadow. I mean, I like the shadow for the position of the sun, where the light source appears to be, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no definitive claim you can make on that. Yeah, you can use it to tell the time. People have been doing it for thousands of years. They even made the anti-clear mechanism because we know the sky moves like gears. But that's about all we can say. We can't make a shape claim. I
Yeah,
can't.
no shape claim.
So we agree. All right.
I was under the impression that most of these people using the sun in that way, time and shadow for position and all that, didn't believe in the spherical Earth until that smart guy came up with it. I can't even say his name. That's how dumb I am. Aristotle.
Eratosthenes. Do you think that was the case? Like there was just a bunch of dumb football players that, like or athletes or whatever, jockheads, whatever, and then there was just one nerd who's like, actually, and he pushes his glasses up and he grabs a stick in the shadow.
No. I think there was a lot of smart people back in the day because that's basically, especially when it came to things like this, because that's all they basically had to do. Or, it was a time thing. They had more time to be more particular and precise. And I think they were actually, if you want to bring in the creator, I think they were closer to the creator. I think we've gone away from all of that and just come up with these fantastical theories that people seem to enjoy, right? I love space, Star Wars, Star Trek, and all that. It appeals to the human, whatever, my brain or whatever, and it must do that for most because grown adults, if you go see Star Wars today, will still dress up in their Star Wars costumes. That is really weird to me, right? So there must be something to it psychologically. So once they found that out, they started pushing that idea because once you do that, you can control people easily, and that's what they're seeking anyway.
No, I agree with that. If you get people to, follow along, whatever storyline or narrative you want, get them emotionally involved in it, you can really, rule a nation just by, the imagery and stuff you put out there. And like people, like we're, not individuals, but people as a whole, are really like sheep. Like they follow the herd. I mean, that's just human nature. But I'd say that same thing could be said for, religion. That maybe that was propaganda back in the time. That's just a carryover. My mic die?
No, you just fell upon deaf ears, brother.
No worries, no worries. Oh man, it is a beautiful Friday, and I am again just begging for flat Earth evidence. Non-curve, measure of flatness. Dude, every day is a new day, and I'm thinking today's the day. Today might be the day I get it. I'm gonna keep my hopes up all day long.
No, hey, Mr. White.
What's up?
I just said hello.
Oh, what's up? How you doing?
Pretty good.
Did they already dished out all the? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna joke around and ask if they already dished out all the flat Earth evidence for tactical. That's why I'm running into an empty bar right now. I'm just poking fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's like, it's kind of like trippy because the evidence of flat Earth is like the measurements of the Earth not being flat, but using horizontal as the established baseline for that deviation. So it's kind of like, oh shit, the proof of Earth not being flat is that this shit ain't flat. So it's kind of trippy like that.
What are you measuring when you say the horizontal or flat baseline? Like, what exactly are you measuring to not be curved? That's what I'm asking for.
Water.
How do you measure that a flat baseline off of water? I just have a claim is that water's flat.
If it was curved, there would be giant bulges of water in between us and great distances. Over 50 miles, there'd be a bulge of water that's 454 feet tall, approximately. But we don't see we don't see boats sailing downhill or uphill. Like that never happens because water always comes to rest at flat.
It's crazy because, like, on the globe, at no point are there there should be this hill of water in front of us as we go. Like, if you were to imagine like a flat floor, and then all of a sudden the water is making a hill, so it's actually curving up into a hump and down and away. It's like that's never been the claim to the globe. Right? That's not even what you see. So I don't know why Flat Earth tries to strawman the petition so hard.
It's not a straw man. You don't even know your model. You're basing that on the center of the Earth, which has never been measured. It's just calculated. We're talking about a line that you can put above the surface, even on your spherical Earth, which would be a tangent. basically. So it touches the water at one point, and then it's higher than the water in any direction for any distance. So then if you
Yeah.
create that straight line segment above a curved surface, you could measure down to the surface, such as the water on the sphere, and show
Right.
that it's curving physically. You can't do that. So I just destroyed that straw man argument. I actually created that. Y'all come up with the illusion that you measure from the center of the earth. You don't measure from the center of the earth. You calculate it based on a radius.
So how would I measure my tangent along the flat baseline of the water? What would I do to do that?
Establish a horizontal that touches the water at any point.
Right. Is this horizontal physical or imaginary?
Physical. You can do a line, you can do a string, you can do benchmarks with tops of stakes. You can do it several different ways. I'm not sure why you're asking the question and you haven't talked to one surveyor or read one surveying book or looked at any YouTube video when you're stating a drastic difference.
Okay.
It's easily done. It's not even complicated.
What you're telling me is I shouldn't be talking to you because asking questions is too much. That's fine.
No, I'm telling you very easy ways that you can do it. And I know you, I mean, it doesn't sound like you really want to know. It sounds like you just want to talk about me.
Well, I mean, you did go on to say that I shouldn't ask these questions and whatever, but you can walk that
Well,
back.
now for years. How long have you been in this topic?
Sure thing.
Yo, all ancient and modern structures use water levels and spirit levels to create straight horizontals.
Yeah,
There is no
that's all I'm asking him. How long have you been in this topic?
exception. All math structures use the water level to create straight horizontals. There's no exception in reality. This is a fact in reality. Every time you see a car, a building, anything, water level
use
is
water level.
Great. Thank you.
And you're asking how it would be done. That's why I'm asking you how long you've been in this topic.
Hold on a second. What he just said is different from what you just said. He said,
no, it's
water.
not.
All right. Well, I won't get to say why. That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, it's objectively not different from what he said.
Yo, hold on.
I don't know how you
different at all.
Hold on, guys. Let's let everyone finish their sentences, please.
Yeah, we're getting excited.
Because when I believe it was Noah saying that they use the water level to build a building, establish this or that. And on the other hand, I'm being told to use a physical object to touch the water surface with it to show that it's flat. So those are two exactly very different things.
No, it's your misunderstanding of how they're not different. Water level establishes a horizontal line. You can stretch a line in between the two ends of a water level tool, and that would be your physical horizontal line that you've established above any surface. If you want to do it above water, go right ahead.
Does it matter what surface I'm above when I do this? Will doing this thing above any other surface make that line not a level plane?
No, it'll be horizontal, and when you measure down to land, most of the Earth is.
I don't know if he cut out for anyone else, but I'm not hearing him.
Yeah, my timer went off. But if you do it over land, like if you do it next to water onto land, you can measure down to the water, and it's going to be horizontal. If you do it on the land, measure the land is usually going to have elevation changes. You can use the same exact horizontal plane to measure one to have elevation changes based on that horizontal, and the other not to have any elevation change, which means it's not curving.
Right. So some of the claims,
how much easier it can be.
Yeah, some of the claims you made at the beginning of this conversation was water's not curving because we don't see boats going up and down a hill of water in the distance.
I never said that.
No, that was me.
Yeah, you're wrong again. That wasn't me.
Platypus said that. Get him.
Right. So all I wanted, someone address that point. Are we all? Does everyone here who's not? No, that's fine.
You
I
want to
won't.
move away from the measurements now? Are you
What measurement?
conceding that you
No,
could
no,
easily
no.
create a horizontal plane above two surfaces, the water and the land, and measure one to curve and have elevation change, and one not to? Are you conceding to that point? That at
No,
least that you understand that you could do that?
It's fine if you don't want my answer. Would you like my answer to that?
Well, I wanted to clarify my question so you don't sound dumb.
I'll wait.
I'm not asking you to concede that water doesn't curve. I'm asking you that you could actually do that. You're conceding that a horizontal plane is able to be established.
Did I ever at any point say you can't establish a horizontal plane?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you. Can you answer?
Yeah, you can establish a horizontal plane on Earth. Yep.
Okay, follow-up question. If you did that over water that's curving, would it show, could you measure down to the curving water?
From my imaginary horizontal?
I didn't say anything about imaginary.
Okay, so we'll go back. When you establish a horizontal plane, how far out is it extending that we're doing this measurement from?
What the frick is going on? So you're
I
not
don't
going to
know.
answer?
I don't know.
As
It's
far
weird.
as you need to measure curve. It's based on your fantasy. I don't know.
That's fine. Well, I'm trying to ask questions and understand, because if I'm establishing a horizontal, that's something that horizontal is just an imaginary line. It's not something physical. So when you're saying measure down to the surface of water, I'm just wondering how I would do that.
I said you can make it physical. You could put stakes that are that follow your horizontal plane. The tops of those stakes are the horizontal plane, or you could use a string. You could use stakes and a string.
Would I do that over water with a stake and
Yes,
string?
yes, you can
Over
easily
the
do it over
ocean.
water. Yes.
Over the curving ocean water, I would use stakes
No,
and
not
string.
over the curving ocean water. You could do it over a static lake, right? Because it doesn't curve.
Interesting. How big is this lake?
However big you want to. A mile,
Wait, go
2
back.
miles, 3 miles,
Go
4
back.
miles, half a mile, quarter of a mile. How big is your lake?
You got a Ricky Lake.
You're asking nonsensical questions and trying to avoid the very simple fact that this is a very simple process, can be done
What am I
easily
talking to
over
right now?
water and over land. And if you do it over a lake next to the land, you can measure the lake not to curve, and you can measure the land to curve in many different spots.
Cool beans, bro. I'm just wondering if you measured a long enough distance of the lake.
Is that a concession that it can be done?
I don't think I even understand most of your argument, because when I try
I
and ask
agree with
questions,
you.
that's
I
fine. You
agree with
start
you on that.
interrupting
You don't
me.
understand.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I guess I'll just go on mute. You guys can bring up another topic, and I'll wait to jump in then.
There he went talking about me again when he got really cornered into
Who am
trying
I
to
talking
say
to right
it.
now? Who's
Here,
speaking?
I'm not sure why you jumped in there.
Guys.
Yeah.
If we're not gonna, I'll allow a little bit of clipping if you guys are staying on topic. But if it just starts, hoop throwing, let's not do that.
Yeah, I don't even know who's talking to you right now. I can't see the
Rakia,
screen. Oh, it's Rakia. It sounded
You
familiar.
talked to Rakia live, yeah. What was your point, Demonstrator? I didn't really pick up what your point was. If you don't mind.
It meandered so many different times, because I was trying to understand how we're establishing this horizontal, and then how you would measure down to the surface of water from your established horizontal. Like, let's say you're using a sextant to establish a horizontal over the ocean. How am I measuring down from that horizontal to the surface of the water to prove it's not curving like he was claiming?
That's not how I said you would do it. I never mentioned a sextant at all to create a horizontal, ever.
Why
I
wouldn't
don't
you
use
use
a
a
sextant
sextant?
to create a horizontal. Do you know what the tools are called that are very well established and created by very smart engineers that accurately create a horizontal line are called? They're called theodolite auto level.
Hey, question: Do they use those over water?
Yes.
So they use those to establish horizontals over bodies of water for building
Yes.
things? Okay, and what's the distance that they use for those?
About 200 to 300 feet at a time, but you can extend that straight line segment as far as you want in any direction.
Gotcha. And does diffraction come into account at all?
The problem is when you start using them further than that, especially over water, where you get an up and down. Like sometimes the horizon will appear above the crosshair, and sometimes it will appear even with the crosshair. and sometimes it will appear below the crosshair.
Okay. All right. So now
Very
along
easy.
that established line, right? So now let's say we've used our theodolites to establish a horizontal across the body of water. How are you measuring down from any tangent along that horizontal to the surface to determine it's not curved? That line is
Yeah.
imaginary.
Well,
So how are you doing that?
No, so I'll answer it. It's very, very easy. I do it every day. You can use stakes. You can use the top of the stake. You don't have to. You can just put stakes in the ground and then make a mark with that theodolite, and then those marks are how your horizontal plane. Does that make sense?
How far are you driving the stake into the ground?
Doesn't matter.
Well, hold
It
on a
doesn't
second.
matter.
If I have let's just imagine that
God.
I've got a I'm going to take you to imaginary land for a second. Let's imagine
Yeah,
you've got a
please do.
floating
You
ball
have
of water. It's fine. You don't have to interrupt me. It's not that hard. I just want to get out this thought process because I'm trying to understand how you would use stakes and water. I'm not, not stakes to eat, but wooden stakes. All right. So we've got a blob of water, and we're going to press these stakes into this blob of water until there's only an inch sticking out of the stake, and it's going all the way around the sphere. Okay. At what point are those stakes sticking out at any other different angle, and how are you measuring them to not be the proper distance? Because when you say you stick stakes into the water, how far down are they going? If you stake
Yeah, you asked the question twice now. Do you want an answer? I've already answered, but you didn't listen. Any distance, and then you can make a mark on that stake, or you can drive the stake to where your theodolite is measuring a foot or 2 foot above the water, where the top of the stake is your mark, is your benchmark. And then you can make every stake that you put in from then on the same horizontal plane. It doesn't matter what the water's doing or the land's doing underneath that top of that stake. Once you do that, you have a horizontal plane created by the tops of the stakes, created by the theodolite you use, that is very accurate and is made to do so. Then what you do is and then what you do is go back to the tops of each stake, measure down to the water, right? And if it's curving, you would get different measurements. If it's horizontal with the plane of the tops of the stakes that you created with the tool that's made to create a horizontal plane, then the water is horizontal. Very simple.
Cool. So where can I see this?
Demon Strider, I'm going to draw something on my whiteboard here. Would you be willing to look at it? It might help answer the question.
Yeah, I can click on it. You'll have to look sporadically.
Yeah,
no worries.
Just get you a 4-foot ruler, draw a horizontal plane on your wall, right? Make it level, horizontal, measure down to your floor. And if your floor is also level, horizontal, not curving, then you're going to get the same measurement. Now put some sand on your floor and make an arc, like a part of a sphere, and measure from that horizontal baseline that you put on your wall down to the top of that sand where one point is higher than the other, and you're going to get different measurements. If you can't understand that, you're in the wrong conversation, wrong saloon.
Cool. So you have a link to that then? You've done this experiment because it's so easy? And you've proven it? I'd love to see it. Especially since, you work with theodolites and you do surveying and shit. I'd love to see your work.
Sucker MC.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's up?
Right. What's your favorite city?
What's my favorite city?
Yeah.
San Diego.
Sin City.
You say San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used water level to create the foundation of San Diego and all the buildings there. And
dude, you realize, it's so funny. You realize I understand you can create a local level using water. I'm not saying you can't establish horizontals or create levels. It's so weird. Nobody in the globe side is saying you can't use water levels to create a horizontal. It's insane.
Wait,
I don't know why.
Well, then be quiet then, because I just want to come in like an audience member to let you guys know how hard
Guys,
this
yo,
is to
I'm temp
fucking
muting
move this
everyone.
shit.
Hold on. Guys, what the hell just happened? Everyone relax, please. Let's go one at a time.
He told a
If
lie.
anyone interrupts, I'm just
All
timing you
movers
up
agree
like
that you
5
can
minutes
create a
real quick.
horizontal. He lied. That's what
If
happened.
anyone, all right, okay, guys, let's all go one at a time. If anyone interrupts, I'm just gonna like temp mute you or something. If you keep doing it, I'm gonna time you up for like 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said. So Demon Stride said, and if someone clips it, I would be very thankful. That he said that you can establish horizontal using level or something. What did you say, Demon Stride? Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, nobody is saying you aren't able to create horizontal using a water level. Like, I don't know why
So,
you think
okay,
that's a
man.
win.
So look, get off Rakia's back because as an audience member, you're just like wasting time in probably most people's opinion. If you agree that you can create this thing that you then want to transform into fucking imaginary, just imagine that like Rakia already explained to you, you make it practical in reality. You actually make a practical, a actual tangible device, like a horizontal plane, and then you do what he's saying, you measure to the water. And just agree with him and let's move on.
Calm down, Don. You know, the thing was, is I asked for, measurement or, calculation or something, and I got sophistry, and I know we talked about it for a little bit, but that's all it was.
You want to be imaginary, and you can, fine. Let's move on. He's imaginary. We're not. Let's move on.
I mean, it's fine. We don't have to have this discussion because you just want me to believe what you say off of its face value. That's fine. That's not cult-like at all.
I miss Demon Stride, dude. I miss you. Appreciate you, Demon.
No, we want you to believe what you agree to. If you agree to it, then you should believe it. Right?
Well,
Makes
I think
sense?
that we're not agreeing to the same thing. When we say you can establish a horizontal using water level, I'm not saying that all water's level and that's how you use it to establish horizontal. You see how that doesn't agree with what you agree with?
No, you agreed you can establish a pure horizontal. We all heard it.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with that.
Using a water level, anything, using whatever you want. You agreed it could be made.
Hold up,
absolutely.
Hold up.
What happened? Did I cut out?
No, it seems
No, I
like they
muted him
did.
because he was over talking.
Do y'all know that a water level tool and a static lake are basically the same? The tool is more accurate because when you put water in a tube, you can carry it around corners and things like that, but it's less affected by wind and other factors like that that would make the lake not perfectly horizontal. But the two are very, very, very similar. Static water, hydrostatics, how water works.
Yo, Demon.
Yeah,
Yo, Demon. When you say that you can establish horizontal from water level, but you say it's not the way that we understand it, these are your own words. Could you care to explain not the way we understand it? Because I would like to know.
Yeah, I can try again. So you can create or you can use the water level to establish a horizontal plane. Okay? Do we agree on that premise?
No.
What?
You use a water level to establish a level surface,
Yes, a
not a
horizontal plane.
horizontal. No,
No, a
horizontal,
horizontal
they don't
plane.
mean that, man. I don't think they mean that, dude, when they say horizontal. They don't mean fucking level. Stop
Okay,
this
well, how about
stupid
this?
shit. He wants
Well,
to measure
I'm
down
sorry.
the water. Okay, if you can't figure out that he wants something rigid, perpendicular to the fucking tangent, or perpendicular to your original spot, right? And then measure down to the water curving away. If you can't see that picture, dude, just take a break. Think about it a while.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get y'all flustered by, just having a conversation and asking questions. I'll leave if that's what you want me to do.
No, you don't need to leave.
Shut
It's
up. You're
just
fucking spoiling this.
some
We
people
want to hear
are
Demon.
just a little heated.
Get an answer from Demon. I don't know.
I'm trying to
Call
answer,
out your
yeah.
fucking lie.
All
Your
right,
shit's gonna
hey,
be called out
dude,
immediately if I'm listening to this shit.
All right, you don't need to speak like that or interrupt. You can wait your turn, please.
Right. So a
So
theodolite is establishing a horizontal plane, whether you want to acknowledge that or not. Rakia even explained what was happening. You're using that to create an imaginary plane that you can set stakes to. Okay, so
let's can we step
Sure,
away from
man.
that
Sure.
for just
Okay,
a
sure,
second?
buddy. Sure. If you want
Here,
to
dude.
leave out all the extra
Bro, what the
work involved,
fuck?
sure.
Jeremy's quick to mute me, but I've never heard Demon Stride finish one sentence, dude. What the fuck?
It's all good, guys. Everybody's gonna be all right. Demon Stride, can I post a picture for you to look at and we can talk about it?
yeah, go for it.
All right. Put it in the live stream.
1 second here.
All right.
At the works. It's gonna take a minute. All right.
No worries. It's a super simple
I'm
picture.
looking at it.
I just drew it on my whiteboard. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. If people could just hold it for a second, and then everybody else can go.
Yeah, but whoever muted me, he did ask me something, and I was responding. But whatever.
No, you were not responding. You were just interrupting. Please stop doing that. Okay, so Demon Strider, do you think that we have the ability to make perfectly horizontal lengths of pipe?
I think you can make. Yeah, I think you could establish perfectly. Well, not perfect. It's not everything. Nothing's gonna
Not
ever be
100%
perfect.
perfect.
Yeah,
But about
as close
as close
as
as we
close.
can get.
Yeah, and the shorter it is, the more the closer the tolerance you're gonna be.
Right. We're gonna push it a little bit, and we're just gonna say that we're going like 2 miles of pipe that's gonna be straight. Okay. So that middle bar that has the three vertical lines going down, that's a straight piece of pipe that's going 2 miles, right? And the overall rectangle is a trench that's been dug that is exactly, say, 6 feet deep the whole way down and as horizontal as possible. Okay, we're using all the tools that we can to make sure that both the pipe and the bottom of the trench are parallel and horizontal. Now, water is not going to lie. When we fill this 2 mile length up with water, as you can see, if we're on a globe, there will be a bulge at the center above the pipe because it's curving, right? This would be a very, very simple thing to do.
I agree.
Conversely, you could fill the water level above the pipe, right? And you can just measure from the pipe to the top instead of from the top of the water down to the pipe. I mean, it's either way, this is how we would measure whether or not water is flat. You just got to get something that's flat and set it up. It doesn't need to be an ocean. You can do a man-made channel. It's the only thing I wanted to. It seemed like we were all having trouble finding common ground about how exactly do we find level. Here's a way.
Right. Well, and so the LIGO observatories, they constructed, very long lengths as well and made them not level, but they made them perfectly flat. They're only level at one point, right? No, so I'm agreeing with you that this could be done.
We're all agreeing.
And hold on. This bulge in the middle is not correlative to what the surface of the water would be. Like, yeah, you're gonna have a curve, but that's not like you're looking at a bulge going up. You're going down in elevation at one end. That's a perfect plane established across. It's like putting a ruler and setting it, slightly into a basketball. Like if you could have a ghost ruler and just kind of like set it into the basketball, you're gonna have a little hump of basketball. Yeah.
Okay, dude. So we've all agreed in triplicate. So back to the point where you wanted to go into a disagreement where Rakia asked you a question. Okay, could we do this hypothetical? And you were like, oh, but there's the imaginary horizontal now. He addressed that by telling you, well, then let's make it let's make it physical. Okay, and you seem to like be at a dead end here. Let's agree now that you can measure down to the curved water because we have all these ways to do it, and just agree with Rakia.
I wouldn't do it Rakia's way, and I tried to explain why, but maybe I'll have to draw a crayon drawing too.
But you could do it. Okay, thanks.
Well, I would
Those
do,
are
I would,
those are dry erase
no,
markers.
hold on.
Those
I
are
don't
not
think I
crayons.
could do it. I don't think I could do it the way Rakia was claiming. No.
You gotta do something. It's just weird. Okay, well maybe you just misunderstood him, but since it's a simple process, then
Why
we
are
all
you
kind of
white
understand
knighting
these
for
two.
him so bad?
We all
I
understand
can
these two.
understand.
You're interrupting me. We all
Yeah, I
understand
am.
these two concepts of like level versus horizontal, globe. It's simple. So we all know we understand it. He probably understands it. Maybe you're just not seeing what he's seeing. Right? Let's move on.
Okay.
Platypus,
Yeah,
were you done with your thing? Hold on, guys. Platypus, were you done with your thing, or were you still going through that?
I wanted a chance for Demon Strider to completely respond. If he has already, though, I get it.
Well,
Can I
right.
just
I
say,
was trying to go for it.
sorry, Flappers, if they're not crayons, get them out of your mouth.
Okay.
So what I was trying to respond with the LIGO observatory, like they did the same type of thing, and inside of there, you're going to find extremely flat, level or not level, extremely flat horizontal surface, but it's not going to be level. The more and more you go out, you would see. So if you could get water inside the LIGO, you would see almost what you're talking about here, except the water wouldn't be in the middle; it would be at the corners where the two legs connect, and then the water, that's where the bulge would be. Oh, yeah, this is definitely a thing. I agree. But, so what do we got to do to start this construction project?
Somebody needs to give me like 2 miles worth of land and a shit ton of diesel and an excavator and a zip level, and I'll get on it. Little flags.
Well, let's start a GoFundMe. I'll help promote that shit.
Dude, I will literally build this. I'll do the whole thing by myself.
Yeah. Let's get a procedure written up, and then I'll help you promote it and everything.
Let me know. I can lend a helping hand. I'll come out.
Absolutely.
I'll
We
give you guys
need 2 excavators.
my young back and my young sweat will make it go double time.
Yeah,
Let's
definitely.
get this done.
What are we gonna call it? Coping? The coping mechanism?
That's funny.
No, I think we can all talk about this without wigging out, and I would appreciate it if everybody could just do their best to try and not wig out, no matter what side you're on.
I was just thinking about the Roman aqueducts because some of them are incredibly long. Apparently, this one, the one on ChatGPT, is just looking. It says here 56.5 miles, 91 kilometers. That's quite long. There'd be hundreds of feet of curvature there. They'd have to deal with, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the Roman snack.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's why I asked Demon Stride what his favorite city was, San Diego, and he can take a water level and fucking find out that every foundation of every building is going to be a horizontal level line, and that they all are on the same water level because it's all built. You know what, Demon Stride? Pick your favorite ancient stone structure. Machu Picchu, the pyramids of Egypt, whatever you want. That also,
Stonehenge.
That also uses water level. That one also uses water level. They all use water level. Sorry to say.
I know, man. And that's what I'm saying. It's like they're in the globe model. Nobody's saying you're not able to establish a level using a water level. Like it's so crazy because, like, I agree. I don't know where there's contention. I just think that doesn't prove that there's no curve.
And isn't Plum tied into this entire thing as well? Because Plum has a relationship with level, it would appear.
Yes. So your established horizontal is really only going to be plumb out to a certain area, and then it's going to start. Wait, no. Yeah, it's only going to be plumbed to a certain length, and as it extends further, because we all know the Earth ball, that plumb angle at the bottom where it touches the surface is going to start changing.
I love that.
Well, hold on.
I love that part where we all know. I love it. That's great.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's the idea that he presented, and again, Demon Stride, you know me, I say this to you respectfully. Your Steelman presentation was the fact that Plum is only local, but as soon as you start to walk out that observed level of Plum, that there's going to be an axial rotation at some point in time, which that itself is a claim. You would have to be able to prove that, demonstrate that, because anywhere we drop a line that has a weight to it, we always get that idea of plumb, and we always observe the horizon being perpendicular to that aspect.
Yeah. I'm curious in the construction process. Do you grade the surface before you pour your concrete and get your level concrete?
Absolutely.
Right. So if let's say the ground is, like let's do a dramatic like plumb earth, right? And we're gonna build a building on this plumb, and it can really only hold one building. It's super large. The ground would be curving away at all the edges, and you'd have to build up the foundation, right, around the edges of that, so that the bottom of the building can be flat. So then you grade it. Now you've got a flat surface, and when you establish your horizontal across that, yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't be plumb all the way along that construction.
But, and Demon's right, I say this respectfully to you, of course, you realize that when you take a line and then you drop a weight on that line, that relationship that's being shown, which is plumb, is actually not being derived from the surface.
Well, right. So if you're dropping it from your horizontal and you're trying to maintain your horizontal, you're gonna measure the angle where it's being dropped from. You're trying to show that the surface is curving away from that horizontal and plumb. Yeah, you're measuring where the plumb is touching the earth and measuring that angle.
See, that's the thing. I mean, if it's me and I'm being intellectually honest with the observation, I'm actually not going to touch the surface. I'm actually going to take the opportunity to observe how plumb is being drawn, demonstrated, which is literally showing the aspect of down. And then when I take that and match it up with the horizon line, I see that is a perpendicular relationship. Now, what's interesting is wherever we drop that observation line being plumb and we observe the plumb line, we always seem to see that the horizon line matches up with that. And that horizon line is free from the ground that we're standing upon. This is why I say I'll just say real quick, last withdrawal is that this is why I say we're deriving it from not from the ground itself, but from the surrounding atmosphere. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that I'm gonna need a diagram for it because I didn't know we were talking about horizon on this one. But yeah, that's I think I'd like to have a better understanding of what you're getting across there.
Well, it is just strictly the observation of observing plumb, which has a relationship to level, but it's taking that step a little bit further and just observing that when we actually again define that observation of plumb, how it matches up with the horizon line in a perpendicular format, which is 90 degrees, seems to always be there continuously.
Oh, okay. So if I establish a horizontal and I drop a plumb, and let's say I turn in 360, like I'm out on the ocean, I'm looking at the horizon, that plumb is also matching that horizon at 90, regardless?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can get that. I understand that. And the globe would also say that's probably what you're gonna find. Like if you take a ping pong ball and you put a wedding ring on the top of that ping pong ball and you stand in the middle of that wedding ring and you turn in 360 degrees, the edge of your vision, which essentially would be that wedding ring, is always gonna appear flat to you. If it were a ball. And Rocky, if you ever make it up to Minnesota, or if I can make it down to you sometime, let's do that, man. Let's try and do a overwater experiment with the Autolite. That'd be cool, man. I've been wanting to get into doing observations and experiments to find an energy and time Not the easiest.
What's up, Demon Stride? You need some friends?
Yeah, that's why I made a Discord server. How else am I supposed to meet friends?
Well,
How you doing,
we're
man? Oh, go on.
no, dude. I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, you guys are good. I'm busy running around over here anyway. I just heard the dead air.
Word. I was just gonna tell Demon Strider, like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for the power of friendship when we go ahead and get the GoFundMe running. We're gonna build this channel, and then yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, once we all see that it's like not curving, we can move on to more important topics.
Yeah, man. You write something up for that. I'll put that on my site right away.
Oh,
I
for
will
sure.
advertise the shit out of that.
No, dude, I just got unshadow banned last week on Instagram, so I've got my main account with like 8,600 followers. So let's. I think we should get the GoFundMe going.
Dude, my YouTube gets unbanned tomorrow night. I got a copyright strike for reviewing Dan the Waterman's Jubilee interview with the Flat Earthers versus Scientists. I got content, like it was cropped. We were pausing it and talking about it, and I still got a strike because I had QR codes on the screen. I didn't check that little box that says include paid promotion.
Oof.
Yeah. Well, a tough lesson. Do you know what you got shadow banned for?
Yeah. I was talking about directed energy weapons before, like way before the Maui fires. It was during the last Canadian wildfires, and I found some like
I
old
remember that.
footage. Yeah, I was making fun of them.
There you go. That's what got you.
No, I had to delete so much good content, unfortunately, in an attempt to have it even be eligible to be unshadow banned.
You had
And I
it
did
backed up
keep.
somewhere?
No, I don't. It's backed up in everybody's hearts, you know. No, I had to take it all down because my face was in it, and I was like applying to this job, and I ended up not getting the job, and I often wonder if it was because they were able to like search me or something. But
You know, I did the same thing for my medicinal mask shit. Like I've had the website forever and podcast. I deleted my podcast, that had, you know, just a bunch of, kind of intimidating stuff that like, I really kind of want to get this job, and I just kind of put it on hiatus for a bit. The job is no longer there, so here I am.
Yeah, but what kind of fucking creeps really care? Like I'm in my jobs, bro. We don't give a fuck what you do on your off time as long as it doesn't affect you when you're working.
Yeah.
What kind of a fucking fast fucking bitch is looking through YouTube to find someone's
Dude.
YouTube channel if their opinions are offensive? That's
It
some
depends,
dumb
man.
shit. These are what you call companies that get like government contracts and don't have to try for it and don't have to make it in the private market. Because if you're sat there looking on YouTube videos, not making actual business moves, you're just wasting time, and time is money. So we can tell these guys are just government fucking supported shills.
It was when I was working at Polaris, and I was contracted through there, so I was trying to, get hired through them. And their HR department legitimately, like, would go to people's Facebook and look for concerning shit. So that's when I was like, all right, I'll just pull that for a bit. But yeah, even like the job I have now, like one of my bosses is the Flat Earthers, It ain't a big deal.
Wait, what? Wait, back up.
What?
That your boss is? Wait, what?
Yeah, one of my bosses is a Flat Earther. Should I bring him in here for you guys?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah,
Yes,
cool.
I would love to meet. Wait, don't you work in a factory? So is he like a manager, floor manager, or something like that?
No, well, yeah, he runs the punching division, but he's a machinist as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, we'll have talked about that, before. Like, I remember it was when Artemis was happening. I was like, hey, did you check out this Artemis stuff? He's like, oh, you mean when they go to, near Earth orbit and that's it? I was like, okay, you a flat earther? He's like, no, I'm a think NASA tells too many fucking lies and to believe anything you're saying. And I was like, all right. And then we had a couple conversations about it.
Dude, get him on Discord.
I did. I gave him one of my cards and everything, and he's like, "What's this, bro?" He's where flat earthers go. Just trying to get him into the realm because he's just watching it on Instagram and TikTok right now.
Well, that's where a lot of it is. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of content out there right now. People like to consume stuff in short amounts.
Yeah. It's crazy though. If I was consuming that, right, and I'm like sucked in, I would want to be engaging with it. I don't know why more people aren't fucking piling in through the Discord,
I
Like we
think it
hit a
takes a
wall.
certain kind of person to be able to deal with this. This is very autistic behavior, what we're all engaging in right now. Like, and I don't mean autistic like we're actually retarded or anything. I just mean like waiting your turn and not screaming over people and like letting strangers on the internet like control your microphone while you're in the server and stuff. Like I've tried to get people in and they're just everybody reacts a little bit differently, but kind of the same to it, where it's just like, whoa, this is a lot. You got like all these new people. People are like, I don't know. Shy.
My favorite is when I get, a new Glober into the channel and they're like, have you heard that flat earthers think this? It's like, bro, you're still on day one. It's funny. Like when I talk to people in the real world about, what I do and what I spend my time doing, I literally every single time have to counter with, because they'll ask me, so you're a flat earth? And I was like, no, were you not listening to anything I just said?
Yeah, don't you
a lot
find
of
that
people. Go ahead, Noah.
Don't you find it strange that you want to hang out with the people you disagree with, and you think are essentially wrong? And that's why we're here, because we believe in something that you think is wrong, right? It's not like you're going somewhere and it just so happens that what they believe is no. It's not like there's a secondary thing. It's like that is the primary reason this exists.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, what is that about human nature? It's like when you see somebody saying something or doing something you disagree with, maybe it's not everyone, like you were just saying. It's very, autistic behavior, quote unquote. Like the want or need to feel like you got to correct somebody or get your point across. Yeah, what is that?
Well, I think it's more than that. I think it's more than us just disagreeing. I think flat earthers generally are some of the more chill people in the world. And if you wanted to talk about like not flat earth, you would get some very real responses, some original, like well thought out, ascended responses.
Well, and I don't think it's just flat earthers though. I think the people that are doing these kind of have that same kind of mindset all around, whether you're a conspiracy believer or not.
Yeah, for sure. All I know is if I got trapped on a deserted island with a bunch of flat earthers that are like, say, in here, I know we would literally have like aqueducts and houses and like shit built, fire going, day one, fire going hour one, hot spring spa day two.
It's like on Survivor, like when they get the hut down, then they build fire. You got someone building fire, somebody making the shelter, and
you know what? When we get to fucking make it past Antarctica, there's gonna be like 50 of us on the fucking other side, and yeah, Demon Strat, I know you're gonna want to come with us. I know that's why you're here. You're here because if we're right, we're gonna go to the other continent and make it big, and you're gonna want to come and like, yeah, bro, no, I was wrong.
Well, that's the thing too. Is I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm willing to be wrong about it. It's a crazy thing, man. If you could prove it to be flat, I'd have to question, my theism. Be like, okay, well, there's most likely a creator then. All right, that's check that box. So yeah, I'm always looking for evidence, and at no point am I, dogmatically saying I'm right and you're wrong. It's just more, I think I've understood it this way, and I'm trying to understand it your way.
No, that's good, dude. I think just keep having that very same attitude with what you just said right there going into the future, because there'll be plenty of other opportunities to really get an understanding of like, okay, this doesn't look real. Like there's going to send Steve Aoki to the moon next year. I'm sure like some other poop hole country like India is going to try and like fake some more space stuff. And it's going to be hard to keep trying to defend some of these things as they come out. Hopefully China gets better with green screen and CGI, because those are some of the worst ones. That just, especially to hear American Globers defend Chinese propaganda, it's intense.
They do. They do too. Like those videos are so bad. I would think that would be like the place we could all agree.
Well, I haven't actually seen any of those, but for the India landing, why would they put out, like, if they truly did fake it, why wouldn't they just use a better CGI image?
Well, because if it looks too good, it'll be obvious that it's fake. Like, yeah, for real. For real, that's what even Elon says.
Hey, we know it's real because it looks fake, all right? That's rule one in Glover book, all right? Get that down.
That is like the answer, right? Like if it looked like Gravity, that would be obviously not how it would look in reality. Like the movie Gravity, like people be like, this is way too curated. This is not legit.
I've seen one amateur receive signal from the Viacom 3, I believe. And remember the name? It's Vikram.
It should look like Gravity without any cuts at all.
So what do you think about the ISS? Like, what about if you saw, a live stream of the ISS or something? Like if Tactical was showing it to us through his telescope.
We all almost all flat earthers acknowledge that what you call the ISS can be spotted and tracked.
Okay.
So this is like this is one of the craziest parts of the combo is stuff like that. So like what we're actually saying is we don't believe that the footage that's supposedly inside the ISS is legit. We think they're faking all that. We don't even think there are actually people in it. But it always, every time a Glober goes to like rebut a flat earther or bring up the ISS, they bring up that they can track it. Like, yeah, no, flat earthers have tracked it. I've tracked it. Jaren's tracked it. Like we know that. It's, same thing with Antarctica. Well, I'm just making a bigger point real fast. It was just like same thing with Antarctica, right? Where, like our point. See, Aaliyah agrees with me. Okay? Like Antarctica is like our point is you can't freely and privately explore there. There's no way anyone can claim to actually defensively know what all's there. And then they say flat earthers lie and think that you can't go to Antarctica, but thousands of people go there all the time. It's like that's not our position, though. That's weird, right?
I think there's a misunderstanding because, like, for the longest time, it did appear as if the claim from flat earthers was that the ISS, isn't real, and then you slowly get the argument going. Well, look, we can see it, right? And getting that understanding that they're just saying that there is something physical you can track, but they're just lying about the whole aspect of it. I think can finally be understood now because I definitely have heard from multiple people that it's not real. And I think that argument is going away, at least for the most part.
I think the question shouldn't be if you acknowledge the existence of ISS, but if you know or have an idea of what it is on the further.
Oui. I agree. I think it is a little disingenuous to say that flat earthers as a whole were making the argument that the ISS isn't real. I don't think somebody coming into the conversation for the first time, I don't think it would be intellectually honest to like present that information to them as fact.
I checked the ISS years ago.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I had people, show me pictures of it, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. I think there's stuff up above our head, but there's not like people doing somersaults and stuff with like hairspray, and like sipping Capri Suns and not taking a shower for 800 days and pooping in a tube. Like that's not happening up there.
Oh, right.
What's funny is
what
that
is
news
it?
came out
So,
in 1968
okay.
and literally told everyone that they were faking. Okay, go ahead, man. I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I think his question. Oh, go ahead. I saw you light up.
Oh, yeah, so flat Earth. So we can see it. We know how it looks. So what is it?
It is literally anything but what they're saying it is. It's airborne trash, as far as I'm concerned. It's something for you guys to. How much would it cost for them to put something in the air that you guys can track and look at your telescopes with? And that's enough evidence for you to believe whatever the fuck they put on the TV saying is going inside it. It's just.
How would you do that? Like, if you could explain how you, I get it. That's a good question. So if you could explain how they could put something up in the sky and put it in that kind of perpetual orbit to where it never shifts, like what energy source are they using to do that? Like, you had a better.
Hold on. The same technology that they are using to keep satellites up in the sky.
So that's
satellites don't stay in the sky; they eventually come down.
We see them
No,
re-enter.
I know. Yeah, they come down when their helium balloons run out of helium or get a hole in them.
No, like 2 months ago, there was a re-entry from a Russian spacecraft, which you could see. There was a pieces of rocket flying apart. You could see it re-entering the
How
atmosphere.
do you get something moving so fast in the atmosphere it bursts into flames?
Okay, yeah, that's not that hard. You just put something really high up and then blow it up, and it'll come down in flames.
Oh, it wasn't blowing up. It was moving in one direction, bursting into flames. It wasn't an explosion. It looked like you were going through something and burning up.
Okay.
That's how it looked like. It wasn't an explosion.
Yeah, I think it's possible to fake these types of things, guys, and not that hard at all. Well, let's think. They were testing the V2 rocket in the late 30s, early 40s. It's 2023, guys. I'm pretty sure they can figure out how to shoot something really high up into the air, so high that the velocity at which it reaches as it's falling back towards Earth would cause some sort of combustion in the atmosphere. It's not. I mean, it is rocket science, but
so they could do that, but they couldn't put something into orbit.
You use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system to do it, and they account for real inertial forces as if the Earth is stationary and there's movement in the sky. That's literally what the equations say. And so, yeah, you can use electrical. This is where you say that it isn't the case, or somehow it doesn't matter, or whatever. But this is just a fact. All I did was state a fact. It's not really. There's no reason to debate it or anything. I just stated a fact.
I don't think if anyone was arguing that the orbital equations don't use the whole solar system model to establish orbit on the Earth. I don't think anyone was arguing for or against it.
Nothing to do with that at
like
all.
I said, when you want to establish an orbit from the Earth, you don't really look at the solar system. You just look at the Earth.
So you didn't even understand. You didn't even actually understand. They assume that the Earth is stationary, and they account for real inertial forces of movement as if the sky is moving around the Earth. And then you talked about the solar system, and it's just like this
I
is what
talked about this solar system to tell you that yes, I agree with you. It is not relevant to any of those equations.
It's completely irrelevant to my point. That's what it is.
I just want to bring it back really quick. So, how do you guys know that there's people on the? Because we both agree that they've got technology to put an object up there, but how do you know that there's people there?
There's footage from amateur telescopes showing spacewalks.
There's footage from telescopes showing. Yeah, sure. Okay, see it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, hold on a second though. Before we show it, what would that mean to you if we had images of spacewalks from the surface of the Earth to the thing that's flying up through the sky? Because if it's not in space, it's going to be in an atmosphere and it's pretty turbulent. I'd like to know how you can get a spacewalk when you're flying through an atmosphere.
Well, you don't see a spacewalk from telescope. That's a fact. That's not true at all.
Yeah,
that's not true at all.
I would just say my gut reaction is that it's fake footage. It's been faked some way. But if it's not, and you guys are claiming like that this is real, I would like to see telescope footage from the other way around, from a satellite like zooming in on my face on Earth, like like planes flying sideways and stuff.
You
know
can
what
buy
I'm saying?
something like that. You can buy something like that.
Yeah.
So when presented with the thing you asked for, you're gonna move the goalpost.
Where's it at?
It's
Where's
not
it
a-
at? Where's it at?
It's not a telescope. It's basically a spy satellite. That's what it is, and you can buy.
Oh, look how quickly this changed. You see what I'm saying? So like, when
No,
I said I knew it
a
wasn't
spy
real,
satellite is
it wasn't
basically.
even 10 seconds.
Okay.
When I said I knew it wasn't real, it wasn't even 10 seconds later that you changed the claim. But you were just acting like I needed somehow. What are you going to do when we show you this telescope footage of the
So you
ISS
were asking for the
spacewalk? I
footage
knew
from
it didn't
the.
exist. It obviously doesn't exist, and now it's a spy
Yeah,
satellite.
I misunderstood you. I thought we were talking about zooming in from the orbit to the Earth. I was replying to the guy who told you.
That was my bad. I
subject
shouldn't have brought that up. I changed the subject. I broke the dam. My bad.
Yeah, but
Well, when I said, what would it show you? What would it mean if we showed you this, spacewalk, right? And immediately went to, well, I want to see the other way around. So when presented with the evidence, it's an immediate goalpost shift. Like, oh no, the goal is actually to have it the other way, not the one that I just
You guys just moved the goalpost.
Well,
You just moved the goalpost. First, we can stand on the Earth and use a telescope to see a spacewalk, and 10 seconds later, it's actually a spy satellite.
that wasn't it.
No, you're being misunderstood again.
I was replying to a guy who wanted footage zooming in from the orbit to the Earth, so I told him no, it's not a telescope. It's mostly spy satellites that do this, and you can buy the service. I wasn't talking
Okay,
about
so
the
show us the spacewalk that you can
Yes, I'm
supposedly
looking for the footage because I've seen it a few times, but I don't have it downloaded.
Yeah, we're trying to find that right now. It's the other person who moved the goalpost with it that said, no, we want it the other way around. Tactical is responding to that.
Demon Stride, you would have this proof ready to go, dude, if
I'm
you
at
guys
work.
had this.
I'm
Come
at-
on.
I'm at work in a conversation, man. That's not how this works. You know that you can't just demand I fucking have something ready to go like that. I don't have folders. But you know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna start getting folders ready for this specific instance. So when I'm asked a ridiculous thing like that to do, and I'm working, I can just go and share a link and hopefully not get fired.
Here's another thing. There can just be super fluid up above us at a certain altitude, and it would have no viscosity. And you could certainly use electrokinetic propulsion with no viscosity, and you could just move perpetually with no resistance.
Yeah, that's a what if.
Oh, but it's not a what if to tell me that the universe is 46 billion light years old, or light years away.
Anything about the age of universe. That's not.
Notice how you always, have you noticed that you interrupt every time, or are you unaware of it?
Because you're trying to do something very weird. I would not tell you personally that I can verify age of the universe. That's not something I can do, so let's not bring it up.
So when I point out that you interrupt every time, you started to try to justify doing it.
I didn't justify it.
Yeah, you said because. It doesn't matter. You don't interrupt every time someone talks, dude. Can you just chill?
I think you seem to be listening to some different conversation, man.
Oh, okay. Do you? How about this? If I play it back where you interrupted me 3 times in the last 2 minutes, and if that's true, do you agree to be timed out for the rest of the day?
Hold on, we don't need
because this whole like gaslighting. Well, no, they're just trolls, and they know that they can just lie, and it's just annoying. You don't just interrupt people every time they talk.
Listen, who's lying? Because you said that's a lie after a claim I made. Yeah,
I just want to attempt to moderate the room here. I'll put it, let's see, like this. You see somebody talking, and they're lighting up. Do not speak until 1 3/4 seconds after they've stopped lighting up. Please try to everybody adhere to this rule that I've just made right now. We're going to see if it works. That way nobody's talking over anybody. And nobody else has to mod except for me, so everybody can just chill. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make my... Oh, Jesus Christ. Can I just finish my point real fast? I don't have... This is the point, right? You said that's just a what if. And then I started bringing up other what ifs that are... But let's just stay specific to the point, right? Oh, it's just a what if that it's actually free falling, changing directions perpetually, sustaining a perpetual orbit by free falling while simultaneously changing direction, which cannot be replicated in any lab setting at all to even show that it's physically possible. On the other hand, what I said can 100% be proven with experiment that it is possible. So now if we apply your standard of evidence here of it's just a what if, you lose. But now we're going to move the goalpost to now your what if somehow counts, even though it can't be physically demonstrated, but mine can be, but it doesn't count.
Well, I'd like to address something you said right there, is that it changes direction. The ISS is in a run line path, and there's only if you're going in a great circle and it's not over, directly over the equator, you will eventually do this thing called a rum line, and you'll go all over the Earth like that. So, what do you mean it's changing direction?
Dude, even on the equator, it's changing direction. You notice how the actual point though, where you said it was impossible. Then I demonstrated that it physically is possible, right? And I said no, you could have like a super fluid, it have no viscosity or resistance, and you can move perpetually. So then you don't say, oh well, never mind, it is physically possible. I was wrong. You then move the goalpost to that's just a what if. Then I point out, no, actually claiming that it's free falling, changing direction is equally a what if, only it's worse because you can't physically demonstrate that being a real physical effect. Yet I can demonstrate mine being a real physical effect in a lab. And then we change the subject away from, oh, is it really changing direction? Because never do ballers concede when they're refuted. That's like rule number one.
You said I was lying earlier, and we've really gotten away from that. What did I lie about?
And now you're diverting away from it. So when he said it's just a what if, and I pointed out that you guys have a bigger what if that can't even be physically substantiated, you have to avoid it. You guys can't address that.
I'd like to, but like we keep like shifting every time we start talking. There's another thing to talk about. I really did want to get out what you think I lied about.
Please address this question.
The word backwards. Which one?
See, I didn't say you were lying. I said that the other person has said you must be listening to a different conversation as if to gaslight that I'm insane, making up that the guy is interrupting me. I said that's a lie. You know it's a lie. We all heard this guy interrupt me from the first time I said something. He interrupted me. Then he huffed and puffed through me. Okay.
I didn't realize that's what you were saying was the lie. That's my bad. I misunderstood.
All good, but I just want the point. He said that's just a what if, and I said no. Just a what if is that it's free falling, changing directions perpetually, which that physical mechanism cannot even be demonstrated in reality to be possible. Yet what I said, like electrogravitic propulsion, magnetic levitation, and a superfluid without viscosity, that can all be physically demonstrated to be true. Right. So actually, your claim's way more of a what if.
Okay, I'll address that because the ISS is not in perpetual free fall. It has to, every time it gets a Dragon X booster that docks with it, they actually like burn it for a little bit and push it back out into orbit because it degrades its orbit every single moment there isn't a thruster being pushed on that thing. So over time, its orbit decays lower and lower. It won't free fall forever. That's not the claim. That's not ever been the claim.
Oh, trying to keep up. So you claim that the mechanism of orbit is free falling around a ball while simultaneously changing direction. That is a physical claim that has never been demonstrated. Yes, so it's just a what if.
No, there's a rum line. That's why it changed. And when you say change direction, what do you mean?
It's going around a ball.
Yeah, I know.
Are you kidding?
It's because it's in orbit around the globe. Yeah. How is it changing direction?
Changing direction.
No,
orbit changes direction. Orbits don't change direction.
Orbit.
That's crazy.
What you're saying is it's in an orbit where it has an orbit. Instead of just like saying a word that tries to confuse people. No, because if you say changing direction is an orbit, why wouldn't you just use the word orbit?
Because the point that makes it, you're so lost. Because the point that makes it physically impossible is the simultaneous nature of free fall and change of direction. That's why I said it. That's why you're avoiding it.
I'm not avoiding it. Please explain why something in orbit can't be in free fall.
No, please demonstrate that it's a real thing that can even possibly happen. How about that?
It's special pleading, sir. It's special pleading until you prove it.
Yeah, just beg the question. That's what you did. So that's all you can do. The globe claim is, yes, this is the way that orbits work, that you change direction, but you're not really changing direction, and you're going in a straight path, but it's actually a change of direction in a curved path, and it's actually free falling while it's changing direction at the same time. But the only time that ever happens is on the giant scale with orbits. So just trust my story.
When you say change direction like that,
It doesn't happen in the lab, okay? Like, can you just address that Witzik gives you something that can be demonstrated in a lab and yours can't? That's the simple point. Please address it.
Just all right. Well, show me the thing where it's shown in a lab, and then I'll see how it equates to the conversation we're having. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, man. Okay, no problem. Yeah. Magnetic levitation and superfluid.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's pretty interesting stuff. Absolutely.
What'd you say?
I said it's pretty interesting stuff. Absolutely.
Well, it's just the point is that someone said, how could that even be possible? I then gave it away that it could be possible. And then his response was, that's just a what if. Well, good thing the question was, how could it even be possible? Which is a what if question. And then I gave you a specific thing that can be physically shown to be a real phenomenon. And your claim can't be physically shown, but somehow you guys have the high ground here? Like, what am I missing?
Okay, so, all right. So, can things only be done in a lab from now on? And that's the only way we know them to be true?
No, I'm saying that the mechanism that I suggested is significantly more valid because it can be physically substantiated. So your claim is assumed to be physically impossible until you can substantiate that it is possible.
Interesting. That's an interesting way to do it. To say it's impossible until shown true. I'd probably say I wouldn't know if it's impossible until I've shown it to be impossible. But you're taking the exact opposite route where you say, no. You're guilty until proven innocent.
So you're saying we should blindly believe everything until someone shows that it's impossible?
No, that would be crazy. What I would say is don't put any weight on anything, either a right, a yes, or a no, until you actually know that yes or no has validity.
Well, your claim is contrary to all orbits we see on the Earth. Your claim is contrary to all laws of motion we observe on the Earth. No, everything we observe on the Earth, we do not see objects free falling and changing direction in orbit on the Earth. It is not physically possible.
Show me an orbit on the Earth.
A magnetic levitation. You think we can't make things orbit on the Earth, dude? You can use electrostatics. You can use electrostatics to make things orbit. You can use all kinds of things.
So what is
in order for something to orbit, it has to go around a body. So what do you mean when you say things orbiting on Earth?
Yeah, you can literally use a sewing needle and little bubbles and use electrostatics to make it orbit the needle. You think we can't replicate orbits on the Earth, and that's actually hilarious.
I don't know. I'm just asking you for a demonstration of it, and you're then taking.
I just gave you.
Well, you just said words. That's fine, but I asked you for an orbit on the Earth. I didn't claim you couldn't have them. I'm just wondering what your definition of orbit on the Earth is. And if you're saying it's bubbles going around a needle, I suppose that would be an orbit on the Earth. I didn't tactical want to get into it. So.
I want Tactical to admit that when he said it's a what if, it was ironic because his is way more of a what if because I can physically substantiate my claimed idea, which I'm not even claiming, I'm just saying it's possible because the question was, how would it even be possible? So I'm going to repeat it one more time. When someone says, how would this even be possible? And then I say electrogravitic propulsion or magnetic levitation or a combination of the two in a superfluid that has no viscosity or resistance. And then the guy says, that's just a what if. Well, that's a stupid response, isn't it? Since the question was, how would it even be possible?
But the what if is the mechanism. I can claim any mechanism and say that it's what's happening, and without evidence, that's just a what if. That's the point.
I didn't claim that's what's happening. He asked me, how would it even be possible?
As in reality, as you said, that ISS can be observed. So my whole discussion was so what is it? If you're giving me a mechanism of how could it work, I assume that it is what you think is happening. If you don't
see how he just avoided it? So the question was, how could it even be possible? I gave one way that it could be possible, and then you responded with, oh, it's just a what if. And I claimed I know that's what's happening when it's not what happened. He asked me how would it even be possible, and I provided a way. And then when called out
All
for
right.
that, you then said, "Oh, well, I just assumed you were really making the claim. That's all I'm talking about." Like what?
Well,
You
if
just you guys always do this. You always avoid the actual point.
Who are you guys? You're talking to me, not multiple people.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like it's all tactics. Like you should change your name to just tactics. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to talk to you, and you're now telling me that I'm giving you some tactics to make a conversation derail or something.
That's what you're doing. Yes. Every time that I make the point, I call out exactly what happens. You avoid it with it. Oh, you focused in on the fact that I used a plural pronoun, right? Like whatever tactic you can use to avoid the point. That's what you guys do.
I assumed you made a claim, and I assumed you made the claim, and I was arguing for me thinking you made a claim. So yes, I misunderstood you. How is that a tactic?
Okay. How about this? All right, listen real carefully, right? You guys claim, we'll see if you're going to apply the same standard to you, right? So when you claim, tell me, how is the ISS in orbit? Explain the mechanism.
It has enough speed parallel to the ground that it never falls to the ground.
What's
That's
the mechanism?
Gravity.
Not gravity, acceleration towards a body that it's moving around. Since the body is pulling the ISS in, acceleration, and the ISS is moving forward, it makes an arc. Since it's moving so fast that arc makes a circle, it is now moving around that body which it is accelerating towards in a circle. That's what I would claim.
What's the physical mechanism?
I think I explained it. If you want me to explain it clearer, then ask questions.
I want you to say the physical mechanism.
He just explained how orbits work, like how you achieve an orbit. If you're asking how do rockets work to get you going that fast, I think that's a different question.
Yeah, I don't know how the engineering of a rocket works.
Okay, so hey, can you substantiate the idea that an object can free fall around another object, just constantly missing the ground, and change direction in an orbit doing that?
I don't know, you said that we can demonstrate orbits on Earth, so I guess you made it yourself?
Okay, can you substantiate an object in free fall, orbiting another body, changing direction at the same time, please?
On Earth? No, I would assume no. That requires an orbit to be going around the body.
So that's
I
just
don't
a
think.
what if then, right? So it's just a what if then.
No, if we can send a rocket and it works just the way I told you, it's not a what if anymore. If you're claiming there's a superfluid up there, then I would like you to have some measurements of it, observations, I don't know, anything.
Wow,
Because
that's crazy.
until-
You send rockets up and they orbit the Earth?
No, I don't have access to any rockets, but I know that there's multiple agencies doing it. I've never seen an agency trying to prove that there's a superfluid up there.
Okay, so see now, so you're appealing to the very thing that can't be verified, but this isn't a what if, and it claims anomalous physics that can't be verified on the Earth, but that's not a what if. But I'm bringing up a speculation of something that can be physically verified on the Earth, but that doesn't count.
Do they use
So you have a double standard.
superfluid
Your double standard's been explained.
for your experiment on Earth? Do they use the superfluid like you're talking about?
No, no, it doesn't. Superfluid wouldn't make an orbit. Your claim was how would that even work
to make an orbit?
Your claim was how would that even be possible if there was atmosphere, right? That was your question.
No.
I said that was his question.
I was
It
the one
objectively
asking
was his
question. I was the one asking question, and it wasn't because of the atmosphere or anything.
You're just now responding to Demon Stride and then talking about the question that he asked, which is what I gave the answer to, and then you jumped in.
Because that was me asking the question, it was me you were having a discussion with.
Hey, buddy,
I think he
did
was
Demon Stride
responding
just say something to me and then I was responding to him?
I'll back up.
No. The dude asked me a question, I was responding. Okay, his Demon Stride originally said, "How would that even work in an atmosphere?" Right, because you'd have drag and resistance. I said it could, if at a certain altitude there's something akin to a superfluid, which is hilarious because now mainstream astronomy and astrophysics is saying that dark matter seems to just be a superfluid. And there may be tons of superfluid in space and stuff, which is hilarious. Because you guys aren't up to date with, I guess. But anyway, because you said that they're not looking for superfluid, you're wrong. Actually, that's their most up to date theory as to what dark matter is. But my point is that it wouldn't cause resistance. That was just a rebuttal to the idea of, yes, if there was air, obviously it would cause drag or resistance. But if there's a certain altitude where there's like a superfluid, you would have no resistance. You would have no viscosity. So therefore, you just have a medium that this orbit can take place in. That's separate. That's just the medium. That's separate from the physical mechanism that I invoked, which would be like quantum locking or magnetic levitation or electrical propulsion, or all of them combined. Well, the two combined.
So,
That's interesting. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that was me who you were answering. It wasn't Demonstrate who asked that question. It was me.
No, it was Demonstrate who said, "How would that work in the atmosphere?" It's objective.
I think I answered like probably 20 minutes to go tactical.
But then you just, but then he just asked maybe 2 minutes ago about the superfluid aspect and how it was the test with both of them. So then I responded with no, they're two separate things. I answered your first question with superfluid, and then you're asking for the physical mechanism, and I answered that with quantum locking.
So I'd like to see, it'd be cool if they had an experiment going that showed quantum locking using the superfluid creating an orbit on Earth, right? Like that would be pretty cool. That
Also,
would,
the object which is being quantum locked needs to be a like frozen superconductor. I don't think satellites are made out of superconductors.
Okay, first of all, they're showing that they can actually, it looks like they can achieve superconductivity at ambient room temperatures.
No, they can't. That was debunked. There was a test doing that, and they claimed that they have a ambient temperature superconductor, but that was proven to be false. So no.
Well, how was it proven to be false?
They were given the mechanics of how it was supposed to work. They tried to replicate it. It didn't work.
Yeah. They lied in their thing.
Okay, so supposedly that was the really old claim from years ago. I'm talking about the claim from this year, a couple months ago.
Yeah, that was it. The Chinese, I believe, some scientists claim that they made a superconductor that was able to superconduct in ambient temperature and was made out of like really common materials, which would be very good. But after they were checked if what they claim is true, because that's what you do, they were proven to be false, or their result was proven to be unachievable. So the thing was debunked. What they did was not. They weren't able to recreate it.
Okay, so there are many different ways that an orbit can be attained over a plane. Okay, yours is just a fairy tale that uses special pleading. Can't be replicated at all. Can't even be shown to work other than just assuming it's true, right? I'm showing that quantum locking is a real phenomenon that happens, and it is, and magnetic levitation is real. So is electrogravitic propulsion. So say that there's plasma up there. If there's plasma, that's ionized gas. If the actual conductivity increases as you go higher and higher, they could use electrogravitic propulsion to actually move in a perpetual motion around over top of the Earth. They can also maybe go even higher if there was a superfluid, but they would have no viscosity. But even within the plasma, if you're using electrogravitic propulsion, you would basically have a barrier that would have no viscosity for intended purposes of motion. And that's just a few of the possibilities.
Yeah.
So
those are a lot of possible
exactly
maybes and ifs that I heard along all of that. But I would like to see the demonstration of what you claimed is the real thing. I'd love to see that demonstration.
What's super funny is you guys didn't do anything. You have no physical demonstration. You believe a story from people who claim to send stuff to a vacuum. Then you ask me, how would that even be possible? And then when I am obviously forced to speculate, I don't claim to send rockets to a vacuum. I don't blindly take my brain out of my head and hand it over to authoritative agencies and believe whatever they say. So I obviously have to speculate as to what type of mechanisms would cause it, right?
Sniping at the character while also claiming that we live in fantasy, and then on the other hand saying, if, maybe, and possibly, on all of your explanations isn't fairy tale? Okay.
What's super funny is you didn't actually address the direct refutation of that stupid tactic. So I said, of course I am forced to speculate because of those reasons. and then you just brought up that I speculated again as if it's some type of like refutation of
No.
my position.
It's that you believe it, but without any experimentation. Like that, you believe more than anything else that actually has documentation and data. Like you were forced to speculate on something you would believe more likely without it ever having any evidence that that's the case over things that we actually have evidence for that you're gonna
Wait, what do you mean? There's no evidence that that's the case? What do you mean? So
So
we
show
actually
me,
we have actual precise measurements of an ether drift getting higher with altitude. Whenever you extrapolate the speed of the ISS, it matches that speed.
Show me the calculations.
Okay, I'm driving. I know you've never researched any of this though. So whenever we
Okay,
do the
provide me with the calculations.
when we do the interferometry measurements, right, the propagation rate of the light is variant and it increases with altitude in the
Show me the
direction.
measurements.
Okay, so when I drop the link of all the studies right now, you're going to actually go read them?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you won't though. I guarantee you won't. You won't read them
Okay.
and then come back and respond to them. You 100% will not.
All right, I'll read them too.
It's good to know that you have a future. It's good to know that you have a future prediction skill. That's useful.
Yeah, I can't
Well,
wait
yeah,
to prove
yes,
you
I
wrong
do.
just
That's
by reading it.
because I've dropped this list in here to people like you guys that ask for it.
I'm not
Dozens.
them. I'm not a
Yeah,
group
I know.
of
You're
people.
even
You're
worse.
not
You're even
talking to
worse
a group
for
of people. You're talking to me, one single person. Just because you dropped a link to someone else, I didn't see it because I'm not them.
The guy that hasn't backed up his claim of seeing people from a telescope at the ISS and now is asking for citation after citation.
Yeah, and
I'm
I'm about to give
asking
him a
for
list
one.
of citations.
Okay.
I'm about to give him a list of the tests. But here, let's see. This is where you employ another tactic, guarantee. So hypothetically, if the test I just said actually exists and the propagation rate increases with altitude in the direction that the stuff in the sky moves, then what would be your response?
I don't know. I need to research it first.
See, I told you he'd employ the tactic, right? So that's what they always do.
I want to research the topic before answering a hypothetical.
Yeah, let me respond to that for a second. Let me respond to the tactic.
I was in the middle of
No. Wait a second. It would be like asking me what.
The Globers run the room. What am I thinking?
No, because you just. What even was
Just
that?
ask the question.
You
I was literally in the middle.
You want me to tell you what I would think if the document that you sent me is true. Why is that? Why can I not research it first before answering the question?
Because I'm trying. Am I gonna ever get to respond? Do you think that's okay, guys?
I'll wait. Just don't whine about it.
Okay. So this is the point, because to show that you guys aren't here with good faith and to actually have an intellectual discussion, if I ever ask an intellectually honest hypothetical, you guys cannot answer it. But when you ask me to speculate about a mechanism, I happily oblige. Happily. But you guys don't have good faith. So whenever I say, no, the test have shown this, you guys haven't researched it, so you get to just say, no, show it to me. I'm like, okay, happily, I'll show it to you, just like I do every single time people ask for it. But before we just put the whole conversation on pause, there's the list right there. He just dropped the list for you. But so because of your ignorance, you don't get to control that the conversation can't progress, because now you have to tap out because you're claiming something isn't legitimate, but you're uninformed. Okay, so I asked you if those tests do in fact show that, okay, then what would be your response? If you're going to say no, then just go on mute, because now you're tapping out of the conversation, because that's where the conversation had progressed to.
Well, here's the thing. When I asked about, when the question was asked, what do you think would be your response if we showed you the pictures of, a spacewalk? Immediate response was, I'd want to see the opposite direction. The goalpost moved immediately. When you ask tactical, hold on. I'm trying to respond. When you ask tactical, what would be his response? What did he say? Was it an immediate? No. It was, I don't know. I'd have to read it.
But that wasn't my response to anything. What are you talking about?
You
guys,
you're picking on low-hanging fruit, man. There was a funny response. It was a joke, tongue-in-cheek response about looking back. Winston immediately said, show it to me. Everybody said, show it to me immediately. They gave you respect when you said that.
Yeah, immediately I asked for you to show it to me. That's what's so funny, Demon Stride. You
No, it wasn't.
No, dude.
Immediately the person responding, that's fine. If it, you weren't the one that fucking moved the goalpost, so I don't have to pin it on you, but I can just add you to you guys.
Buddy, I'm the one that responded first, and I said, show it. Drop it right now. Let me see it. I don't believe it exists. And then a couple minutes later, someone said, well, I'd want to see it from the other way around. So, but this was so funny. If you had then said, well, hypothetically, if you saw it, then what would be your take? I would answer the question because I'm intellectually honest. So that's a perfect example. And then you asked me to speculate about a mechanism of orbit. I did that. But when I ask you guys to speculate as to the hypothetical, because you haven't researched it yet, you guys always refuse. No, I'll have to see it first. Because you can't even use your brain to actually think about the information and be honest in the conversation.
All right, well, imagine this. I've got a paper that says you're wrong. What if you read it and it shows that you're wrong? What's your response to that?
Wait, what is it? How is this paper that shows that you're wrong?
No, it's just a hypothetical paper that says which it's wrong. All right, the paper says this. What do you say to that? What say you? This paper says you're wrong. What's your response to that?
That's not what my question was. It's a completely stupid analogy. If I'm in a conversation with you, and then you bring up a claim that refutes my position, and you say that the test has been done, I would say, okay, sure, let me see it. If you then said, okay, I'll grab it for you, but if that test really has been done, what would be your take? I would immediately answer, I do it all the time. I would say, I don't know. I would have to recalibrate and try to understand that from my perspective. I literally say this phrase all the time. I would have to reconsider it, and because that does match what the globe would say. I'm not sure how that would work on the flat Earth, or I would have to think about it.
Jackal said, I don't know. I haven't read it. That's the answer you just gave.
No, but then I asked specifically, what if the light propagation rate actually increases with altitude and the test and measurements do in fact show that? What would be your take on that phenomena? And he said, I have to read it first.
Yeah, I would have to read that too, but I don't know what the take would be.
That's the same answer you just tried to explain. You would not give an answer because you need to research it first because it matches with the opposing model, so you need to think about it, and that's what I did.
Well, no, because that I needed specifics to give you an actual more in-depth answer, obviously. So we're talking about a vague idea of you saying something, Austin's wrong, here's the paper. Whenever it's a specific point, which was there has been evidence that shows there is an ether drift, and then you asked for it, and I explained in detail what the test is, which is that the propagation rate of the light is faster, it's variant in one specific direction consistently, and it increases in that direction with altitude. Okay? What would be your take if that's actually the case? That was the question. If Michelson-Morley's been replicated with extremely higher precision, and it shows that the propagation rate of light increases in one direction and with altitude.
Then I would say, I don't know, and how is that relevant to the ISS, which is not light?
Okay, because it shows that there is a drift, an ether drift in the sky. Okay,
and if that is the case, how is the ether interacting with physical objects, and how would that make them move?
No, it would just be that there's a drift there, so therefore there is a directional bias of even the energy, which goes back to the other part. Which this is against where you're asking me to speculate, but when I do, you won't be able to intellectually respond. So then you'll just say, "Oh, that's just a what if." That's what you're gonna do. But anyway, so that goes back to my other response was, well, the evidence seems to suggest that there's plasma bubbles, and if the density of the plasma increases with altitude, and it thus gets more and more conductive, then you would have a directional bias within that electrical environment. You could utilize this to propel yourself forward perpetually relative to your environment. Also, if you map out the ISS on a plane, it makes like this perfect sacred geometry pattern that matches. It's very similar to the pattern of the planet, and it all fits within a torus field.
Ellipse. It makes an ellipse that's nothing close to the planets.
Yeah, and if you look at the whole entire pattern, it makes the exact geometric pattern of a torus field.
Wow, a circle which you copy and paste on a flat thing looks like a torus. How could that be?
So are you just gonna keep ignoring what I just said? I guess.
What does that torus field look like if you were to put it and map it on a sphere? Do you know what it looks like?
Yeah, of course. I have this side by side. That's another diversion away from what I just said.
No, because you're saying, oh, the sacred geometry, it looks like this and this on this flat Earth, but if you apply it on a globe, it looks like we say it looks, which is an orbit.
Okay, so are you still gonna keep ignoring what I said, or?
And what did you say that I was supposed to rebut?
It's funny how you guys just avoid what's actually said.
Who is you guys? I'm asking you a question. You said that you said that I was ignoring something, so please tell me what I ignored.
Yeah, that you specifically ignored what I said, which is that it matches a torus field geometry.
Yeah, and they replied to that.
You asked me how it would happen or how it would be relevant. I then told you how it would be relevant, and then you said, "Oh, well, this is what it would look like on a sphere." You just avoided it. That's what all you have is tactics.
No, I said that. It sounded just like that too. Oh, it's like totally like on a globe, bro.
Yes, so I did not ignore your thing. You said something about sacred geometry and how the pattern looks, and I replied with, "Okay, if you applied that pattern to a globe, it looks like an orbit." That I didn't ignore what you said. That's not ignoring. That is replying to your information.
No, it is ignoring. You said, "How would that be relevant to the conversation?" I then explained its relevance. Instead of then acknowledging how it's relevant, you then talked about the globe. So yes, you're using tactics.
I was talking about the globe because you provided me with, look, on a flat Earth, it is the sacred geometry, it creates a torus. So if we apply it on a globe, it still creates a torus because, it's moving around the ball.
That's totally irrelevant. That's totally irrelevant, though.
How is that irrelevant if you're bringing up the shape of it in the first place? Then how it looks on a globe is also relevant if we're going to compare two models.
No, it's not relevant. You're asking me how it would happen on a plane Earth. Okay, I then begin to. Yes, you did. That's what.
You went.
Okay, I can't talk to this guy anymore. How about this? If you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna mute you. How about that?
Oh, great! I'm going to be silent.
I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell to speak. I'm not gonna have to raise my voice constantly and speak super fast. And I'm not doing that because I'm not interrupting you.
Because I'm trying to say something. You went on a 5-minute rant about something about ether field, Michelson Morley, light propagation, directional bias, and then you went to the shape of the orbit. So you not only changed the goalpost, you also now is telling me that I'm ignoring you and whatever the fuck. So what are we even doing in this conversation? Are we still
doing nothing? All you use is tactics. You said that. See how you immediately interrupted again? Did you see that part? Did you see how you do it every time?
You listen, come on, man. You have wit of tactic 101 written all over your forehead, man. Come on.
Since I'm only using tactics and you guys are so dominating me in the debate so much, is that why you guys have to interrupt me every time?
I'm not trying to even debate you. I'm not trying to dominate you. I'm trying to answer and ask questions. I'm not debating you. I'm asking you questions. Why cannot we just talk?
Because you keep on interrupting me, probably. So when you said that I was shifting the goalpost, no, you just aren't understanding. So don't worry, I'll explain it to you. So yes, if there's an ether drift, it's a vortex, and that vortex fits within the torus field geometry. They are directly related. There was no shifting the goalpost at all. So now that I've pointed out to you that you weren't actually understanding the relevance, would you like to walk back that I changed the topic and maybe respond to it?
Yeah, you're too slow, tactical. Catch up.
My dad was asking me something. I didn't hear last 20 seconds.
How convenient.
Oh, sorry that I have a life and I have a dad.
It's okay.
I have a life outside of Discord. I'm sorry.
This is like fucking, dude. We don't need this. Nobody wants this. This is not why Geo made this platform, so we could just. My dad can beat up your dad, like.
What? No, I just said that my dad was asking me something. He's making corn, and he wanted to ask me about how long to boil it.
Holy shit, this guy all morning long trying to white knight for every other person other than make a good argument. Dude, just make a good point instead of white knight for all the flat earthers.
Me?
Witsit is driving his car. It's his real life.
Dude,
I'm not really going to tell anything about it. And
once
and my
again, so you're
okay.
saying that you stepped away when I made the response and you didn't hear it, but now it's your turn to then talk about what I am or am not doing in the conversation.
I didn't. I'm just telling you that you're driving a car, so you cannot do certain things, and that's your real life. It's more important than Discord. And my dad asking me something is also a bit more important than Discord. So we're
Okay,
both
fair
having
enough.
something to do with real life. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was okay. Now that we've wasted so much time, I'm going to repeat it again. You said I changed the subject and shifted the goalpost to talking about the geometry. But no, if you actually understood the relevance of it and you kept up with my actual point, you would know that it's directly relevant because the ether drift is a vortex. That vortex is within the torus field. So the torus field geometry would be directly relevant to the path something could take utilizing this ether drift. Do you follow now?
Yes, okay, so now I will ask you a question. So, since we can detect the directional bias, as you said, can we map it on a map or a circle? It doesn't have to be aligned with reality, but just roughly how do you think Earth looks? And make, I don't know, like arrows pointing into where the directional bias is, and then maybe we could check how the path of the ISS looks like.
Okay. So we can take the ISS and just put it on a typical flat projection. It gives you that torus field geometry, but I don't need to have a map or anything for the directional bias of the light. It's the direction that the stuff in the sky moves. The same direction that everything in the sky moves, east to west. When you shoot light in that direction, it goes slightly faster. And when you get closer to the sky, it goes even faster. And it's been done with millimeter wave precision.
Who did this, by the way?
Okay, so
dude named Wayne.
there is a directional bias from east to west, right? That's what you would say.
That's correct.
So why is a path of the ISS an ellipse if the east and west lines on, I guess, the Earth are circles?
Okay, I already addressed.
No. You didn't. You told me about the
All right, I can't
Michelson Morley and whatever geometry, but I'm asking you, since the east and west technically form circles on the flat Earth or whatever that is, why is the east to west bias now making a ellipse out of the ISS trajectory?
So once again, dude, the bias of the light is from. I'm gonna just stop talking to you in a second, just so you know, because I just keep repeating myself. So it's the ether drift, which is a vortex that's within a torus field. Okay, the pattern fits within the geometry of the torus field, not the exact drift, because it's catching maybe like a magnetic flux, like a magnetic field lines inside this torus field or whatever, and it's catching that pattern. The relevance of the light, the directional preference, is that shows us there is in fact an ether drift. And that ether drift is a vortex, just like Sagnac, who discovered the effect, said it was. That's within the torus field, which matches perfectly now. With altitude, you get higher and closer to this celestial influence, and you're going to follow the overall geometry of the torus field. They're two separate points, but they're both related.
Where can I get a map showing how the torus looks? Or is that the trajectory of the ISS?
The torus fields look just like that. That's what it looks like. That's a top-down view of a torus field. It's the same thing.
Yes, I know how a torus looks like, but now you said that the ISS could also be impacted by other forces, so I'm just asking you for the torus field that you claim. Is there any map of this? Because that is the trajectory of the ISS.
No, look, if you were to set something up in a certain direction, but it's within the vortex drift, right? That's going to basically keep it prepared. It's going to propel it forward and forward. If you're being guided by certain electrical pressure or influence from certain directions, or you're following magnetic field lines, that's going to give you your overall path, but you're going to be propelled perpetually, effectively, with the drift. You could go over and over because the drift is pushing you in that direction.
All right, thank you, Toby, for doing something actually. With it, Toby already gave me the torus field. I'm going to check it out.
All right, man. But I'm sorry I got heated, but I don't have long when I'm in here most of the time sometimes, and it's really frustrating. Anyway, so if you want to read the list, if you're actually interested, then I'm sorry for assuming you won't read it. Maybe you will. Who knows? You would surprise me if you do. But there's a list there. It has three boxes around some of the special tests, but they're all relevant. If you redo those, some of them are really short. You're going to see the tests that show this effect. This effect does not work with relativity. It does not work with the assumption of a tilted wobbling spinning ball revolving around the sun with relativity. That it's not supposed to happen, but it's been proven to happen. And in logically speaking, an explanation that could explain it would be you're getting closer to the ether drift. The higher you go, you're getting closer to the sky. The ether drift. It's like swimming with a stream as opposed to across it. That's why the light goes faster in that direction. So I encourage you to look at the test. Because I gotta eat with my daughter and wife.
What?
Later.
And yeah, Gio,
Sorry.
yeah, Gio, I know how the ISS path looks. I just wanted to, get a map of how the torus field looks like in 3D to check what he claims, because Toby sent me 4 images. The first one especially shows that the torus field would make the ISS go from one pole to the other pole, which would be under the Earth. I think that's the way I interpret this image. And the other ones are just showing the trajectory of the ISS or any other satellite and planets and a 3D torus field.
One Geo dropped is actual ISS path. It's below.
Yeah,
what I dropped.
I know it's not the actual. It's the path of the ISS mapped on a flat Earth model. It's also can be mapped on a globe Earth model, but until we figure out which one it is, not any of them are actual.
Yeah, tactical. My dad could beat up your dad, so we'll have that fight here on Geo's server, whether he wants it or not. I don't care that Geo didn't make this place for dad fights, but fuck it, we're doing it.
No, dude, that's the thing. Like, we're all down. From my understanding, Geo's totally down to have the argumentative style back and forth. But part of the moderation here is to have a good balance. And if the entire room is being dominated by 2 or 3 or 4 people that are all incredibly heated, getting kind of like sassy with each other, something that makes for great listening. I would say that type of interaction is only good, for key climactic moments, not for 2 hours straight. That's just insane.
I was just commenting that the guy piping in was not helping and kind of getting things wrong. So I made a joke that my dad was like his dad.
No, that was me that piped in. I was trying to explain.
That was okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I was just trying to say, guys, like it doesn't need to be this mudslinging. Like, and we could really come down to the meat of the issue if we weren't constantly having to revise about. Well, you said this and I said that, and I'm sorry I wasn't here. And it's like, whoa, that's it's just.
Oh yeah,
It was it was one instance where I didn't hear his argument because real life.
I think he was saying it was both sides that were doing. There was like too much trying to explain myself for me having to mute or farting on the microphone, and instead of complaining and going him hawing back and forth over that, just get to the meat of the argument.
Yeah, that should be what we were doing, but we didn't.
Well, that's
do that.
kind of what that's how I see moderation being. It's like you're there to help people not get so emotional so that they don't have to defend themselves from ad homs. That's my job, to defend you guys from other people's ad homs on either side. And it's fucking hard sometimes, you guys. You don't make it easy. But I love the challenge.
That's why I think we should have moderation. Not we, because I'm not even in moderation here. But you guys should have moderation from both sides, and majority of moderation here is just from one side. So I feel like there is a bias. I'm not saying I see it, but
this isn't the time. We're not going into biased moderation, this, that, or the other.
Sorry for bringing up a topic, I guess.
Can we get real?
That was my bad.
Demon, can we get real? Demon is here to stir the pot. He's here to have a fair conversation. He likes to have a shit show because he's trying to cash in on Flat Earth. Now, we're not against it. I just want to call it out for what it is. He needs a shit show for his Flat Earth is Dead channel to have action. Now, let's just honestly admit that, Demon Squat. You have Squat, and you need us. You need us.
Oh, man.
So
Here's the thing.
play
Here's the
fair,
thing, Dan.
play fair, because flat
Dan.
earthers are fair people, and they're not selfish and looking for money like you are. So forgive us if we're honest. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thanks for that snipe, Dan. No, Dan's got a point. I'm an entertainer. The medicinal mass media shit is entertainment. Whether or not Flat Earth stays around, isn't part of the medicinal mass media site. Like I've been doing podcasts and all sorts of shit, comedy, and Flat Earth is just one of the venues that I find very entertaining to have conversations, and it's very enlightening too. The fact that people make money on this, I don't think anyone should be pointed out like, oh, they're doing it for money, or oh, you got, God forbid you made $1, Dan. I would hate for somebody to be like, he's not a real flat earther because he accepted $1. Like that'd be kind of ridiculous.
Well, if your primary interest is in making money, it's pretty different than having someone give you $1.
Oh,
Dan,
my primary interest
hold on.
is not dying.
I'm gonna squash this right now. Regardless of whether he's making money or not, if his claim that flat Earth is dead was actually true, he'd make $0. It's not a big deal. I want everyone to make money. I want everyone to be happy. It's not a big deal.
I said it's okay. It's just that he's not coming from a point of integrity. He's coming from a point of entertainment.
I mean,
he said it. It's a big difference.
Dan, when have I ever not been honest? When have I never not been honest with you or anyone else? I joke. I make jokes or whatever, but when have I ever not been honest?
When you told me to come on and go over something, this talk in particular, and you let Sean G beat the crap out of me with his mute button and shit.
Well,
so that
Dan,
was just last week.
I did want to set something up, but my schedule, like I'm talking to you about work right now.
You said to me, come on tomorrow.
That's
and
fine.
talk
No, I
about
don't think I said tomorrow. If I said tomorrow, I didn't get a chance to set anything up. So you can be upset that I'm busy. I know. Yeah.
Just everyone know the difference between an honest talk and a shit show. And Demon
It's
needs
all right.
a shit show, and we're okay with that. But it is a shit
I think
show.
we can
and
move.
Gio doesn't do that. Yeah. Okay.
I think
This
we can
isn't
move
even really about.
I think we can move the conversation along, Dan. I'm sure Demon Stride's server is moderated as fairly as possible, but we can continue forward with the conversation. So,
I can ease your mind, though. I've not made a single dollar since 2015 when I started paying for my website and buying equipment and doing all sorts of production stuff. I've
it's all
not
right,
made
dude.
one single dollar.
You don't need to defend yourself, man. It's not a big
I
deal.
just want to
We're
put that
not
out
here
there.
for entertainment, though. We're not here for entertainment.
This is a
We're here.
passion of mine. Okay.
All right. You just had one moderator. Now you have another moderator saying the subject is being changed. Can we let's respect it? Sorry to shut it down so hard, but that's what's happening.
We're not here for entertainment.
Move along.
Yeah, Demon, if you pay Dan, he'll go. He'll go over there. Just pay him. Pretty simple.
Yeah. I was gonna start doing that once the debate started getting bigger.
Yeah, Sean G is part of the reason I left your server too, man. But like the over moderation. But I'm just,
Who's speaking right now?
little like
Napalm?
constructive. No.
What? Well, who is it? I can't see. I don't remember your voice. It sounds like either Dyslo or Napalm.
That is not napalm.
The dielectric acceleration.
No tank. Gotcha. There we go.
Napalm sounds like everybody, apparently.
I'm
like
every
Wissy.
man.
Just like Wissy.
I'm every man, Andy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sad you left the server, but people have their own reasons.
No, that's.
No, dude,
I mean, I can understand why you thought No Tank's sentiment about leaving your server was me, but that's not the case. So, anyways, Andy, were you here that night when I was called Whitson?
Yeah.
Whitson and I were called the same person.
Yeah, I keep making a little in joke on it every now and again because it just makes me chuckle. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
there's that
anyway.
one guy on 24/7 that sounds like Napalm. There's a one legitimate guy.
Oh yeah, there's one that
Yeah.
sounds the spit image. Yeah, it sounds. Yeah, spitting a
I've
bit.
actually heard that guy. I haven't actually had a conversation with that guy, but I did hear him talking one time in 24/7 when I was doing some work with some noise canceling headphones on, right, listening to the Bluetooth. I'm sitting there doing work, and I hear this dude talking on 24/7. I'm like, wait, is this a recording? Do they have the music bot on? I don't remember saying these things. And then I was like, oh, that's not me. That's somebody else that sounds exactly like me. Like, it was freaky. It was almost like seeing somebody that looks exactly like you. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, I heard him arguing with Witsy, and I was like, oh shit, what's going on here? Why is Napalm arguing with Witsy? This is weird. What's happening?
So you're saying they had a beautiful voice, huh, Napalm?
I guess. Yeah, a voice only a mother could love.
Anyway, I was
That's
thinking,
all
if
right.
anybody... Sorry, go on.
You're good, Andy. Go ahead.
Well, I only just came in when the French cat was talking about the ISS, and I heard him say it's accelerating towards the, how orbits work, basically. And it just, it's funny to think of, isn't it? If anybody wants to help me out with this, because I'm terrible with, laws of motion and stuff like that. But
Was
it's
he going
funny to...
over the ISS Coriolis effect of the ISS?
Well, it's funny to think that this thing's in a constant state of acceleration. And I was thinking of sort of the Vomit Comet as well, because, they don't just fly up and hit the ceiling, do they? They sort of just end up in this weightless state. But then I was thinking, well, it changes direction, although... Does it though? Because they say is this where they say it's a geodesic or something like that, and it goes in a straight line? Because I was thinking if it changes direction, they'd just be all flown to one side of the ISS, but that doesn't happen, does it? Is Tactical French Cat still there?
Yeah. Does the ISS French cat? Does the ISS account for Coriolis or?
Well, I weren't thinking about Coriolis. I was thinking about acceleration, basically, and a change in direction.
Extremis is like he's like a Coriolis expert. But yeah, you have I think they're kind of interconnected, Andy. I think it's a good point because there's no. They don't have like booster rockets that they're always employing to adjust for the Coriolis, right? And so they're in a geodesic straight line. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good.
Well, I don't know because I'm not very good. I'm terrible with this kind of stuff. So I just know that if and I'm sure we can't equate the same things together, but I know that if I'm in the back of a van and somebody turns, it flies me over to the other side of the van, doesn't it? And that's considered acceleration, apparently. So I wondered that because this is probably different, though, isn't it? This is where the globe would say it's proper acceleration, and it's falling, so it's different. Is that right, or?
We need a French cat. You got to speak up, or maybe Extremis, who's like I said, I think he's the expert. I don't remember. They're both pretty good.
I thought the explanation was it's falling, but it's falling too fast, so it misses, something like that.
Unless
right, yeah, no,
is on.
I got
that.
Deafened,
like he always is.
What's your new name, Nedify? Ned, I'll just call you Ned. Yeah, I got that bit, Ned. I don't you think it's funny though that it's you'd think to yourself that when it's hurtling around that they'd all get stuck to one side of the thing. I don't know, but I suppose this is where they say it's actually a curved path, but it's straight. It's a straight curved path. That's where I get a bit confused, I think.
It's called a vomit comet. What are these people doing up there? How are they going to the bathroom and stuff?
But yeah, but in the Vomit Comet, they don't just fly to the ceiling, do they? They don't get stuck to the ceiling. They just end up in this weightless situation. So, yeah, I don't know. That's why I said if anybody's knows more about it than me. Please help me out with it.
Yo,
Yeah,
Ned, I got something for you.
He's got something for you, Ned.
I'm gonna post it in text.
I was watching this this band. I don't even remember the name of the band, but they were not really watching the band, but people were saying, look, they performed apparently on a in free fall on a Vomit Comet, right? But it seemed to be all one song. I don't know, they clipped it together, but it seems that they did clipped segments longer than typically, theorized. That people said they could do. Seems like they're doing longer than these short segments that we're told they can only perform. It'd probably be pretty easy to look up, like the band that free falled from a jet during their music video.
Napalm, that's fucking fantastically. Fucking, that's me.
Isn't that the best ever?
You're probably talking about a band who makes these like every music video they make is awesome. I think it's called OK Go, not the song but the band. They're the one who did that treadmill YouTube music video back in like 2006. The Here We Go Again treadmill music video.
Yeah, you're right, man. Same band. Okay, go.
Speaking of bands, Ned, I've got a friend flying in town this coming, well, not this weekend, but next weekend, to go to a NoFX show, and I sent him that meme. I was like, "You ready for next weekend?"
No, you going as well?
Yeah.
Oh, sick, man.
Yeah, I guess this is the last year they're touring as a band, so might as
Where,
well.
where's the show at?
It was originally supposed to be in St. Pete, and then they moved it to Orlando. So
Oh, shit.
Orlando. Yeah.
Fat
You ever
Mike
been?
at his fattest.
You ever been to a Pennywise show?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was good fun.
I was at a Warped Tour where Pennywise basically started a riot at Warped Tour in St. Louis. A whole bunch of shit got damaged. Had to fight some security guards. It was crazy. Yeah.
It sounds about right. Yeah, every show I've gone to, it's just been freaking an epic mosh pit and just chaos. A lot of fun
Yeah.
though.
I love Pennywise. I picked up Full Circle on vinyl this past year.
You ever heard of Strung Out, the original Strung Out?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a local band to me. I got a good friend that's played with them for many years.
Yeah. I've seen him live. Seen him for sure. Yeah, we got a local guy that plays. So you're familiar with the Descendants, right? And then the Descendants kind of spawned All.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the lead singer from All started a band. Why am I drawing a blank on it right now? Holy shit.
You like
How
Holy or
exciting. I've
Lagwagon?
never heard anyone talk about the Descendants in real life. That's funny.
Really? Do you know the Descendants? The band? Yeah.
Here, in my van. Of course I do.
Nice. Yeah, that's my shit. But
I'm going to turn dining back into eating. Not them too.
we've got some decent local bands here. Yeah. Anyways. But it's funny going to punk rock shows now because it's like, oh yeah, we're all old. It's not just me.
Oh yeah, that must be a trip.
Oh yeah.
Do you see second generation like you do with Deadheads? Do you see second generation punks?
Yeah, I mean, last Bad Religion show I went to, the guy behind me was bringing his son to his first concert, which was pretty cool. And it was Bad Religion.
At least they're fucking intellectual, man. You know what I mean? Give that guy credit.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. He's very intelligent. He was a professor for a while. I mean, I don't agree with his politics per se, but he's an intelligent
But the
individual.
whole thing is about him delivering his message. Good for him, you know?
Yep.
I maintain against the grain. That's my theme song. So I was talking about going against the grain, how stupid it looks, and why they call us stupid, because of course we're going against the grain. And I tried to describe how going backwards to find, let's say, where you made a wrong turn. Let's say society is based on money and war, and it sucks ass. Did we make a wrong turn? Going backwards is not as stupid as it seems. Scientifically, it's actually terrific to go find out where we may or may not have had turns and took turns. You know, it's actually brilliant. And it seems so backwards, but it's really what we're doing is trying to find history, find out where in history we did have choices and what we may have done to change.
Is it? Yeah, is Against the Grain an album? That's an album, right?
Yeah, and a song, both.
And a song. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's actually the only album I really know all the way through of theirs. Yeah. The rest of their songs seem to run together because I don't give it enough attention. You know, but at least you could hear what he says, you know. Most
I mean,
bands
I
you
like
can't fucking-
No Control. It's one of their earlier albums, right? But it's quick, it's fast. They started slowing it down later, but
going backwards, the Descendants message also had a message, but it was really different. It was more like me in a personal struggle, not in a political struggle. You know?
Yeah, it was a very I'm
I
an
stand out. I'm original.
I'm an introverted nerd kind of thing. Just like funny, silly humor, joking around. Yeah, I saw them.
They say
live
it's
a couple
really
times,
hard.
too.
They say it's really hard to be the dude in Weezer because he keeps having to write about high school shit, and he's so far away from it. But his songs are about, you know, high school girls and shit.
Yeah.
I got my hash pipe.
That song's still badass. Fuck everything.
See, that's the exact reason why I couldn't remember the band Down by Law when I had a brain fart earlier because of the hash pipe. I'll just play it.
Just the old
does
man
that
memory.
song? Toadie's Possum Kingdom. Do you guys know that?
Oh yeah.
It's a song that should be called anything but Possum Kingdom, right? It should be called, you know, Around the Lake. It should be called Be My Angel. You know, it should be called anything but Possum Kingdom. And I didn't see the video till later on, and I really thought of it as a love song. You know, and it's weird to see the video and the
I don't
depiction
know
of
if
what
I've
the
ever seen the video. Oh, by the
totally
way,
about
Ned, I picked up a Jason Lee reissue when they did the whole spoof on Powell, so it's Jason Lee's Tony Hawk spoof.
You son of a bitch, the dodo.
Yes, the dodo. Exactly. Don't tell Pete Shea though. I'll never hear the end of it. Sorry. I didn't mean to change the live stream to skateboarding and music.
I'll tell you, I don't see enough skater chicks in my life. I just think they're all really attractive. It's such a tough thing to be as a chick, you know?
Yeah. Well, that whole scene has totally kind of changed from when I was growing up and in it. There used to be chicks that were just kind of around the scene to be around the scene, and they were cool chicks. And yeah, I don't know. Now it's way more of a sport nowadays than it was kind of a lifestyle back in the day, I think.
Now you got Yuto Horigami's friends, dude. They're crazy. The girls that can skateboard better than you.
Oh, there's a ton that can skateboard better than me, especially now.
People's dogs can skateboard better than me these days.
Incarnation 613, please elaborate on your question. Listen to this question. Bring me in chat. Which data did they use to get their elevation? What does that even mean? How high are we? You mean the same height every observation has been from that point in the Salton Sea? I'm sorry. It's still 18 feet. I'm sure they say it. I'm sure they're using a hydro level in front of you and explaining it. I'm sure I gave you a video. But it says here, I watched it twice. He won't admit what it contains. It doesn't say or show which datum they used to set their elevation. What kind of question is that? What datum did they use to set their elevation? Okay, I'm going to answer it simply. We stood on the road. Then we used a tripod and assumed it was about 18 feet. You're retarded.
So was the road datum then?
I don't know what they imagine using the word datum in this case. Like the guy is trying to communicate. What datum? I don't know, man. Me
I've used the
datum,
term
good looking woman. Me datum, Tarzan's wife. I don't know.
I've used the term datum before. I mean, that's
Well,
so that
can
would
you-
be like. Go ahead.
What does he mean by a set elevation then? Used to set their elevation. Set your elevation. I stood there with a tripod.
Do you-
I don't know how
do
to
you-
answer that.
Are you going to flip flop, Dan?
You should know. You're the monitor.
You're going to go back to the ball? Like, honestly, man, what are you doing? Fucking hell.
Another projector. So, Merle, I got some good concession out of these guys the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did you say Merle?
Oh, that's Merle.
No way. What's up, Merle?
Hello. How are you, man?
Do you even know where you freaking are right now, Merle? What's up?
No,
man?
he's totally medicated when he
'Cause
sounds
I know a lot
like
of
this.
I don't care what he is, dude. I'm just happy to hear him. I love you, Merle.
Loves Merle. They just don't understand why he turns on them all the time. It's like he just
I don't
rolls
know,
over and
man.
attacks the person in bed with him.
No.
It's crazy.
No.
Are you sleepwalking, Merle? Is it a reaction to sleep?
That's normal though, right? Anyway, I mean, so when you debate this subject, right? Is that fun? Is it exciting?
An honest rivalry, like a challenge, like a game, like we were shooting, or
Well, how do you approach it? Do you approach it seriously or like it's a bit of a
challenge, an honest, competition, win or lose. It's got an even a lot, and of course, cheating is often. It just turns out, and I'll give you guys a great example. It's a great time to mention this, Merle. Kick my ass. And what's going on is that I'm playing a game of skill with like actual fact, where he's allowed to put up face, and it's part of that game. In other words, in the game of poker, you're allowed to bluff. I don't have that luxury in my game, so I'm not experienced at his game, and his game includes a bluff. That's why he wins.
Do you think a baller could defeat you?
Well, no, I just went through this. I don't know if you watched. I just sat with two professors, and
No,
they
but
absolutely
do you,
are
do
so.
you, do you feel undefeatable in your flat Earth knowledge?
No. As a matter of fact, I could easily be taking the flat Earth platform further than it extends. Like to flat Earth all the way to say it's geographically flat, and to discount space is very difficult. Flat Earth is still a great issue and a great attention getter and a great problem, in terms of where we're headed and where we came from and who we are. It's still a great issue, It's exciting to talk about.
Do you think that's sort of where it sort of like say it starts at flat Earth, and then you might somewhere along the line you end up somewhere else, right? But I think where a lot of people are arriving is the whole story we've been told doesn't seem like it's true, right? It's not just about the shape of the Earth, is it? So
Right, and I'm not religious, so I don't cling to any of those books. So I still don't have a storyline for me to hang on to.
yeah, it's like we've got a creation story, but it just doesn't resonate. I can't explain it. It's like it's light on details with the important stuff, but what we actually are. Like how can we come and like you've heard this argument a million times. If there isn't any intelligence higher than ours, right? What do we come from then? See? Like there'd have to be something smarter than us somewhere. Doesn't that make sense? Is that logical?
No, imagine a robot society that decides in this point in their history to biologically make people. Sort of exactly opposite of what we're doing. So imagine them being worried that people may have a mind of their own because they remember they're to do stuff. But imagine if we were a long time ago and do have a mind of our own, sort of. We're easily led about, but it seems, some ways we have, not sure the story was really written with the Bible, but more than ever, it seems so, that there is an end and that it's common. And I think the sheds and know that shit comes from the sky and wipes us out all the time. I mean, it just seems to have always happened. I tend to think that there's a chance that we're on a 26,000 year cycle with the zodiac, and that through that 13,000 years that there's a problem. No one else thinks about that cycle but me. But I looked up words 13,000 years ago, and sure enough, 12,900 years ago, there was a major melt-off called Younger Dryas. So I don't know if it's just a coincidence or not, but I tend to think that could be a pattern. If it's not a sky pattern, it would be a magnetic pattern. No, if it isn't a sky event, it would be a magnetic pattern. But clearly we get wiped out. So Merle, let me ask you. If I asked you for what datum you used to set your elevation, would you know what that meant? Merle, what datum did you use to set? I see you standing on the road with a tripod at a known location that's never moved or anything.
Yeah.
Is he asking for the
screws? What kind of
GPS
screws?
coordinates?
What kind
No,
of
the answer
screws
to
are
that
in
question
your
would be the
calculator?
street. It'd be the street in your case if you're standing on the street.
Yeah, it's like the same one for all these observations. It's Capri Road at the Salton Sea. Boy's confused. So anyway, yeah, that's how I would get my datum to set my elevation. I would use the words of the name of the street. Good one. I didn't know that's what he was asking. Thanks.
Well, they
I'll
they
type it in.
usually put some kind of like a post, or sometimes it's like a symbol, like on the road, like a drain. The datum point.
So the datum for elevation, if you're just talking elevation, like right now, my elevation is 56 feet above sea level, right? So the datum for elevation, when it's referring to the surface of the earth, the datum would be mean sea level. Mean sea level is the datum that they use.
What are those points like where they it's like for trigger, like for triangulation. It's not like a, is it a datum? I'm sure it's a datum point. Maybe it's,
It's been so long since you've had anything near a date. It's hard to tell, huh?
no, it's thinking about this kind of land surveying and what the actual terminology is. It's quite dry, really, isn't it? I just can't think of it. Starts with D, I'm sure.
So, everyone, listen. I been contacted by Walter Bislin, and Walter Bislin says, "Quote: Gradient, temperature gradient. It is worthless to measure pressure and absolute temperature. Their influence on refraction is minute." What he's emphasizing is that the only thing that really causes refraction, which is a difference within the beam of a dramatic change, what they call a gradient, it's got to be fairly dramatic to have an angle, to create any distance. It's actually a delay in time. It's a delay that affecting the speed of light, they're saying, within this distance. So it's funny what their refraction really is literally slicing into the beam with something dramatic enough to do so. And that would generally be, let's say, hot asphalt, then the sun goes down. And now you have a cool breeze, so you have a difference in one direction or the other. Shit, phone's ringing.
If you guys look in the chat, this is what I was talking about. Geodetic. It's like a datum point on the ground. Is that what you were talking about? Oh, he's muted. Doesn't.
That's for geodetic surveying point, right? Is that what you're talking about? Bro?
Yeah. Yeah, I just couldn't remember. Because sometimes they're like on a little, it's like a concrete sort of little slab tower thing, too. It's a
Yeah.
way. It's a way to triangulate, right?
It's a benchmark for elevation, I think. Typically, when they were doing that surveying, they were trying to do some sort of triangulations, like long distance triangulations.
Yeah. I think if you're standing at one of those points, you're definitely at a, like, I don't know, what, for want of a better level, right? You're level on the land.
Yeah, it's like it's a benchmark, meaning I think it's a known like
Node.
elevation and geographic point, right? So if you were,
Yeah.
so you can base your survey off of known benchmarks.
Right. Exactly. And that's why they've almost got the seal.
Yeah, but in that survey, the datum would be what they consider mean sea level. So everything's technically measured rise over run from a mean sea level, with the assumption of mean sea level being horizontal or flat, and then it with the geodetic side of it, then it's calculated into a sphere.
Add the maths later.
Yep.
Like some herbs and spices. I mean, it does go against, if you think about it logically, the surface of water can't hold a shape, you know? Just doesn't have the ability to do that, like to press pause. I guess if you froze it, like, but while it's a liquid, you know, it'll collapse.
I mean, they use what they call mean sea level because it's an average sea level height, right? So any of your benchmark, like those are in the U.S., those survey benchmarks. So any of those benchmarks would be a known elevation rise over run from a mean sea level, so an average. So you'd be within roughly a few feet elevation of the ocean at any point in its tide. So say that one's like 1,500 feet. It's 1,500 feet above the ocean level at any point in time, give or take a couple feet.
Have you heard what someone in Scotland saying about the Earth at the moment?
Are you talking about a certain man in shit?
Yeah. Have you guys like talked about it?
Talked about what?
The potentiality that the Earth is in motion.
Yeah, Andy's here talking about the Earth going up. I don't know about the Dell.
Oh yeah. We've had that conversation. I think I have a pretty good refutation of it, because if it is moving upwards and you're using what they call gravity or the gravitational constant as the constant acceleration, it'd be incorrect, because we do see variations in that gravitational constant depending on where you're at on Earth. So if Earth was simultaneously moving upward at 9.8 meters per second squared altogether, you wouldn't see variations in the different, at any point on the surface. You wouldn't see any variation in that acceleration. But we do.
Fluctuations in something.
Fluctuations in the gravitational constant or the the measured agreed upon average downward acceleration.
Yeah.
That we call gravity.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's some Einstein stuff. That's what Einstein claims. It's that the Earth is moving upwards.
Not moving.
Accelerating upwards.
There you go. You're closer now.
I didn't mean to summons you, Zanuck.
Well, when you make an error, I'll be there to help with a net.
Like, it's interesting how how there's like, say, a logical pathway. If that's backed with something like practical, right? That's a good thing because you've got a reference point, and so if when you drop or let go of a container with water and air in it, and if that falls or appears to fall right through the air to the ground, and there's no displacement in the liquid or the gas, that kind of suggests that there's no acceleration down towards the Earth. This is sort of what's in contention now. It's sort of like, if it's not accelerating down, then what's happening? And if it's static, if it's stationary, so it's sort of, we've got to that point, it feels. I think we're going to get to the point like where we have a breakthrough with what is actually happening. Feels like
moving.
some people have already probably think they've got it in the bag, they know what's up. That's fine.
Like a skydiver, when it's skydiver's just hanging out there, like checking his altitude and having his hands out. He looks at his buddy next to him, and they're doing those little.
No fucking way you preempted me, Zanuck. No fucking way, dude.
That's what I do. That's my job. That is my job.
Vibes, dude. I'm closing the video game. I can't close it fast enough to talk about you. And I was talking about you last night, and you fucking beat me to Zanuck. Zanuck, if you're fucking free falling just because your little device doesn't have any forces that you talking about, you don't get to say that there's no forces acting on you. Go ahead and try and say there's no forces acting on you to this whole room for 1,000th day in a row, Zanuck. Go ahead. We all know you're gonna say it. I really wanted to talk before you started talking about you.
I'm going to talk. Hey, I'm talking to Are You a Mainstream? And I'm not going to say you are free falling, because I was talking about a skydiver checking his altitude, looking at his buddy. They're doing those little maneuvers while they're skydiving before they pull their chute. They're not accelerating. They're not free falling either.
Well, you've pretty much got three.
But they are.
No, they're not. They're going at a constant terminal velocity, which is 140 miles an hour, and because of the fact that their drag equals their weight.
Well, maybe you got three options. Let's narrow it down to three, right? Let's go. You're in free fall. We're in free fall, right? We're stationary, or we're moving up.
Okay, so relativity has extensions out to, just very simple positions, relative positions of objects. So what is moving with respect to something else, and over time, how does that movement change? You have to explain to me that way. Otherwise, it's all just gobbledygook, because you don't really say much by just saying, I have, I'm free falling with respect to what? How fast am I going? Am I changing directions? Am I accelerating? Am I, what do you actually ask?
That's pretty much the mainstream model as far as I'm aware. Heliocentrism.
So we're going to say movement with respect to the ground, and we're
motion.
Falling. What?
Motion around a central light.
Oh, okay. So we're not talking about movement to the ground.
Not motion or movement, but respect. There has to be respect. If there's not respect, we got no conversation here. Sorry.
With respect to the sun, he's saying.
Yeah, it's all about the sun.
Okay. So we're now going to talk about all motion with respect to the sun. Okay.
Yeah. And then the other one is we're stationary, we're pivotal, grand central, and the whole sky, sun and moon, stars and planets, wandering stars, and all of it revolves around us.
Okay.
Center. In this system, anyway.
So kinematically, you're talking about those motions.
Yeah. And now this last one, it's new for me too, so bear with me. This last one, we're all moving up, and the whole system moves together in unison.
Oh, that's like Flat Earth Society stuff?
Well,
into where? Where are we going?
I think he's talking about the acceleration, like the ground going up.
Okay. If where we were going, where were we when we were stationary?
Yeah.
Where did we arrive?
Yeah.
At the bottom of the universe.
Yep. With the shellfish of the universe.
Well, no, where did we arrive if we were stationary? And if we're in free fall, where are we falling to?
Wherever in free fall, we're
Xanax. Word is bond. Magic on life, dude. When he was talking, it was compelling me to go, oh yeah, and then Xanax gonna tell you no forces when you're free falling. I gotta close the game. I'm telling myself, yeah, I was talking about Xanax after he left when he wasn't here again last night. Damn, I'm about to come talk about him again when he's not here. I'm closing, and you fucking open the mic, and he fucking conjured you, and he conjured your spirit in me before you even opened the mic. This word is my magic on life, bro. I promise you. Okay. It might have been a different topic, whatever, but regardless, bro, that was a point. Whatever he was saying, for whatever reason, I'm like, this is a point where Zane gonna come in and talk about these fucking magical forces. I'm like, here it comes. But we ended up with Merle talking about magical forces. Merle, who gives a fuck about that crazy thing that they want? Who cares, bro? When we got to worry about the map, we got to worry about the map first. The map first,
The
though.
map. Why? That's what the ballers want. So you're jumping through their hoops.
All right, if you speak for them, I didn't know you was their representative.
They've,
I don't know. You got them sussed out. You got them sussed out.
who in the flat Earth or whatever the thing is, right? The resistance. Who's asking for a map out here?
Me.
Why? What are you gonna do with it?
I want a map of the moon too. When they approach it, when they all that. Leave it, go around.
What's
I want
the main objective in having it?
And knowledge is power.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Reading is good.
You want to know how the system works, eh?
I want a starting point.
That's fair enough. I think that's reasonable. Good on you, Don. Someone's got to have a blueprint, don't they?
They don't probe enough for me, man. They don't probe enough in space for me. They don't show it enough. More money for space.
I mean, you've got to check yourself with this though, right? Sometimes, because most people do think everything's sort of what they've been told, right? And then we're like breaking it apart, and if we can figure out that a lot of it's bullshit. See, I mean, listen to his ringtone. Where are we?
It's like the Wild West.
1992. We're in 1992. That's where we are.
How you doing? Arguing with goofballs.
Yeah, hey, your hot mic in. Hold on a second.
No, let him go. Let him go. Let's hear it. I want to hear the conversation. Let him talk.
No, dude. I don't care who it is. We don't just allow hot mics. People don't realize they're hot micing.
Yeah,
Come on.
unless it's like for fun.
I don't know. You had an interesting conversation one time. We were trying to move you to the fucking hot mic room, and I don't know. You were getting some guidance.
What was I talking about?
Upper management was telling you how to operate and conduct yourself in Discord. Okay.
For management.
Your handler.
Sounds important.
Yeah, and even then, we still tried to talk over it and fucking move you. Okay, it's just what we do.
And your Chelsea handlers were so loud.
Xanax. What's up, boss?
Well, Don, Can I just say one thing? I mean, I know it makes people a little bit uncomfortable, but I guess reality's like that sometimes, right? Like, what if it was, eh? And everybody's going, oh, Dell's crazy. He's just a Scottish idiot. What if he's not? What if he's right?
Well, he would be in line with Einstein, so he really wouldn't be saying much, right? That's basically that is the mainstream narrative.
Mm-hmm. And what if? I mean, they've told us some strange things, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, maybe it's up to one of us to figure it out. Like maybe Don thinks it's the map. Maybe then the bonus round happens. But maybe this is a test, and it does have an answer potentially.
Yeah, I mean,
Just putting it out there.
What's the answer? 42, 72? I can't
Well,
remember.
if we figure it out, maybe we then are allowed to go to wherever the next place is.
Yeah, it's just 42.
It was 42, right? That's
I'm
the
sure.
answer.
I find it hard to believe wherever we are is all there is in existence.
Yeah.
I mean, how could that be?
Well, it depends on how you define existence, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Talking about Discord.
Physical, biological life forms walking around on a big basin plane in a big void with stars and shit.
Yeah.
What?
Looking for a good time.
It's definitely a test, huh?
Has to be. How can this be real?
This is a test of the emergency broadcast system.
What will they do with life?
What is the meaning of life?
I mean, I think if we knew more about it, we'd do more with it, wouldn't we?
I think if we knew more about it, we wouldn't have the desire to do more about it.
Right. So it's good it's mysterious in a way, then.
Maybe.
Mm.
Some people say that God or the creator is just kind of it's playing a trick on himself in a situation.
Sure. I'm doing my best to enjoy it as best I can now. Yeah, I'm coming back to that. It's been pretty.
Yeah.
It's been pretty heavy. Like I kind of went into I guess the worst case scenario in a way, and I think it's avoidable. I just this situation's just beyond sometimes, and so I just think if we can learn how to take care of ourselves, then we'd have a chance of taking care of each other. But we do have to learn how to take care of ourselves first, I think. It's important. And you know, I think we can. Like, we're good. A lot of us. Most of us.
Yeah, I agree. I think the vast majority are good, despite what the media might tell you.
Yeah. So, Merle, are you kind of saying, like, at the end of Rocky 4, Rocky was said, like, if I can change and you can change, maybe we can change?
And then it's like, I guess, what do we want to change? And I just think we're living in someone else's version of reality, it feels like, more and more, the older I get. It's pretty corporate. So, but at the same time, I'm just trying to make the best of it. I know it sucks. I know there's parts of all this that are just too much. But there's other things that they'll never get. What's inside us, they can't touch that still. It's
Yo.
yours. It's yours.
You said you was gonna say one thing, but that's fine. But I want to highlight something. But get better food, man. Just keep finding the awesome food, and but isn't that what's weird too? The stuff that's like really good tasting and shit, like oh it's bad, it'll fuck you up more, like Skittles. You know, like I want cake and candy and carbs and all that shit.
Yeah, get that
You know
piss.
what I mean? I'm saying though, ain't that fucked up, man? And then it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's got to be some sort of balance. There's some weird shit, man. The tensions of comfortability, survivability, happiness. Zanuck, are you there?
You're present and accounted for.
Can I ask you for a fair personal assessment? Are you like you're really part of the really super smart group, but like you're like the jock of the group? So you know what I mean? Now you're stuck teaching people that aren't even part of that. You maybe I'm just kidding around, but like you know what I mean? Like all your friends are the aces, but like you were the jock of the group, and so you were like the C, you know, the C minus guy. And like now you get to teach all of us. And
The
I don't
C
mean
minus.
that in a bad way
What do you
at
mean the C
all,
minus guy?
man.
What do you
I'm
mean the C
just
minus guy?
saying relative to the other people in the top 1%. Like, were you the jock? Like, were you the guy? Like, you know what I mean? You were a very
You
athletic guy.
veterinarian?
I'm just,
Yeah,
dude.
I
I'm
did
just
sports,
throwing it
but
out there, man.
I excelled in school in areas that I was interested in, and things I wasn't interested, like history and English and spelling, obviously, because you see how I misspelled words. I just tuned out, you know, just do what I had to do to get the grade and get out of there.
Dude, get the grade and get out of there. What the fuck are you talking? Dude, I don't care if it's just in school. I'm saying in all of your life and your career, you talking about hanging out with all these groups, like all the these scientific industry type of things,
Oh
right?
yeah, they were talking about high school or something.
No, all the way. But I'm saying you're not the fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're not the guy out there building, starting a new project and funding this or writing this paper or groundbreaking, like doing because you're the jock of the group. You know what I'm saying? Like you got other shit on your mind. You got sports and chicks on your mind or whatever. If I'm
Yeah,
just saying, you're not the superest nerd of
I'm
nerds.
all over the place. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
ADD
yeah.
in my world is ADD land.
Right.
But I'm
And
into
so like
everything. I'm into a lot of things. I was into engineering and
right.
design and helped the businesses create new projects and be successful. But I also raced cars and did played football and track and skiing and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Right. So do you think though that there's some middle ground there, right, to where you're wanting to represent, science and this group of people, everything you've been involved with, but at the same time, Zanuck, like a little bit of it might be like over your head and or like new, just a little bit behind the scenes stuff, or you know what I'm saying, like for
That's right.
whatever reason,
I've always surrounded myself by really smart people too. When I was in a position where I could do that, and it helped me be successful. So yeah, there's many of these areas that I wasn't proficient. Some areas I really was proficient and then became an expert in, but most of the areas, of course not. You can't be expert in everything. But I think I probably knew a lot about a lot of different things more than most people did. And even all this stuff we talk about here, I've relearned freaking 90% of the stuff I learned in physics in college.
right.
I mean,
But I know
a lot of stuff I could pass the test and get out of it and not really know really the significance. I want to say what it means. I know what it meant. What the significance of what those questions and what those topics were all about. Now we actually have placed tangibility to the topics, right? Like, what does this
right.
really mean in reality? How do you prove it, or how do you show evidence for it? Something as simple as, how do you know the Earth is round? Most guys in the street, even smart guys, even really super wicked smart guys, you guys, not even Witsit, you're a fearless leader, a very creative leader. Guys like you,
What
and
about
hold on, could go to a guy on the street and that is wicked smart in computer science or something, and you could blow them under the water. They would be speechless because they wouldn't know how to answer you. They would not be able to say anything other than, here's a picture from the moon, here's a picture from Himawari, here, right? So
Here's a picture of
I don't know,
hey, what
Superman.
about
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Danny. What about all the other shit you've done, like the deep sea empty bottling, the fucking the vacuum chamber helium ballooning, the
Yeah,
fucking
vacuum
the
chambers,
arsenic
a lot of
fucking
work, a
melt
lot of work in vacuum
the
chambers.
melted arsenic key making. What about all
A
the
lot of
bullshit, man?
no, a lot of working back. Everything I had experience and work in. The only thing about the jar that was brought up from 1,000 feet that cracked, that was something I saw. That's something I
You so
witnessed
full
on
of shit,
Okay,
dude.
well, Brian, if I could just
TV.
finish with Xanax for 2 seconds, then you can have it. Okay, Xanax. So, okay, I just wanted to like make a possibility, man, that like, you know, sometimes I see you get pushback, and people will be like, no, don't be a robot or don't be a parrot and think about it this other way, or we'll say you're not being fair sometimes or whatever. And you know, I don't know, is it like, some mix of you wanting to represent, and or like now you used to not being the leader, but now in this group you're kind of the leader, like, you know what I mean, leading with the knowledge
No, I
holding
think I've
and
always,
stuff
whenever I
like
got into
this, or like,
technology, whenever I
go
got
ahead.
into technology, I always made sure that I learned as much as I could and found the areas that most people they didn't have proficiency in, and learned about that. So I became not the expert, but I became a specialist in some area that I thought there was a void or a lacking of knowledge in a certain area of technology. So whenever I was in a meeting, I was bringing up the holes that I saw. Even much,
Oh shit.
yeah.
Listen to this. So you would be doing what we try to do all the time.
No, yeah, kind of. I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. Questions are good, like they say. There's no dumb questions. So
No, no, not
but
just
I
the
wouldn't ask the
asking
questions.
questions.
I would do the research, find out where the holes
Yeah,
were,
like Witsit does
and
the
bring those.
research and puts on the table the new awesome stuff or the other buried stuff, like that type of stuff, and points out these,
For example, let me give you a
yeah.
quick anecdotal. Let me give you a quick anecdotal example, and nothing really long.
Okay, praise
And I'm not
Zanuck,
going to
and
blow
Brian,
my
here you
horn and
go.
say I'm
I
so
pass.
smart and everything, because I'm not. I mean, I work hard and I do spend effort to try to learn certain stuff. So there was this PhD physicist that was over at Applied Materials when I was working with vacuum chambers, Brian, by the way, and this guy, one of the smartest guys, not only in the room, probably in the valley. And this is when the valley was exploding with technology. I mean, exploding, right? He was at Applied Materials. That's all I'm going to really tell him. I can tell you his name and everything. But he was arguing. I was arguing with him, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm going to argue with this guy." And I was about to say his name, and he's making his point. And he's disagreeing, and he's vehemently disagreeing with me. And I know I'm right because I've already done the experiments and I've already done the tests. So I had him conjure up and make a contraption with lasers and lots of electronic equipment and some robotic equipment and things and a controller, and show up at his friggin' lab with his little cronies there and paste his shit on the wall with the lasers and do the thing that I said it could be done, and show him why he was incorrect and why this would actually work. And it revolutionized in a very small way the way he designed this particular apparatus, which is still in use today to make semiconductors. That was my claim to
Nick,
fame
we
in
don't
that
care about
particular
your
arena.
imaginary
No,
claims, bro. Your
it's just
imaginary
to tell
claims.
you. It just want. I don't want to blow my horn. I just want to say that's just kind of what I do. I'm not that. I wasn't the smartest guy in the room. I'm not. I wasn't a specialist in that field, but I like to find little things
Bro,
that
you're a habitual
and it's
liar,
like
bro.
competitive. It's
We
like
know some of
competitive
the
too. Which
shit
is
you're saying
I get
true,
really
right?
competitive because that
You're a
comes from the
habitual.
smartest
Look,
background.
he
Like, why do
didn't
you got to
seem
talk
like
over
he
me?
was lying.
I'm not
Or
lying.
maybe.
Yeah, you just fucking
No.
bullshit.
It's easy to tell when you meet Zedek. I ain't saying everything he says is a lie. You can tell the shit that he says that's true, but he fucking lies all the time, dude.
Not
And then
one of
he'll
those things
admit
I've
it,
said
dude.
is lied
I'm gonna
ever
make
to
a
anybody.
video of him admitting that he didn't have a video of the a bottle. He thought maybe he's seen it or something. Bro, I
I
could
did
make a
see it.
video of him
It's an
lying. He
obvious.
forgets what he said. He
Well,
forgets
Brian,
hang
what he
on a bit.
said.
Hang on. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. I've got a really simple question. Perhaps Zanik could help me with, because I'm not I'm not a practical person, and I was thinking about this really like really long Roman aqueduct. Because it were like 420 odd kilometers. I'm not sure what that is in miles, but that's a lot, right? And so I was thinking about it, and I suppose it also goes into what Jeremy talks about, and Brian, about this rise over run, doesn't it? That plays a part because they just ultimately want water flowing from one end of it to another. And
you're
so if
conflating, right?
it's
Sorry,
you want something?
you're conflating the rise of a run, and I heard someone talking about, I think Napalm talking earlier about that. It doesn't work that way over, like, for example, water. There's no rise over run, but there will be a curve with respect to a horizontal.
Well, there's no rise
there
in
is no rise over
elevation.
run now.
No, there's no rise, so you don't get a rise. So
There'd be lots of curvature though there, wouldn't they?
There is curvature, but it's not rising.
It's not a rise in elevation. It's the same radius.
Oh yeah. I remember that
Check this
now.
out, y'all. If you draw a basin that's about 20 miles across, let's say it's a circle, it's like a lake. It's a 20-mile basin, and in the center of it, it's about 90 foot deep in the center, and it's a perfect transition going to the edges. That would be an actual flat spot in their world. So the water would be curved, and that big deep basin would be flat. And but just looking at it with your own eyes, you'd see, or let's say the Pontchartrain Bridge, like on each end, it'd be about 90 to 100 foot up above the water at each end of the bridge. If it was just a perfectly straight bridge in their world, you'd see it slowly, gradually rising up over the water. You'd see it was slightly concave if you backed away, 8 or 10 miles. And and
What
in
goes
their
on with your
world, though,
brain, man?
in their world, that concave bridge would be flat.
Concave bridge.
And the water curved.
What are you talking about, a concave bridge?
That's how it has to work in your world, bro. If we put a straight line bridge over Pontchartrain, it would have to get higher and higher than the water on either end.
It's not concave, it'd be straight. Why do you think it's concave?
Because it would
You could do
appear
this.
concave
Flat.
because it would rise above the waters on each end, right?
Yeah, it'd be 100 feet higher on each end, sure.
Yeah, so if we backed away and looked at it, we'd see a flat surface of water with a concave looking bridge. But in your world,
you don't see a flat surface though. You see a curved surface on a flat. Brian, we do this at Slack and LIGO as well. These are the straightest object in the universe. They are flat, straight, horizontal at one point, and it goes out into the distance 2 miles. And what we measure, what is easily measured, is a plumb line that converges downward. They can all converge downward. So that's not over water. It's not as visible. It's not like cartoony, so you can see it, but you can measure these things that we're talking about. But you want to ignore it and hand wave it. That's okay.
All right, greatest man-made things.
I don't want to ignore it. I wanted to go measure the shit, and they fucking filled it up with fucking rocks. They literally brought in concrete from outside of the establishment to fill in the fucking ditch. But anyway,
We'll get it later, Brian. I know they did you wrong. We're gonna get him. We're gonna.
Let me make one more point, and I'll back off.
No, what about the concrete? Tell me about the concrete.
No,
what?
Zach, I just waited on
God.
you to finish. Hold on.
Y'all hear someone else trying to talk too?
No, I just asked him about the concrete. I couldn't hear him because you interrupted him. Or
just
you
hold
stopped
on,
him.
man. I don't want to change the subject. So let's focus in on half of that bridge. So we're just
But
looking
you
at
said
half.
concrete.
Yeah, just hold the fuck on, dude. I don't want to lose this subject. So if we're looking at half the bridge, and the center it's 20 foot above the water, and on the end it's a straight line. So in your world, it's got to be about 100 feet above the water. So it's gradually got to start rising higher and higher above the water.
If it was straight.
Now, what?
If it was straight, yes.
So would it look straight if it were starting off straight and then gradually getting higher and higher above the water, where at the end it's 100 feet above the water? That's high, bro. That's Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, it would look perfectly straight. We know this because of the horizon drop.
Man, y'all don't understand these heights over like 10 miles, 20 miles.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't understand you talking to him. It's you guys talking that's not being understood. No more you two talking without drawing it.
Funny.
No, that's what it is. I mean,
I know you're right. You're right. Absolutely right.
Dude, how tall is the Statue of Liberty? Like, I don't think they're.
Just you're not
draw
getting
it.
Every time I go to talk, he fucking it's like he can't help it. Go ahead,
I
Zach.
can't help it. I don't have to say anything. I'll stop right now. Go ahead.
No, I think y'all are underestimating the height of like 60 or 100 feet, bro. That's the top wire outside your house is probably only about 25 feet, bro. It ain't shit, but it's way up there, bro. When you're talking about 100 feet, that's fucking up there, dude. That's a 10-story building or a 9-story building or something, bro. So when you back away from half of that bridge, you're looking off in the distance, but still, you're going to notice a Statue of Liberty height of the bridge over the shoreline. You're going to notice that looks straight, bro. I don't see how you could even
Okay, I'm
comprehend that.
next after he answers your question, Brian. I'm next.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you done,
done.
Brian? Because you've been gone for a while, and I want to answer it, and I want to do it really clearly. So you keep on assuming that these buildings or this height is so dramatic, and you should be able to see it, and the bridge would have to be going up and up and up. So I put a picture in the chat saying what you actually see at Long Lake Pontchartrain over a 26-mile plain, and you can see that the actual surface is so curved downward that it's hiding 200 or 300 feet of a building. That building is hidden by the curvature. So yes, if you had a straight bridge, Brian, it would end up at the middle of that building, and it would be straight, and it would look straight. So if we're going to argue that I'm right, you're wrong, that's not going to be a very productive argument. But you
That
have to at
picture's
least
not from the
understand.
side, like you said.
Wait, Brian. Now you're doing it to me. Now you have to at least understand our argument. I understand your argument, and I hope you understand mine.
That picture's not from the side, like he's arguing, Zanuck. That picture's parallel with the bridge. If you go to the side out 5 miles and take a picture, it's going to look flat.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow. What?
Yeah, I know you don't, because you're
no, you're not
people.
making
You know
sense
you are.
to me. So just try to be a little more descriptive.
You're not listening to Brian.
Brian, why don't you try to tell me where you're looking again?
No, he just told you orthogonal. Back away from the bridge, and let's just, instead of looking at the whole 26 miles, let's put it in context and just look at half of it. So the middle of the bridge is the fucking horizontal point on your globe, and then to the shoreline. So we're just looking at 13 miles. So we got to back away about 5 or 6 miles, and what we're going to see is a straight line. In other words, you're looking at it from an orthogonal view. But if we see it rising up like 90 feet toward the shoreline, we're going to notice that, dude. If we see a boat drive across the bottom from 6-7 miles away, then we're gonna fucking see it drive flat and straight across the water. There's gonna
Brian,
be no
you
curving
understand?
because that bridge is gonna be not straight.
If you think about this, and this is something that Racky could actually take pictures of, and it's interesting that you bring that up. So I applaud you for that. Go back 5 or 6 miles, and then look at the bridge from the center point. So maybe Racky can go out sometime and go right to the middle of that bridge, 13 miles out, 5 miles away from the bridge, and look at angles to the left and to the right. And what you will find, because it's getting further away, is that the bridge will have an angle down. It will curve downward and eventually disappear. Because it's straight.
Because it's not
straight. Because it's following the curve of the water. That's not straight.
Haven't you guys shown? If I could just say one question, SC Montreal's next. I'm gonna say goodbye to Zanuck, and I'll be done. But haven't they? Isn't this a point of contention where they show like horizon pictures from the orthogonal position, however Brian's saying it, perpendicular, and this is an argument whether we're seeing curve or not, the picture's crunched or not,
no.
but. You went. I'm saying, isn't the globe side settled on like they argue it, but y'all still are holding the trump card?
No,
And
I
is
think I disagree with
not?
most globe people on that.
So you don't see it?
No. Okay, can I just be real quick on this?
And then I'll say goodbye when you're done.
I know you have to go. So real quick, the horizon is not the bridge scenario. They're two different scenarios, two different observations. The bridge is going to be a straight line. If you made it straight, it would rise up on each side, but it's following the curve, so it will disappear at the edges because the edges are further away from you. The horizon, however, is the same distance all the way around. It's the same angle downward from your level. And therefore, hold on. The key point there is when they do compress their videos and show curvature, that's basically a visual optical distortion. That is perspective in the actual picture. So that's really unfair that they never. So that the level and the horizon, and they push it together. Oh, see, there's curvature. That's bullshit. So I'm on your side on that one.
Okay, thank you. And then I see what you're saying about the ends of the bridge being farther than the center point. And Zanuck, I don't think. Call back to earlier when they were like, you're lying on your story, whatever. Your story was cool. Thank you for sharing that. The story I'm telling you from today, I want to make sure you know this is 100%. I did not know you was in the room. Nobody was talking at all. No one was. I said, I'm going to not talk. I'm going to go play the game. I opened the game. I'm starting the game. Merle was talking, but I was like, I'm not going to talk for whatever. He's a little chiller. I'm playing the game. He started talking. Something was like, motherfucking go talk about Zanuck. And had them thought, and then I swear to gosh, and then you started talking. I didn't even know you said, dude, I'm telling you, y'all look for that magic in the universe. God bless, man. See y'all.
You got it. Hey, take care,
All
brother.
right, okay, my turn now, guys. I've been patient, right? I don't want to derail, but I want to ask
He's
Zanuck
been
a question.
patient.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question because We had some talk in the text before, and I said something about you, and I just want you to confirm, because some people are maybe thinking that I'm lying, or some people think that you didn't say it, or that it's not true. You're wrong. So Zanik, if we put a ball bearing on the arm of LIGO on one side, what's
Oh
going to
my
happen to
god.
that ball bearing?
It will roll to the center.
Everybody heard that clearly?
Yes,
It
and if
will
anybody
roll
else sees
to the
magic, let me
center.
know.
Thank you, Zanik. Thank you. Okay, guys, I'm done. I don't want to derail. Continue.
We know that because we measure the plumb lines at the ends of Slack. I've never been to LIGO, but I've been to Slack many times. If you have the plumb lines that are converging it, and that would mean that the vector for its weight is actually canted inward versus vertical, so it will move toward the center. It will have to, because that's how things
That's not
roll.
reality, man. That's your
It is
model.
real.
That's not reality,
Well,
though.
I will fly you out.
Sorry to
I will
tell you.
fly you out, Brian. I'll pay for your flight and
Fly
hotel.
me out, bro.
I'll fly you out.
Yeah.
I'll pay
Oh,
for your
wait, wait,
hotel. I'll
Janik,
give you,
are
I'll
you
wine you
serious?
and dine you, and I won't charge you for that, by the way. I'll only charge you for the
Bet.
flight and your hotel. If I can show you that and show you that I am not lying, it is the truth, and it will be observed and measured. Now I
How
don't know if the
about this,
ball can
Janik?
actually
How
roll,
about
but
this? I don't need you to fly me, but you can wine and dine me. Just give me some gas money, right? I'll meet you there. Look, I'm dead serious. I'll meet you there, and I'll bring my I have.
bring a theodolite,
Establishment's
bring
closed.
a
Listen,
plumb
the
bob,
establishment.
bring whatever you want.
Yeah, the establishment's closed, so I'll bring my equipment. The establishment's closed right now, so we won't even have to go up near the beams. What we'll do is I'll bring a helper, and if you could, that'd be great. And we'll just make sure the water's continuous, even if there's even if they put a pile of concrete block, as long as that water is continuous. And all we need to do is get a shot at the middle, a shot at the beginning, and a shot at the end, and we could put this thing to bed one way or another, bro. I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong, but I'm willing to measure it professionally. Short distance fucking surveying is what I've done my whole life, bro. I mean, we can agree or disagree on whatever method. You could bring your own method, and we could do that one too. I've already got a method. I'm willing to do it. A little gas money, I'll meet you there with a helper, I swear. So think
Okay.
about that. And get
You
back
might
with
want to
me,
do
man.
think about doing other things as well, like reciprocal zenith angles on the slack, so then you get an angle that is not not comporting with the curve, it is perfectly straight, and then go to the same piece of road, or maybe up by the bay, same distance, do the same measurement, and then you'll say, oh, there is this deviation from there's this reciprocal zenith angle that's greater than 180. Well, then you can say, oh, that's because of refraction. Then maybe go off onto the road part of it, which you know is high, a certain height above the surface, because between San Francisco Airport and Cemetery, all, by the way, is in the same county here. It's all very close, 5-6 miles away from each other. Then you still see the reciprocal zenith angle being greater than 180, but not on the structure.
Okay, I'm willing to go test that. So I'm dead serious about this. And one other thing, I don't reciprocal zenith angles, but the final thing is that we know what we're going to get. Reciprocal zenith angles. It depends on when we do it. We're going to show.
No.
Look at Soundly's string of lanterns across the bridge at night and in the day. We watch them lanterns go concave to flat to convex to concave. It depends on when we do it, bro. You know this. Reciprocal zenith angles.
Wait.
You've been in this game too long. You know that if we're looking out in the distance, shit's going to move up and down, and it's just going to come down to a refraction argument, man.
Yeah, but I'm talking about going places where that never changes. Like, get off the water, go up higher. It never will change, Brian. It won't happen. You can have any kind of day you want. Go up on a 10-story building, look at another 10-story building, 5, 7, 10 miles away. Those values will never change. Better go to like a mountain. Hold on, go to a mountain range where you're looking up like a ski lift that goes at 5,000 feet, like a mile up vertically, and maybe 5 miles or 2 miles in distance, sometimes 3 miles in distance. And you can measure from the base where the bar is to the top of that peak and do the reciprocal zenith angles there, and it'll still be the same increase
Don't get any
above
stability.
180. No refraction, and you'll get the same answer every single day. Never change. Wait, I wasn't quite finished, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say the problem is the distance. When you're talking about them distance, like look at Skunk Bay. If you look at the mountains in the background, they're actually moving them, and it's not because of
they're not moving though. The mountains are not moving at all.
Look at the
The
time lapse.
mountains in the background aren't moving that much. because you're still
just
too
from
low.
just from a function of distance and the fact you're looking through so much more atmosphere, even though it's higher, you're looking through more atmosphere. So the mountains move the most by contrast. So it might appear like the shore is moving
Yeah,
the
you're
most, but if
30
you look
miles
at the
away, 40,
mountains,
50 miles away, 60 miles away. Those are
if
really
you
far
scale
away.
that movement, it's going to come out to way more than the
No, it's
fucking
less.
shoreline
It's
right in front of
less.
you,
It's
right?
the opposite. No, it's the opposite of that. Okay.
Really?
Oh,
So
here,
if
Brian,
they both move
Brian,
half a degree,
you
which
you
one
are
goes
an inquisitive,
farther?
Brian, you are an inquisitive guy, and you just made a claim. I'm telling you why you're wrong. All you have to do it yourself. Go do this measurement, this reciprocal angle in your neighborhood over like 5-10 miles. Just do it. Get up high and do it up an angle. If you can't do an angle thing, because that will get rid of refraction altogether, because that angle of incidence through a differential medium. Let me finish. You're still doing it, Brian. Brian, I'm talking quickly because I know you're going to interrupt me, so I'm trying to get it out before you interrupt me. That's the only reason I'm speaking so quickly. So you shoot up the mountain and you get that measurement, and you can see the reciprocal zenith angles will be greater than 180, and it will never change day after day. And it doesn't relate to your mountains moving in Skunk Bay because those mountains are 50, 60 miles away.
How high do you have to?
I look long
Sorry,
distances
Brian.
over. I look distances with the auto level all the time, and shit moves. Now my point was,
Go find one that is a certain distance
God
above
damn,
you.
fuck.
You
Can
stopped.
I
You
finish
were totally
my
silent.
dude?
You must have died. You must have had a little. Don't get so upset, Brian. You were
Sorry, I didn't
totally
know.
quiet.
Yeah,
You were
if I
totally quiet,
roboted
and
it,
I
I
said something.
apologize. If I roboted,
Jeez,
I apologize.
triggered.
But you're saying the mountains aren't moving as much. Now, if they're 60 miles away and we get a half a degree of movement, just throwing a number out there, the shore that's 8 miles away and 60 miles away, we get a quarter of a degree of the mountain. Which one moved more, up and down wise? The
Dude,
distant one
the
by
farther
far, right?
distance wise, yes, but the angle is what we're talking about. Through the atmosphere, you're going through more atmosphere, so you have a greater. The angle is very small, but the distance further away is going to be greater. I agree with that. No, we're talking about only strictly the angle. So bring in. Let's say you look at those mountains moving a little, dithering like a quarter of a degree or something pretty dramatic, and then you focus on something like an antenna that's 5 miles away. It's not going to be moving that much. It's less of effect, less distance. So it's opposite what you're thinking. Way in the mountains, those mountains can be moving 100. Hold on, those mountains can be moving 100 feet up and down. Same angle change. Something closer will only be 5 feet up and down or 2 feet up and down.
I agree, bro. I agree. We'll make a bet,
So
Zanik. How about this? How about this wager, Zanik? How about we'll do this within a few weeks, right? We got about a month, and we'll do it before the Flat Earth Conference, okay? And if I'm right, if a smooth transition, meaning it's angled, meaning it's not horizontal, but it's not curved also, or if it's level the whole way across, then you got to come to the Flat Earth Conference. You got to be a part of this, though. So you've seen it. You helped do the measurements. We did it over and over. We did the 3 spots, and we know that we could do 2 results. Say one, it was horizontal the whole way, which means that if that laser made it the whole way, that it can't be a ball. Or if it was sloped and it's a smooth transition from beginning, middle to end, means it can't be a ball, or that laser could have never made it from beginning to end. You got to come to the Flat Earth Conference and announce that we've measured LIGO. It's fucking a straight line in real space, and you're now a flat earther, man. And what do you want me to do if you win?
No, Brian, it's so funny.
You know what'll happen, bro. You know you'll be
No, I
fucking.
don't. I mean, Brian, I guess I got confused with your conclusion. We're gonna measure LIGO. Even the building on the outside probably gonna be pretty straight, almost straight as an arrow, right? And we're gonna be able to measure it such with your theodolite and or an autolite, whatever you can bring.
We'll measure the top. I don't have a theodolite. We don't need that, bro. We don't need that. But I'll bring the auto level just for the hell of it and all that. We don't need that. All we need is fucking laser.
Okay, the laser across LIGO will hit the target on where it should be, based on plumb, where we think it would be based on plumb, based on a deviation of plumb.
That's right. So this is such a simple fucking test. It's just going to be making that 2.5 mile trek, but that ain't the deal. I'll make that trek. I'll make it continuous, even if we have to dig and let the water settle in 3 spots, beginning, middle, and end, to hit the water table. There's backup contingencies. All we got to do is go do this test.
Is there a water? Is there a river next to LIGO? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We don't even have to jump the ditch. We don't have to get in their parking lot on their property. We don't have to get no permission. We're just gonna just trek, and we'll wear our survey and shit. We'll be out of there in 3-4 hours, and it'll be one way or another. Now, I do consider the fact that, hey, if it is curved, if the top of that slab is curved, now if we see fluctuations from the tube to the top of the slab, then we might want to discuss that before we do these simple measurements. But it's probably pretty consistent. That's what the as-built are showing. The top of that slab should be curved, and I'm willing to do it. And what you're going to do if you win, what do you want me to do? Because this is the only thing we could do, I think, to prove something one way or another. Because we talk about laying out these straight, already one laid out. We just got to go put the instruments on it.
We already do that because we have it. We have it at the Slack, 2 miles long. You're sending a laser, and amongst other things, accelerate particles and other things, but a laser, rudimentary laser, straight down a tube. It's perfectly straight. It's a vacuum too.
Bro, that's not what's in containment. It's the ground. So it's the water level. So
I know. I let me finish. So I know. So we establish it straight by the laser, and then we look at the initial with an auto level or anything you can establish a plumb, and you see the plumbs are converging at both ends.
You're right.
They're
So here's what we
converging.
do. No, this has nothing to do with plumbs. We take a measurement. Let's say
It's
the top
level.
of the slab. Just would you please listen, please?
I just said it's level.
I put a lot of thought into this, and it's very simple and quick for me to explain. So we take just a and we set it up. We put a tape measure on the top of the water or a story pole. I got both. And let's say it's 5 foot. Let's say the top of the slab is 5 foot above the water at the beginning. Then we go to the middle. If the middle is also 5 foot above the water, and then the end is also 5 foot above the water, then you concede that water can't be curving, right?
Right.
Right. So, but if it's vice versa, and we get there and then the end is, and the end winds up being freaking 9 foot, and then the middle is not dead in between, then it can't be flat. So we need 3 measurements. All we got to do is measure the height of the top of the slab above the water, and it's just very simple and flawless. Really, the only thing that would be a contention is the concrete. But y'all have already showed us that the as-built show this curvature and all this shit. So let's go
Right.
check it. It's an easy job.
And you can also just look similar to what you're talking about. You just sight down this building with a auto level or a theodolite, and you'll find that when you sight at the end of it, where will that be? Will that be the same height above the surface as you are with a plumb that's perpendicular to the level, or will it be off? That's another way you can do it. That's an easy way. The reciprocal zenith angle method.
That brings in refraction, though, Zanik. And that involves
Over a building? How's a refraction over a building? No water.
Oh
I'm
my
not gonna find any
god.
difference there.
Yeah,
2
there's a
miles long.
ditch. There's a ditch.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be filled with water. Not a canal or anything.
It's 2.5 miles actually, man. It's 400s, right? So it's I think it's just right at close to 2.5 miles. And no, I'm not trying to this is eliminate the. This is just a 80-foot shot from the ditch or the little canal on the side to the top of the concrete slab and where it lines up.
You never
This is
seen
very
this? You never seen this, Zanik? Sorry, Brian. Here's the picture for you. Sorry, Brian. Go on.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. No, that's yeah. So he could see the picture.
Oh yeah. Oh Jesus. Yeah, that'd be great. That's great. I didn't know there was a canal there. I know there's ditches and things. That's a different structure than Slack, which is in the mountains. This is on more flat, and yeah, that'd be really cool. Yeah. Why don't we have a pilgrimage and go there?
Expert all these years, you didn't know there was water next to the thing you were
I don't
talking
live there.
about all these years?
I don't talk about what I know about Slack. I've never been there. I don't even. I've seen pictures of the little L. I know it's used. I know it's used for. I know how it works and how gravitational waves operate and how they actually detected it. How the theory came up. How they made this into a actual structure and why they threw money at it. But I didn't see there was a canal there. So sorry about that. See.
Listen, what fucked me up, Zanik.
Okay, you know now.
Fucked me up is right when I discussed this, and I've set a date, exact date, but I said I'm going in spring. And a couple people are going to meet me there, and I had one. and we're going to do this. And I had to get out of contract and be able to go just for a couple days and shit. And then come spring, next thing you know, they fucking brought in a dump truck load. Maybe not a whole load, but a big enough load to block it. Like for no reason at all, from off site, they brought in a fucking load of broken up concrete and dumped it in one of the ditches. But there's 2 ditches, so and even if it is concrete,
What do you mean they dumped it in a ditch? Where they?
That's my
What
point.
ditch?
What's the purpose? I couldn't even
No,
believe it.
where? I mean, where the water is right there. I'm using the picture that SE sent. Like right there in the water at the end, right at the beginning of the LIGO.
Right, not in the very closer to the middle. They dumped a fucking pile of concrete in there. Like they brought it in.
So you can't see down it. So you can't see across it.
Well, that fucks up one ditch. The ditch the canal I was going to use. Now, the point is I couldn't. Like, why would they do that? Like, it's suspicious, dude. Like, there's no reason in the world they would bring in shit from off-site and fucking in BF, Louisiana. That's not in the city. That's outside the city. And and God, I lived there. We played their football team, but I forgot the name. Rakia probably knows the name of the town. It's right by Slidell, outside of New Orleans. But anyway, they brought that in. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, why in the world would they even do that? What's the purpose? And naturally, the way I think, I'm like, they did that because they don't want me measuring this bitch, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because as long as the water's continuous, you can dump anything you want in there. As long as the water's continuous.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what. Well, it has to be talking to one another. Otherwise, you'll get a different water level on either side. So as long as there's a leak between the two, that water level will be level all the way across, and it will be curved with respect to LIGO because LIGO's straight. And you can prove that by the things you're talking about, and amongst maybe 2 or 3 other things.
But if I'm right, will you be willing to go to the Flat Earth Conference? And
I'll be like that guy. What was the guy that showed up at the last? The Flat Earth guy. That guy.
No, this is serious though. You talking
Logan Paul. I'll be like Logan Paul. My name's Zanuck, and I am now a flat earther. I'm sorry, I'm out of the closet.
You just got to come and do a 5-minute presentation. Say I've been for the globe. You don't got to humiliate. Just honest. Say I've been fighting for the globe, and sled came from LIGO last week, and we measured the beginning, middle, and end, simple measurement. And
hey, I got something for you though. What if? What I'm just not. I'm covering my bets here, so let me. It's kind of funny, but I'll say it anyway. So what if, Brian? What if? Is that me or is that someone hot knocking?
It's Snakes' mic.
But it's somebody's hot knocking.
I don't want to talk over anybody. What if this area of Louisiana is a flat spot on the earth where it actually is flat?
Look at he knows he's doing that speech, guys.
Possible, right? Is it possible? Based on the globe model, we have flat spots, huge ones in the Indian Ocean, huge ones in the ocean.
The water in Louisiana is not curved. I'll settle for that.
So I'll do that as long as that can be my out. I'm all over it. I'll be the present. I'll be a star presenter.
Look, he knows what's going to happen. He knows we're going to measure it. It's going to be a
Yeah,
line.
he already said the lake that I measured is a flat part of the earth.
I doubt. I sincerely doubt that's going to be possible, or probable. But yes.
Why not?
I would love, and I would even help finance this effort. By the way, you can count me in for any amount of money. I mean, for some money to pay for you to go do this thing. By the way. I can't make it. I'd like to be there.
Just look gas, man. I'll do the footwork. I'll clear that concrete if I got to.
See you with a jackhammer and a shovel.
That's what I do, bro. I mean, I wouldn't love it, but we do it. I'm not driving all the way over there for nothing. It'd be an extra fucking 4 or 5 hours, but we can clear a path.
We get a satellite image of where that cement was dumped. How did you know that actually happened?
Yeah, Blue already sent it, dude. So it's just one little broken up shit. So it's not like giant slab. So still continuous, bro. It's going to be clear to see. All we got to do is spit in the fucking thing and see if it flows through or not. You know.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. How about getting on the roof and just surveying the roof of this thing, the straight object, doing a reciprocal angle for LIGO arms.
Bro, I look with their property, you know, doing this, we're not going to muck with anybody. We don't need special
You can
permission.
access that lake without getting across the property line, or make a fence there blocking that. Really? How are you gonna water through the forest like?
Yeah, we're coming.
You're
We're coming in
gonna
from the other
water through
side.
the forest like an alligator hunter or something?
We're just gonna come in off the wood line.
Who do you think owns those woods? You're crazy,
It's like
man. You'd
camouflage.
be better off trespassing on Ligo's land than you would Mr. Thibodeau's land. I promise you that.
That's kind of cool.
Man,
Right
I've
on.
been. Mr. Thibodeau still owns that shit.
I was just making a reference. I'm saying Joe Blow Cajun that owns that land is more liable to shoot you through your surveyor's vest without you getting permission than Ligo would be. There's no guard at the Ligo gate anymore. It's all run down. I just posted a video of it.
So we're better off just going through parking in the parking lot and just going to the ditch and doing it there like that.
No one would even know because all the offices are to the right and you're going to the left.
The only thing that could possibly stop me is somebody who knows what the are going to be and goes out of their way to prevent me from proving truth. If it's anybody who's honest, I might very well and disprove myself.
Well, you got to park. You got to park there. Don't you have to park there and then walk over that bridge over the other arm of Ligo to get to the canal? Because you can't get there any other way. Otherwise, Ligo actually blocks you from going to the water.
We'll have to look at it.
But just the picture that SC posted, you got a road that goes over the other arm of Ligo that ends up the water. But anywhere else, if you couldn't get to the water unless you crawled over the building.
Once you get to the guard gate, Brian, you can go to the left. They have a construction laydown place right there. It's kind of concealed, and the arm is right there. You're not a couple 100 feet away from the arm. You go to the left and park. You can walk underneath the arm, or do whatever you want to do. I don't think anyone would even know you're there.
There's space underneath the arm.
Yeah, I don't either. Just to be safe, I'll probably do it one day, just so I don't bother nobody.
Rakia, there's space underneath the arm to crawl underneath it.
I'm saying there's areas you can go underneath it. You can get across it, and there's space you can go.
So there is openings.
Yeah, and all the offices are to the right. Like once you get to the guard gate, you drive about a mile down this road off the main highway where I posted the sign was Ligo, and then you get to a guard gate that has no guard in it. The arms are broken. There's no maintenance there. To the right is the office buildings, and to the left is one of the arms.
Look at you, man. You're out there casing the joint, man. That's great.
Oh, I've been there. I've been there several times. I've talked to the people in the office. They're crazy. I asked them if
they're crazy?
Yeah, the first time I called him, I asked him if the arm was horizontal, and he said, you can go to the beach and see boats going over a curve. Dude, what are you talking about? No, that's the first thing.
What are all those things? Buses? What are those?
No, they're doing construction, or they were. That they're creating a third arm inside of one of the other arms that's supposed to help them detect even more or further away or whatever.
Gravitational waves. Yeah.
They're going to have to make a bigger tunnel so they can curve it and still get a straight on that path. At the rate it is now, it's pushing it. Like you might get a later.
Well, I'm looking at the one that SC just posted, and it looks like that is that Ligo also, but it's going. There's no forest or anything around it. It's straight down looks like a big tunnel. It looks like a pipeline for oil. That might be not what he's talking about.
That's not Louisiana.
That's something else like a pipeline.
Dude, wouldn't that be?
That's the other one.
Wind up being best buddy flat earthers or best buddy globers and shit, dude.
That's funny. No, that's it. Now you're thinking. I'm happy you're thinking about this because that's the way to do it.
That's what I came up with, man. I've thought of a few ideas, but without spending money, a ton of it, and practice, and all we got to measure it.
I like it because it's next to water. It's perfect. That's what I've been talking about at the Delta, and then of course Nippon was kind of, is there flow, this, that, and the other? Is it a river? No, it actually is the next best thing. We got the exact same thing you got here. Hold on, but it's the exact same we have here, but the sides are not going to be diverging from the water because they're going to be exactly parallel as in curved. But this, you need to have a straight structure because they're sending lasers down it, and they also are detecting things in a way that has to be straight, and the water is right adjacent to it. So one is straight and if the other is curved, you should be able to measure the difference pretty easily.
Right.
Over.
We're not the arm. We're assuming that arm is straight. If they got a leg straight, and so what we're doing is we're measuring the. You know what? Usually it'll be
Unless
right in. Oh, the result will be like right in between where it won't be matching the water curved, but it also won't match the water flat either.
Probably. But also, I don't know what it looks like inside there. I don't know if the building.
What happens with these experiments is they wind up leaving us fucking right where we started. But still, this is our best hope.
Well, it's just 2 miles long. We're not looking at a very extreme,
2.5 miles.
But the water there looks like the LIGO arm is only 2 miles, I think. No. Anyway,
It's
wait,
4
miles
foot of drop. It's 4 foot.
How much
of drop?
How much?
4
4 feet, right? So it's a 4 feet. We're detecting 4 feet, and we don't know inside whether they built it somewhat to the curve and then had inside the straight tube. Maybe it's higher at the ceilings at the ends and lower in the middle. I don't know.
Concrete slab and the plans, the floor plans, the survey plans. We can prove them right or wrong, one way or another.
Well, no, it could be concrete. It would be level. It could be level all the way across too, but then the vacuum tube down the length of it could be positioned inside that structure where it's off by 3 or 4 feet inside one spot and versus another spot in the middle. You know what I mean?
Hey, Zanek, you know what 3 coplanar points means?
Mm-hmm.
Have a look at what I just posted.
You know what I'm saying though, right? It could be inside this building.
No, nobody knows what you're saying. No.
I know what you're saying.
Inside that building, the building could be curved, but the tube could be straight, and all it would have to do is have a couple feet on each side higher than in the middle of this structure.
Right. That's what I said. We're gonna. That was the first thing I said. Is fairly height above the foundation. We find any marker. It should be pretty obvious, but we'll get a result, Zanuck. I'm just about guarantee it. Here's what I know they did. I know what they did because I've fucking done shit like this. Is anytime we do projects, okay, you can go back and look at the modeling, and you can say, look, it just proves a globe. But I know how I built the wall or the curb. I know how I built it. I didn't build it curved. And all they do is add the curve in to fit their model. And so a straight line is going to show up in the globe model as curving, but in reality, it's going to match the water.
Wait. How does a straight line match a curve? How does a straight line match a curve? How do they make that happen?
I add a radius to any straight line measurements to fit it into the corrections, they call them.
Well, would be a straight line
corrections to all measurements to fit in the model, not curved.
Well, we know inside the tube there is a. I don't know if that entire tube is evacuated for vacuum, or there's something inside, like Slack has this, 8-inch diameter tube, which is inside the building. The building is straight. And the tube is straight, and it goes 2 miles. But like you said, you only need 4 feet on either side to make up for things. But if this actual structure is actually evacuated, then that would be easier. That'd be much easier to show that it's either straight or curved. I mean, the water is straight or curved. We know this is going to be straight. It has to be.
This is exciting, bro, because I'm dead serious about doing this. And yeah, man, I think this is going to help us get. This is almost like science, man, because it's almost like a null, but it kind of is, because we're going to get a result one way or another. Either that slab is going to match, it's going to match the water, or it's not.
Look at it. Well, I like this little picture Montreal posted. So it talks about, and I didn't realize this, 10 to the minus 10. Shit, that's actually, how do they do that?
Yeah, some of us actually look into this stuff before.
No, I know it was ultra high vacuum. I didn't realize 10 is that 10 to the minus 9.
That's what they claim.
How do they do that? I mean, I know how they do that for small.
They probably can't.
Desk
answer.
type. I'm just trying to talk here, but I know they do this for small desk type, rooms type vacuum structures. But doing it over 2 miles, how do they evacuate?
2.5 miles. Yep.
I know. I don't know the mechanism how you would do that. They're like,
They probably
I can
don't.
imagine.
That's your answer there. They probably don't. But
I mean,
I can tell you how they say they do it if you like.
you have cryo pumps that can take you down to 10 to the minus 1 or 2. Then you have to do like a magnetron to magnetically have to, force the rest of the particles be removed from the chamber.
I use
Any
cold
gas.
temperatures, bro. They probably.
I tell you one of the procedures.
Well, yeah, the cryo pumps are one, but then you need magnetics as well.
They say they have to bake it for about 3 months. Just one of the procedures. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they have to then they use a cryo pump to get all the molecules out of the chamber, and then they finalize it with a magnetron.
That makes perfect sense because when I'm filling up these little cylinders, big pressure, you the freezer because you're trying to add pressure. So it's the exact opposite of baking. Zanik, I'll even give you a way out of the. So can beat me in arm wrestling, and I won't make you go to the Flat Earth conference to do the 5-minute speech, man. So
What'd you
I'll
say?
give
You want to arm wrestle me?
Yeah, if you could beat me in arm wrestling, bro, then I won't. If I win, and I'll give you one chance of an out. If you could beat me in arm wrestling, I won't make you go to the Flat Earth conference if I win.
Why do you think
But
you
you
can beat me in arm wrestling?
You got to give me the same out, though.
Why do you think you can beat me in arm wrestling?
I don't know. I've never lost.
What do you weigh?
210.
Okay, so we're at the same weight. Yeah, I got a bad shot. I have to do it left-handed. Never was really good at arm wrestling left-handed, but always good with my right. To think about that one. I'm making do that for sport. I'm not gonna put any money on that because I don't know if I can even arm wrestle anymore.
I mean, I was just throwing something in there, but in case, because I know you're athletic, but we ain't getting any younger anyway. But dude, this would be exciting.
I'll do a cage match with you.
And because, dude, I mean, we spent all this time, so one of us is going to be wrong. So let's get to the bottom of this shit, bro. While we can, while they're doing the construction, while nobody's there, let's figure this shit out, bro. We ain't getting any younger, bro.
Zanik, what do you think? What do you think of the conspiracy about covering up before it could be uncovered?
Yeah, my knee-jerk reaction is like, I don't think that's. They don't care. They don't care. That never happened. But anything's possible. I never rule anything out. You think that they think that, oh my God, here we have one of the straightest objects in the universe. These freaking crazy flat earthers are going to show up and validate that the earth is flat. We got to stop them, so throw some concrete in this canal. Is that how they responded?
What do you think, Brian? What do you think?
Yeah, I understand how it sounds, man. It was pretty fucking ironic that they brought that shit in and dumped it right there. Spring.
Looks like they have bellows there. Looks like they have sections. So I think they do the vacuum section by section. Right, Odysee?
Section by section. Yep.
They have to do each section, and then they pull it out, or I don't know how these gates actually work. 1 meter gate valves, UHV optical tanks to house the mirrors and beam splitters. Where's the pumping mechanisms? Pretty crazy. Crazy shit. I just don't know if that tube there that you're showing in your picture, is that what we can see, or is that inside of an enclosure?
The one you're reading is the enclosure, is the actual, what you're seeing there, the outside is the cement enclosure. That's the first time people probably saw how the inside looks like.
I just called them. You can go not this Saturday, not tomorrow, but the next, and do a science Saturday with them at LIGO Livingston.
There we go.
Get your tickets, Zanik.
Yeah, and then if we can't pull it off on Saturday, dude, we'll stop for Sunday evening. There ain't nobody gonna fucking be there. Fucking Sunday between like 4 and 8 or something, man. And
the worst you could get is trespassing. That's nothing.
Yeah, and to figure something this huge, I'm willing to take a trespass. But dude, we're not gonna bother nobody. We're just getting a few elevations. That's all. Just what we do.
Well, it doesn't look like there's water at the far end of this thing from SC's picture. Oh, that's the wrong way though. Looks like the canal to the one to the left on the picture he just posted is different than the first picture he posted, which is a real wide. Looks almost like designed to be a huge rectangle canal.
They dug
So
the
Matt,
canal
what are
to
you
use
claiming
the
here now?
dirt.
Go ahead,
And your
Ricky.
point, your point about coplanar, just to be clear, SC, is to say that because these things are both straight, there is a plane that has been created by the building and the two arms. Is that what your point there is?
Well, you know coplanar, what it means. Now think of what you say. You say that if we put a ball bearing at one of those arms that are coplanar, of course, you'd say that it's going to roll in the center of it.
If the only point that is level is the center of each arm, yes.
Well, now you're changing. What do you mean? Now you change.
No, I didn't. I don't know how this thing. Or you can make straight.
Center points
You can put
around.
straight. For example, when you do slack, they
in other
made
words,
it
it could be
straight.
tilted. That's is what he's saying. It could be tilted.
It could be tilted.
No, but it's got to be V shape because he says
Yeah,
at
it's still
either
gonna be rolled
end
toward
they
the
go.
center. It might.
You didn't, Brian. He claims that either end they roll to the center. So how could it be
Right.
tilted
It's
both
not
ways?
gonna- There, at some point, put it this way: it'll either only be able to be static at one point if it's straight at the middle of each arm, or it will always roll one direction depending on how it's
No,
tilted.
it'll either roll to the center or almost to the center. If it's
It can
tilted,
roll.
it's still going
It
to
can
roll.
roll.
toward
No,
the
it can
center.
roll. It can roll to the end. It can roll all the way to the end.
Yeah, if it's vertical.
No, if it's just a little
Man,
higher
Brian, you're not getting it, bro.
the office buildings, if it's at the office buildings, and that's the highest point.
I see what you're saying. He
Thank
can
you.
take this.
He says they say this is how this started, right? This was with Blue and all these guys because they claim gravity pulls something to the center of that arm. You understand? So then they said, yeah, if we have two ball bearings on either end, they would roll to the center because of gravity. Now he probably forgot that, and now he's saying it's a tilt. You know, they keep changing the story. But
I stand by what I said for
He's
slack.
saying it could be tilted, but I'm the one who got him, dude. I got them doing.
No, I
Me and
said
you
it.
did together.
I do
I
know.
think me and SC did
We
it
don't-
together on Jose's show. We got to admit that water. We discussed this, but Zanuck is just saying if it was tilted.
I don't know what
why are you
their
speaking for
requirements.
Zanuck, Brian? Can I
I don't know
know
what the
why you're
requirements
speaking for
were.
Brian? I mean for Zanuck.
Well, think about it. If it was a hilly area, it'd make a lot more sense for construction to tilt it. If it didn't matter for their measurements, if all they needed was straight and be 90-degree opposed, which is critical, that's what these are. It doesn't have to be level at the center of each arm. It wouldn't have to be. So if it's not level at the center of each arm, which I wouldn't bet that it would be, but I would think it could be, then it has to be tilted one way or the other. So if it is tilted, either hold on, I'm almost done, Brian.
Yeah.
If it is tilted, then either it would roll from the office out to the ends, or from the ends back to the office on one of the arms, and anything in between as well. You can actually.
So there
have
you
both.
go. You heard him say it now, Brian. Don't change what he said. You heard what he said,
He's
right?
wrong.
Why?
He said theoretically it could be that, but it ain't that.
What is
And
that
we know
happening,
that.
If it only has to be at a right angle, I could have one arm being tilted up and the other one tilted down.
But the mirrors are hanging by pendulums, Zanuck.
Pardon me?
The mirrors, the reflectors are pendulous. There's like pendulums.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. You're right. You're right. Okay, so I gotta think about where that would. There's still options of how it could be tilted, but yeah, if they have mirrors at the ends, reflective mirrors to be able to go from one to the other, they can still be tilted.
What's going on?
If they're pendulous,
Quit tilting
if they're
Ligo,
pendulous,
bro.
if they're pendulous and they're what?
You didn't mention anything. You did. This wasn't because of tilt earlier, like a year ago. This was because of gravity. We know how things flow, genius. We know if something's tilted from off its axis, off of horizontal, it's going to flow, or a ball bearing's going to roll that direction. So don't try and switch it up. You said
I'm not switching up. I don't.
You
know
said
that.
it would flow.
I know
Yeah,
that.
you give me a second here.
Don't
If you would just give me a second here, Zanuck, and not interrupt. You even said a pipe that we put long distance horizontally and filled it up with water from both ends. It would flow towards the center because the center is closer to the center of the earth, and gravity would make the water in the center bulge up and be higher. Remember that?
Yes, that I was
Here
very clear about
remembers.
that.
That's right.
Then why
Can
are
I
you
can I respond, please, to you?
Yeah, so my
Rakia?
question is, why are you switching it to tilt now?
Because I don't know how this is constructed. I know that Slack has that point in the middle, not exactly in the middle, but there is a point in the middle where that water, everything would roll toward the center because it is level only at one point. The ends have convergence downward of the plumb lines. I don't know how this is constructed. I don't know
Fair
what the
enough.
requirements are. The fact that, hold on. The fact that it
Okay,
has,
that's it.
hey,
You don't
Rakia,
know.
hold on. The fact that it has pendulous mirrors means that those points, those are aligning the mirrors to reflect the beams from one end to the building back out to the 90-degree
Yeah,
opposed
before
end.
we move to the mirrors, let's go
And
to
if
Slack.
those are
Let's go to
perfectly
the one
straight
you-
and
Yeah, let's just
come on,
clarify
guys.
Slack, the one
Come
you know
on,
about.
can I just Rakia?
Yeah,
I gave you the floor. I
Slack.
stopped.
Yeah, no,
I didn't
you
say
keep
anything, and now
restating
you're
what
just
you've
talking over
already
me.
said, though. So you don't know about LIGO, fair enough. So let's talk about Slack. The water or the barbarian would roll to the middle due to what, Zanuck?
Due to the potential,
Gravity,
the
right?
the diverging plumb lines at the ends.
Thank you very much.
The vector of its weight at the center is different than the vector at the ends due to the fact
Well,
that the
that
Earth is
story
being curved.
sounds stupid though when you put it when we're discussing reality and all that. I think
No, it's not.
even if
Because
it's
there,
angle, it's not going to affect our test, bro. That's why we got to make a measurement in the middle. It's just slightly tilted, but still a straight line. We'll still know if it's
yeah, if you just do your
be
measurements,
8 inches,
it'll all
it'll
come.
either be 8
You'll be able to
inches
determine.
or it'll be 2 feet, right?
You will be able to determine what is happening by measuring. I don't know what it is, but you'll measure it by shooting a laser or doing a theodolite or doing a total station from one end to the other and seeing what you got along
So what do you
that path.
want me to do if you win? Think about
I don't know.
that.
I want you to run the entire length of that LIGO from one end to the other
No,
naked.
I'm not talking
And
about that,
I'm gonna
Zanuck. I'm
film
talking
it.
about publicly. I'm talking about publicly. Like you want me to go on somebody's channel or a couple presentations. You know, I want to make this fair.
Yeah. I want you to go on.
I'll tell you what I want you to
go on
do. Is
Nathan's
everyone?
show.
I'll tell you what I want you guys to do. Hello. Can we all please go one at a time, guys? I'm getting a headache.
Jeez, you have the floor.
Zanuck's lying.
Can we move to something Zanuck really knows about? I mean, we've talked 30 minutes about LIGO, which he's admitted several times he doesn't know. He's been pointed out certain things where he admitted that he didn't even know about, the water and other things. How he's been in this conversation and talked about LIGO so many times when we've talked about the water next to the canal, now admitting that he doesn't know is just kind of either weird or disingenuous. So maybe
I knew there
move
was
on.
trenches. I know you guys talked about water, but I've
Yeah,
never been there,
immediate
and I don't
cut
pay much
off.
attention to it. Stop trying to discredit me. You've been there. Good on you. You don't know how this works. You don't know a lot of stuff about this.
I'm not making claims like you are.
I haven't made any claims about it either. All I know it's straight. That's all I know. It's 90 degrees opposed those two arms. That's all I do know. There's a laser in there. There's a vacuum tube. I don't even know if it's enclosed or not. I still don't know for sure if that exactly what you would see if you walked up to it. The actual if I poked a hole in that thing that you can see by the water, is that going to go leak? You know, that air will leak in. Is that or have there some kind of cement structure around it? So I don't know, but I do know whatever it is, it houses a laser, has to, and it is straight, very straight.
So you
That's
forgot
great.
about the mirrors, you forgot about the water.
I forgot. Well, yeah, I forgot about it. I don't
Um,
really spend a lot of time thinking about it like you guys do.
but
But yeah,
somehow you feel that
okay.
you're correct about this.
No, I didn't. Nothing I've said I feel like I'm correct about other than things I do know, and I told you I qualified that. Please, now let's get out of the name calling and mudslinging. SC, please tell me how the mirrors are used. Just, not in detail, but so they're pendulous mirrors, and where are they positioned, and what do they do?
The mirrors are positioned in either side of the arms. There's a laser beam that bounces back and forth, roughly. I'm just giving you a rough explanation. And that's supposed to detect things like gravitational waves. Believe it or not, that happened a billion years ago or something. Yeah.
So is the laser?
They claim triple pendulums because with the stage of the pendulum, it it disintegrates like 90% of the error or motion, so by the time you get to the third pendulum, it's so stable, or it might even be more than 3, but I'm pretty sure it's 3, but it's like way better than hanging one pendulum. It's like, which is already damn near perfect if you're hanging something stable and motionless, but with 3 of them, it like is supposedly so sensitive and can detect anything. But hey, Rakia, any way you could meet us out there? Check your schedule, man, and let me know, man, if there's any chance you could make it out there, maybe Saturday or Sunday evening if you get free. Not this coming up Saturday, not tomorrow, but I'm hoping you was talking about the Saturday after that. Like, in other words, not tomorrow or the next Saturday, like 15 days from now is what I hope you was talking about. That'd be perfect for me.
Yeah, the third consecutive Tuesday of each month. Yep.
I'll be in Costa Rica, but I've missed my opportunity to do some illegal stuff with because of some contracts with the state again. Like, I wasn't a flat earther for about a year and a half because I had a contract with some other groups, and I'm in that spot again. That's why I kind of backed off there for a month or two while that was going on.
I definitely get.
But I've been there several times. I just talked to the control room a while ago. You can call them, and they're pretty cool about answering the phone. I've never had them not answer. But once you start asking questions, they get real honoring.
I'm definitely not going to ask them anything. I'm going to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. This is pretty much my life's work.
Yeah, I'm about 6 miles as the crow flies or something like that from it right now. But I pass it all the time.
Oh, what's the name? Keep thinking Hampton, but it ain't Hampton. It's
Livingston Parish. It's Livingston. The town of Livingston is where it's at.
When I went to high school in New Orleans, I went to John Ehret, and we had a pretty good football team. But dude, the one year I remember particular, Livingston, bro, they made it to state. I'm not sure if they won or not. I forgot, but they were badass, dude. They were corn fed, dude, out there. Like there's only like one high school in Livingston that I know of, and they were badass, dude. They were. I think they won the state. I'm not sure. This is way back in the early.
Yeah, Kentwood, Livingston, they always have. They're tough kids. But yeah, it's off a highway, in the interstate exit 22, Livingston. It's real easy to get to.
Yeah, I'm straight. I'm right. I'm literally 10 driver, probably 4-iron from where I-10 dead ends into Jacksonville. So all I got to do is jump on I-10 and exit 22.
Yeah, exit 22, and then you can, if you go the next day or whatever, you're not an hour. You're about an hour away from Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I actually got people there too, man. People who invited me, bro. One of them is me and my wife and everything to come out there. He's a dealer at one of them casinos down there in New Orleans. I think there's only a couple, but he's come see me, Brian. Come see me, man.
Yeah, Harris is the big casino down there.
That's where he works.
There's a lot of flat earthers in this area based on the Bible alone, but A lot of people in construction here just go out and do their own stuff, and yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I actually was filming the moon one time outside of a restaurant, and it was on a lake, and the guy was just looking up at the stars, and he got to talking. He ended up being a flat earther. But I was surprised on how many flat earthers there were here before I even, announced it or whatever. Like long, 2 and 3, 4 years before I was. You get into a group and start talking about it, people, pipe up.
Yeah, dude, you could sense it, but doing this so long, bro, you can sense people like bid jobs, for residential and shit. I could sense the customers who or carry themselves by the way they talk about things, bro. Just little things like they'll talk about the jam like that. You just know, you get all the subtle hints, and it's like we're kind of different, man. More down to earth type of people, man, and we're easy to recognize within each other. Than you could tell people who wouldn't even be open to. It's everybody their own types of personality, man. And I don't know what to say. No. Creative type, man. The creative type. People who, are probably soon to be bosses. People who think for themselves. People who, have their own ideas and shit, man. Is the type of people open to hearing about it, which is a large part of the population. And there's still so many people who've never even heard about the shit. It's crazy. I don't know how they're even keeping it from everybody, the discussion. But it's inevitable, I believe. But I could be wrong. I'm get out there and measure it. If that slab is curved, then I've got to make a bold claim. I've got to say to that tube that literally they were faking even having a laser. Like I don't know if I'm willing, but I know what's going to happen when I get out there because I've built shit like that. And I know how I would have built it if they came out there and gave me a benchmark. Even if they gave me one beginning and end, I know how I would have built it. And I know what it would show up as in the as-built if I did it flat and horizontal. I know that in their model, it's going to show up as curved. I mean, it's going to show up as straight, not matching the water. But in reality, it will. It will match straight. I think deep down, Zanuck even knows that, bro. That's why he's starting to make excuses like George did the same thing. And I think he's like talking about, well, what if Louis one flat spot? It's like, yeah, that's your subconscious knowing that the water is fucking flat, Zanuck, trying to get out of it. That you're subconsciously already thinking of excuses because you know what we're gonna fucking measure. The as-builts are gonna be wronger than shit.
I will agree. You shoot one shot 2.5 miles, you're not going to get a horizontal. I don't think most of the time. You just can't shoot that far. Optically view your measurement that far and get an accurate measurement, which is going to be. It should be horizontal, but I don't think you're going to get that most of the time. I do admit to that. That's why that's the exact reason we don't do it.
Right. I'm in Florida. I mean, what shows up around here a lot, long distance. Like it's pointless even. It's pointless. I don't know if it's being by the water, the humidity, the heat, but I've seen days. You know what I've seen, and it's like when I watch them guys up there, like Heath can't. When I see Travis on the Chesapeake Bay and Heath Carmody over 12 miles, dude, day after day after day after day, like, dude, it's a little different down here, man. But we do get days like that, but they don't. It's a little. I'm with you. I know exactly. Not to base anything on no 2.5 mile shot. It would be ridiculous.
I got over Lake Pontchartrain a long time ago. When I first got into this, I took my theodolite out there and got where the horizon was above the crosshairs, and I thought I did something wrong. But then when I started thinking about it, and it's just due to the conditions, then I got George and a couple others to admit that could happen. I never thought of how it could happen, but in my area, most of the time you're going to get the horizon below the crosshair. Some days you're going to get it even with, and then some days you're going to get it above it. It just depends on the typical condition
Me and you,
because you're close to the ground.
you were the ones to expose that, dude. Because at first they were denying it, like, no, it's all. I remember when the conversations first started, and
Yeah, Jose.
yeah, and in other places, you know, but yeah, over at Jose's. But I'm just telling them what I see. Like, look, like the water above the crosshairs. You know, this ain't everyday event, but this shit happens. You know, and them finally coming to terms because it wound up happening to George. Then it happened to Jesse Kozlowski and Tim Osmond when they went out to Great Salt Lake, and they were 6 to 7 foot above the water with an auto level that Jesse set up, and half of Strong's Knob, which is the mountain, was blocked by the Great Salt Lake, which was above the fucking crosshairs. And these people talking about reciprocal zenith angles and all this shit. It's a joke, dude, when they're talking about basing their proofs on these long distance measurements. It's literally ridiculous.
The new Jesse that comes around here, he posted a picture of where he got that also, where the horizon was above his crosshair, and he hadn't been doing it that long. I mean, it happens more than you think. It's just not many people take their theodolites out and just shoot long distance like that to get the observation and take pictures of it.
Usually they have cameras, you know what I'm saying? Or they go up real high. Could probably happen, but I've never seen it happen. I've never really did. You know, the flattest spot in the entire world. But down low, it most certainly. And usually I get a mirage, you know, in the distance. And so every time I go out, I'm praying, you know, no mirage, no inferior mirage, no mirage. And then that's when I could, you know, make conclusions or, you know, ideas anyway, my own personal ideas, conclusions. But nobody knows exactly what's going on in the distance, man. They act like they do. They don't.
Would you think that the body water has anything to do with the refraction? Like if it's fresh water versus like salt water, you think that has any difference?
Everything matters. Every condition. That's why I think Lake Pontchartrain is the worst, because it's salt and fresh water mixing, cold and hot water mixing, temperature change in the air differences. I mean, it just, plus you're looking down a parallel object, which creates an optical illusion in itself.
I think like when Jesse and Tim did their whatever Great Salt Lake thing, that it would have been in the summer, and then like you got like greater salinity happening within the hotter months, as there's like less rain and more hot, concentrates the salinity of it. I don't know if that, but I think that does change throughout the year at that sighting.
They change throughout the day, though, bro. You don't see it, but if you watch it, that's what was so cool about the first time I see Skunk Bay. It's like, damn, because I never thought about it in actual time. But that is, go later that day, you might happen to see it on its way back, but time lapse, down, middle, up, down, middle, up, down, middle. I mean, I could reference Skunk Bay. I could reference Soundly, and it's 7 miles worth of lanterns on that bridge. And it's just what happens, man. The shit waves up and down and shit. And it might be worse in some places, like more convex in some places, more flat in other places. I would think. If B-ball, if he's being honest, and that's what he always sees, I find that really fucking hard to believe, and he wouldn't go out there at night. But that's a different conversation. But if he's being honest, then it always looks like that. Then that would be a head scratcher for me. That's why I was trying to get him to go out there after the sun went down, because there's certain things it could be, and we know in Hawaii it's hotter than shit. We know it's the shoaling capital of the world, but that doesn't really affect the crosshairs, you know. Shoaling would affect what you see with a camera, but it wouldn't necessarily affect the crosshairs. But
What?
I mean, the water blockage, the shoaling. But he's on a similar latitude as me, you know, a bit lower, but you know, why he wouldn't get the same shit I see, variations pretty much everywhere else for the most part. It varies. It's hard to believe that that place is an anomaly, but I guess it's possible. You got to, maybe it is.
He's shooting from the same spot over 14 miles of moving water. Come on, it can't get much worse. His water is so wavy with mist flying up and high winds. You go to Hawaii and find me a place where you're not white capping and high winds and you're shooting 14 miles and you're wondering why you can't see the other side accurately. Come on, man. That's a joke. He's
I'm not saying I'm not
seriously.
trying to prove nothing with it. I'm not
But he's posting it every day. He posts it every day as fact.
But that's even more. Yeah, I'm with you on the same spot every time he goes, bro. And to me, that's hard to believe. Set up your auto level properly, and every day you go, they're lined up on the same spot 14 miles away. To me, that's fucking impossible, dude.
Well, first of all,
he's not
getting the crosshairs lining up on the same buildings every time he goes. He's only showed a couple, and Hawaii's got pretty constant water temperatures and air temperatures, but he's not doing. There's a reason he doesn't do it any other time. And he just states that it's all year round. Well, that's bullshit, man. That's
dude,
bullshit.
to be honest, I call bullshit too, bro. To be honest, that's my stance. If I'm talking to him, I'm calling bullshit, trying to prove it. But I was just trying to be neutral in the situation, just to consider it a what if thing. But yeah, I'm calling bullshit too, bro. If I'm being honest,
He's showing water misting up off of white caps, in his videos. I would never use that as. Are you kidding me? I can't even believe. Like I said, he's either slow or he's deceiving the audience. You can choose which. I've made my decision.
I'm not. I'm still on the bubble whether because it could be a little bit of both because foot tall sail.
Well, then you would agree with me because I think he's the
But literally, these wind servers and he's only looking at the buildings in the background. So these wind servers, 2.5, 3. I'll give them 4 fucking miles away, and their fucking sail is like 4 foot. The top of their sail is 4 foot under the crosshairs. Like, bro, so you telling me there's 20 foot of drop and fucking and 2.5, 3.5 miles? Like something you should see something's wrong just by looking
it's
at
an
the
optical illusion.
bro.
He's just capturing an optical illusion and using it as Earth curve proof, like they all do. I mean, everyone does it. That's the easiest way to say it. Obviously, I mean, come on.
It's not hard to do. Let's be honest. Like, if you want to fake some, it should be very, very easy. Sports shit though, and it will.
Well, the mistake he made was going to buy an auto level and saying that he knows how to use it. So why not go measure the curved water, sir? Why not go set up benchmarks, extend your straight line segment? Don't show me refraction calculations. Go set up physical benchmarks which don't take into account refraction over short distances. Do it physically and then measure down to the water and show me how it's curving over your whatever half mile or mile that you did. And then you'll have something. Until then, you're just deceiving yourself and others and all that. Well, I don't allow it, right? When he comes in here and tries to deceive me and my family and friends, I don't allow it.
Dude, it ain't just him, dude. It's like, well, what is it with these guys who think that are better measurements and more accurate? Like that is, dude, that's like common sense. You know that the better precision you could see, like if you could see down to the millimeter, and the closer you are, the more accurate you're going to be, man. That's what.
No, that's the opposite of the globe. If you want to measure the radius, like what's that guy Larry or whoever did it over the lake a half a mile, he wasn't as accurate as he could be because he needs to take a further shot A to B to be more accurate to calculate the radius. He was off by so much and had to add a huge human error because it was such a short distance. That's their way of telling people how they're right and we're wrong. That's ridiculous.
Did he ever? Did anybody ever come clean with the measurements where he had with the drop? Dude, like he made that claim. I forgot what it was. He said he stopped on the side. Took a picture. We were trying to find it. Where the building was dropping like a 2-inch drop in the distance or something. I remember that. It's fun.
Yeah, that was one guy. I forget their names mixed up, but the other guy did it in his backyard on Father's Day a couple of years back. He shot over a lake onto a telephone pole, put pieces of tape and made marks and did all this, and then claimed that when he calculated the measurement and the human error and the tool error, he got close to the radius of Earth, and the reason he didn't get exactly the radius of the Earth is because his measurement wasn't long enough. It needed to be 2 or 3 miles. How can you say that with a straight face?
Ridiculous. So ridiculous, man. And then Bob came in and Ranties, and he showed the crosshairs level mark, thinking, look, and thinking he proved something, bro. And I was quick to call him out. I'm glad I was there because I don't think you were there. And I'm like, bro, proving concave Earth, dipshit. He come in and did a little presentation, acted like he proved Earth curve, and he didn't know how to work an auto level. And I called him out on the spot, dude, and everybody disappeared. Then Bob comes out with his supposed half fake, which maybe just giving him the benefit of the doubt on that. His crosshairs are like they're angled across and he doesn't have a story pole or a tape measure. He just has a mark. And he's acting like he's proving something. Like half a mile, there's 4 inches of drop, which is wrong. And his crosshairs are tilted to begin with, which is laughable, bro. That means your shit ain't set up right. That means however you turn it, you can make it whatever you want along that cross.
Yeah, if it's not level and you turn it 90 degrees, you're going to get a total different slope. It's not horizontal.
I can force whatever I want. I can. That to me was pure deceit, dude. And I could be wrong, Bob. He just got his tool, but he hadn't retracted it. So but it's laughable to people like us who use these tools all the time.
I mean, it's basically, I had 3 crews today. The first thing that all 3 crews did, I was there at one place, was, take out our auto levels. I mean, it's the first thing we do in the morning, and we use them all day.
Get the batter boards.
Yeah. I mean, set your benchmark. We're going to slope it this way. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. But it's all based on horizontal.
Bendizonal.
So, Brian, if you measure a pool that's 100 feet long to be horizontal, not deviating, not curving down on each end or in the middle, how many of those would it take you to put together to make a sphere?
How many? Say that again. How many 100-foot?
Yeah, if you have a 100-foot swimming pool filled with water, and you measure that water to be horizontal on each end, in the middle, and on each side, how many of those 100-foot swimming pools that measure to be horizontal would it take you to put together to complete a sphere?
How deep is it?
How deep? You're measuring the top of the water.
A circle? I could maybe equate it into a circle. I don't know, man.
Your Glover pal said 9 trillion. It would take 9 trillion horizontal lines to make a sphere.
Yeah. Okay. And so, okay, I got you. I try and tell them, like, when they're thinking about these direction, what about direction 90 degrees? I mean, just looking at degrees, you got way more than they're just thinking everything in 2 dimensions, man. Is in reality, that's a tough one to figure out. What you just said, you'd have to, but that's reality though. It ain't just no simple little 180 degrees this way or 90 this way, 90 that way. Reality is 3 dimensions, man. What'd you say? 1 trillion? So that's crazy.
No, what's crazy is you think any amount of horizontal lines would create a sphere.
Yeah, that's why I was asking how deep, because it did. using like two things, man. The reciprocal Larry Scott's measurements to or Jesse's measurement to Larry Scott when they were trying to show the reciprocal. They're underneath this tripod, dude. You can see unless I'm mistaken, they look like they're underneath the measurement. So that, when you're talking reciprocal zenith angles, I could show this is why they're not valid, because basically a time of day or a day where things are appearing lower in the distance, then I could claim reciprocal zenith angles later on that day, and then I could show a concave Earth. I could show less than 180, and there'd be
Yeah,
times I could show.
you could. You're right, and that's why you don't do things over great distances over water. You can do short distances over water, and then you'll never see that reciprocal zenith angle be
Not
equal
just
or
water,
less than 180. What?
I'm saying it's
What?
not just water. It's the atmosphere over
Well,
water.
no, I don't think you can see that. I mean, you see things move around a little bit, but the angle change will be much far greater, especially up a hill. Up a hill is probably the best way to do it. You get away from both factors of refraction. So just shoot up a hill and get the two angles, and you'll figure it'll be greater than 180.
When you claim that an auto level is accurate,
You're cutting
bro, it doesn't matter how you could have 100 clicks in between each arc second. Say it's accurate 100th of an arc second. It doesn't matter. You're still measuring what you're seeing. So when y'all try to use the accuracy of the tool and shoot over these long distances, it's deceptive, dude. Maybe you didn't realize that, but now that I'm bringing this to your attention, you need to correct other globers. You can't have an arc seconds accuracy when you're viewing out and you're pretty much dependent on what you're looking at and where it's sitting. So if it's sitting higher and fluctuating, then you don't have arc second precision. You're what's the word I'm looking for? You're at the mercy of the atmosphere, where what you're measuring.
We know the refractive index of air. It's a decimal place and 3 zeros. We know the refractive index of air, so we can tell you how much it possibly can be reflected with an angle through the differential medium. We can actually kind of approximate that. We're not talking about going over 100 miles. You see the sun refracted a half a degree. It's going through all the Earth's atmosphere, and the angles are critical as well to that. But we're talking just over 400 feet or 400 yards over water, and 6 feet above the water. And the way you can actually determine whether you have refraction, as you probably heard me say before, maybe you forgot, Brian, but if you want to determine what the refraction actually is, make your measurement, go up a distance, make it again, and can do that successive times, and you'll get a plot. And the plot will determine the differential change in what the refractive, whatever it moved as you made the change in the measurement, will actually plot out and tell you a curve which could give you the value of refraction at any point. At any point, because the change is what the change is. You understand what I'm saying, right? The change is what's going to tell you what refraction is, how much it changes for every change in altitude.
So refraction creates Earth curve.
The refraction will change. The refraction will change as you go higher, and that the rate of change of the refraction will determine what the refraction is. It's kind of a calculus logic. If you haven't taken calculus before, it might be a little foreign, but it is a way to actually determine things you can't actually measure by single measurements.
So you're the measurement, then you tell me how much refraction is going on. So you're admitting that you're not making any predictions based on refraction. You're literally telling me how much the object is refracting after making the measurement. That's been our claim. That's been our objection this whole time. Prediction, refraction.
No,
you're measuring refraction based on the observation, bro. That's not honest.
You misunderstood what I said. You make it. Let's say the oil wells, and you would actually be right. The Earth is flat, or maybe even concave. If you take a measurement at Santa Barbara on those days when the water is very cold and the air is very warm, and you're right near the surface, you will determine that the Earth is concave. So is the Earth concave? No, we all would agree it's not. So we know the difference between reality and what we have measured is there's a disconnect. So all we need to do, Brian, is go up 10 feet, take the measurement again of the oil rigs, go up 10 feet again, 10 feet again, go up like 100 feet, 10 measurements, and you will get positional change in your field of view for every measurement. And the amount of change will determine what the refractive value would be for either a flat surface or a curved surface.
Made my point again, bro. But no, all we got to do is go to LIGO, bro.
You just change the gears. I agree with that as well. So we're not saying I want you to understand how differential measurements work. And then I think we go to LIGO where we got a straight object and measure along that where the refraction is not going to be an issue.
Bro, these measurements, bro, are you out there laying out horizontal lines?
Yes. I've done many measurements.
Of course you do, Zanuck. Of course that's.
Oh no, I don't do it for a living. I've done a lot of measurements out at the bay with ships and my theodolite and my camera, my video camera, and watching ships.
Just making sure.
Watching ships.
Sometimes, but you can tell when he's making shit up, dude. Like the gallium in the key. We were talking about gallium and all.
Look at that. Isn't that weird?
I made a key out of gallium, bro. I was like, man, just quit making shit up. You don't got to. We accept.
I'm not making anything up. Quit saying that. That's insulting. Do not tell me I'm making anything. I'm not making anything up.
Your first instinct was to say that yes, you do that. That is how you make your living.
No, you said you make. I didn't say anybody make a living, dude. First of all, you're going in and out. I only hear like sometimes every other word. I thought you said, "Do you do measurements?" And I said, "Yeah, I do measurements." I don't do as many as you do. You are obviously you work surveys in your profession. Mine isn't. It isn't in mine.
But if you're on the shore, how are you going up 10 feet to do the said method?
And I'll take that. It's not a rhetorical question, I hope, because there's an answer for it. All I have to do is go up 10 feet. I'm 15 feet below the surface. I take a measurement at the water with my telescope with feet, pads, 3 feet in the water, sloshing in the water on a very calm day. Then I immediately go up 6 feet and go up another 6 feet after that because I got 15 feet to play with.
Then quit while you're ahead. You don't go 15 foot.
Yes, you do. What, you don't think I'm 15 feet below? My God, of course I am. Go to Foster City. Foster City near the 84 bridge. The whole shoreline has a 15 foot above the shoreline, rocky elevation with a path, with a bike path above it. So you can be 15 feet above the shore, not a problem.
I'm gonna let off on
and I have to walk down the rocks to get to the water. And I set myself up on two.
I got you, man. I got you. But
so I got 15 feet to play with. And it's not a problem, and I can do differential measuring right there.
Post your theodolite.
I do it. I have done. I can see a boat. I can see a boat hidden. I go up 6 feet, and I see the whole boat.
Gotcha. You're a theodolite. I don't know why you wouldn't think you would do that anyway, even the way we describe it. But go ahead and post it. I want to see your theodolite. You showing the crosshairs being different on your 15 feet. From whatever feet you start at to 15 feet. Go ahead and post it. I'd love to see that. I mean,
that day I didn't have the theodolite. I had another day I had the theodolite.
Okay,
this is where I did my own measurement by myself. I was there. I had my telescope with me, had my camera, and went down and did some measurements and caught some great pictures with some infrared mirages in the way in the distance, 12 to 15 miles away. And by the airport, 6 miles away, there was boats that were half gone.
Heard you. Now post anything with your theodolite.
I didn't have any pictures of the theodolite. It wasn't my theodolite. It was someone else doing that. Someone else running the show there. That's what I want to do next. Is actually go to my spot and bring the theodolite there and actually do measurements. But that's kind of feeble because I already can see what I see. I know where it is with relative to level. I know it's below eye level, but I can verify it with a theodolite if you'd like.
Cool. Do you have one?
The whole idea is my measurements is not to know whether it's below eye level, where it is in our field of view.
Awesome.
The thing is to determine whether it is due to Earth curve hiding the boat or not, and that's easy to do by differential measurements.
Do you have a theodolite?
Talking over me the entire time. Thank you.
Yeah, you won't answer my simple question. I'll ask it very slowly. Zanuck.
I already gave you the answer.
Do you have a theodolite?
I do not have one. My surveyor friend had
one. Earlier, you don't.
I used one. I said I don't own a theodolite. I'll rent one. If I do this again, I'll rent one. It's easy to rent.
What's the first thing you do? No, you know what? I'm not even going to press the gas off, Janet, because I'm excited about this measurement thing, man. I don't think it's going to be much for anybody, and I think we can pull this off, man. Figure this shit out, man. So I'm gonna let off the. Hang out with the cool kids, Janet. You gotta up, bro. I'm just kidding, dude.
Why do you call the obstruction of the boat in the distance Earth curve, and then when you go up, you can see the boat? Like, Wouldn't that? Why would you expect that not to happen, even over a flat plane? My question is, why do you call it Earth curve? Like
Why
over
would
a
you
flat
expect?
plane, you could come
Why
up
would
with.
you see it over a flat plane?
What are you talking about? Over a flat plane, you can see forever. The question is, why would it be obstructed? And you've also agreed why it would be obstructed would be mirage and it's more dense at the angle difference, all types of things that you agree with. But yet now you just instate that it's Earth curve.
Because there's no miraging, because I can follow. That's
No
what's nice about my
mirage.
test. Okay, so you ask the question, then you start talking over me. I like the test because I can watch the boat go away in the distance on the water, knowing the water is not miraging. It's not a miraging effect. We're only talking about 3 or 4 miles away. So it's very easy to watch the boat start out and go away from me. And as it goes away, coming toward me, the one that was actually very interesting, I could see half the boat missing. And all I have to do is stand up.
That is the mirage.
And see the boat. Go back down, and I can't see. That is the water, not the mirage. It's not a mirage. And if you want to verify that, I can easily do an angle change, because the angle change would determine whether it's actually a mirage or not, where the water is actually being hidden.
No, it wouldn't.
But it's not
It
the
would
mirage.
just change the mirage.
The mirage is behind it. The mirage is 10 miles
Oh.
further away. There was an inferior mirage behind it, which was not hiding any water. It was just making buildings have an inferior mirage, and everything below that building to the water was being hidden. But that was 12 miles away. That's why it's nice to have things all the way, like different marker points along the way. That's the most important thing you can do in these kind of discussions. Why do you feel compelled to talk over me whenever I'm in the middle of a
Dude,
sentence?
you just cut me off if you didn't notice. To start
Is that
rampage,
so then you fight fire with fire.
and when
I didn't cut you
try
off.
to
I
come
was
to
very,
you,
very
I'm over
polite.
talking you.
Go ahead.
You haven't stopped talking yet. Do you understand that?
I did because I heard your question and was answering it, and you didn't like the answer, so you started talking over me. It's okay.
No,
It's your natural reaction.
All I was doing was pointing out how you're stating it's one way, but it's not the only way, which you've agreed to in the past. So it's strange. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. You can have your ball. I don't need it. You can have your fantasy. I don't like your fantasy. I like other fantasies, right? I don't like balls. You might like playing with balls, fondling balls, talking about balls and all that. I do not. Get it?
So glad we all got to hear you uninterrupted talk about balls. You got a fantasy about balls, I think, just a little bit hidden. Latent ball fantasy.
Nice tries. You mentioned balls several times in your statement. You're the one who liked to measure.
I didn't bring up the balls. You brought up the balls. I haven't talked one thing about a ball.
How you get about 15 feet above your ball, you can see further. No shit. If it was a sphere, right? Like we don't know that. If it was a physical blockage, which you don't even agree with, it's an apparent position 3 miles away, which you say your boat is behind, which wouldn't be the case anyway, even on your ball. But if you want to state that, that's fine. But there's other ways that the audience needs to know that would happen. You've agreed with them. Now you're stating that there is no mirage. I don't know how you're stating that. You said because you've watched the boat go from right up close to away from you and you didn't see the mirage. Well, as soon as the boat got to an angle where the bottom of it was being obstructed, that's the mirage start. To your viewing angle. As you rise up,
but the
mirage distance gets different. So the boat has to travel further away from you to get into the mirage layer again.
No, that's not really how it works either. You can have a mirage out there in the distance. Let's say it's further than the horizon. If it's before, things will happen to the object as it moves away. You'll start seeing the miraging effect. The miraging effect is very clear. It's not just you start losing the bottom of the boat. You'll see some inferior miraging effects. You'll see some reflection type of effects. But I mean, there's certain days where there is miraging and certain days where there's not. This is a day that there wasn't. There was in the far distance, because over long distances you will get this miraging effect, especially on buildings and things on distant shorelines. But up close, 3 miles away, surfers and everything going 1, 2, 3 miles away, there's no miraging. There's no effects that you would show a miraging effect. It's very clear when you see some of Planar Truth's videos what those miraging effects, what they do. It's very interesting and it's fascinating, but it's very obvious too. None of those effects were happening this day.
Yeah, that's not true. I have a video and a picture that I post all the time of a shrimp boat that's less than 4 miles away, where me as a viewer is more than 8 foot above the water, that the water appears to be blocking half the boat. I call that a mirage. You can call it whatever the hell you want.
Well, all you have to do to verify that would be to get.
Cut me off. I knew you would, because my next
You
statement.
finished the sentence.
I know you thought I was done, but I'm not. I'm explicitly telling you I'm not done, so you can shut up. It's not Earth curve. It's a mirage. You're admitting that they happen in the distance, but they don't happen up close. I just gave you a prime example that I did myself that you can go out and do and capture. Others have captured and proven that you deny.
Sorry about that. So you finished a sentence, then started starting at something else. So yeah, you can observe the Earth curve, blocking things off, and you can differentiate that from miraging. And it does happen it can happen up close. Certainly can. You showed me the picture of the boat. You didn't do any angles in your field of view, which would corroborate your idea or your theory. From what I see, that is hidden by Earth curve. If you think it's hidden by a mirage or hidden by mirage, the miraging effect, then you should do things to prove that by showing the angular position in your field of view. That is not changing or is changing.
Janik, are you going to write your own 5-minute speech? I mean, we should do it like this, because I'll write it, I'll make it fair and honest, and I won't include any special. I won't add nothing special, just what we did, just what was claimed, and you could do the same for wherever you want me to present. In case you're right, where you can have me present it on whatever channel, and we will present our measurements. And but for the conference, I'm going to write a 5-minute speech. I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to lie. What we did and let everyone
spend more time outlining your test, so we can get it all in agreement. And then when you do that, and when you satisfy what we have talked about, and you see that we can prove that ground alongside the slack, which is straight, also to be straight, then you got my my endorsement.
Okay. Well, I'll make it really quick. I'm going to bring up and spins 360 degrees, and I'm going to, let's say, 5 foot above the water at the beginning, and then I'm going to bring in a story pole and a tape measure, and whichever works better at the time, and we're going to start at the bottom of the water at the beginning, and whatever height it above the water at the beginning, let's say it's 5 foot, and then we're going to get a shot at the middle. If the middle is 5 foot, then we get a shot at the end, and the end is 5 foot. We know that the Earth ain't a globe. If we go and it's 5 foot, and then in the middle it's 5 foot 8 inches, and the end it's 9 foot, we know that. Pretty simple.
How are you going to determine you're 5 feet or 9 feet above what? The water? How do you get to the buildings that high above the water?
That's what the tape measures we're going to be doing, is looking through the scope, and we're going to line up the top of the concrete. It lines up with on the story pole tape measure. So,
how are you going to get 9 feet above the water?
These measurements are no good on their own. They're only relative to. You can't just go out and do one shot, another benchmark or something to relate it to. It's all. So you got to do. The first shot could be anything. We could go 50 feet above, or we couldn't go higher than the wall. But you know what I'm saying? We just got to line up. We'll have to line up with the top of the wall with our first shot.
How are you going to do that? Like ladder?
I'll bring the auto level too, and that way we won't have to adjust how high the fucking tripod is each time. We can just do the simple math. But I'm just giving a simple example of how.
Like angle?
No, we're not using an angle. We're not going to use an angle. What we're going to do is we're just going to line up, as close as we can with the first shot. And wherever the top lines up, we're going to have to get that first one correct.
Yeah. So the auto level is going to tell you have a level line in the distance, and you're going to line up with the storyboard 2 miles away.
No, not 2 miles away. We're beside it. We're by the.
You're just going to look at the height. You're just going to high up as you can and see the top of the structure, or the center, or the bottom, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna get on the other side of the ditch and hold up the tape measure, and wherever the top of the wall lines up on that measure, compare that to the middle and the end. And so all we're doing is comparing the height of the water.
Are you
to
going
the
to?
height.
You're going to get? You think you can get right next to the LIGO structure and go to the bottom of it and say that bottom is?
I don't need to.
Then you're going to. Then you're going to
just need
cite.
to have
You're going
it
to
in my
cite
sight.
it from. Then you're going to
Yeah,
cite it
from
from the water line up with a scaffolding or some kind of very tall ladder, because you might have to go like 10, 15 feet up to get to the bottom of the. Man, that I'm sure they don't have that.
I gotta
That
be. I
ditch,
do. I got
that
a big
canal.
ass
That canal
water
can't.
bowl.
That canal is probably going to be over 10, 15 feet above the water level, right?
I don't. I'll be ready for that unless it's crazy height. I don't see. As long as it's within about 15 foot or so above, or less above the water, we should be all right.
You might have to cite the bottom of it. If it's a tube. Is that picture that SE point?
Yeah, we got to. We could do that.
Is SE put a tube on those chat? He doesn't. He just posts his pictures blindly. That's not LIGO. It looks like a freaking pipeline, like an oil pipeline.
Yeah, but even if we can't get to the top, Zanuck, we can use the measurements to figure it out. The measurements from our line of sight to the top. What do you mean how?
So you're not doing level. You're just going to do a line of sight from the top, and then do what? Like do trigonometry? How high it is?
Try a line of sight from the top, but even if we get all the way to the top, if it's 5 foot underneath.
So you're going to use a little trigonometry then.
If
need
be,
just.
I don't have to do that.
Well, there could be, if you're citing it from.
I'm not talking about doing trig.
20, 30 feet.
Be a straight line of sight to the hopefully the top of the concrete.
Probably a good 150, 100 feet to LIGO from that other shore, and you're going to cite that, and then you get an angle up, and then have to figure out how high it is, and then go to the next shoreline. Hopefully that canal goes. Does that canal go all the way to the end on the other side? It looks like it does. It looks like it's the other LIGO has more of a rough trench. It looks like there's water some areas and probably not water other areas. So I don't know where that is.
We'll make it continuous, man. If I go out there, I'm gonna make sure I got.
Now, are there mirrors? Are there mirrors at the ends of these?
But hold on a second, Zanuck. I'm not doing any angled.
Well, you said you did. If you couldn't get as high, you'd have to calculate how high it is.
Then we'll have to mark it.
How do you mark it?
But I don't think we'll have to do that, bro.
Well, I think it's going to be a lot higher than you think off the water. I don't think you're going to have a ladder tall enough.
Man. I think it's about 10 foot from looking at it.
You think the bottom of the LIGO is 10 feet above the water?
Concrete slab is probably about 10 foot above the water, but that's my guess. But it doesn't matter.
Well, I posted a video that you can see the arm when I drive up. You can kind of estimate how tall it is. I posted a video earlier.
Yeah, I watched the video. I didn't see the arm though. I saw just the gates.
To the left. It's got all kind of graffiti on the bottom of it where people are painting pictures.
Yeah, and we don't technically have to even get to.
You have to get to what?
If you want to do angles, we could do an additional.
Is that pipeline that SE posted at 40F? Is that pipeline that SE posted at 40 after? That looks like an oil pipeline or a water pipeline. Is that part of? That's not LIGO. Is it? Oh, that's one in Washington. I don't know what that is. He just posts things and doesn't name them. Okay, so I'm looking at.
How long ago did Rakia post that picture of?
32 after the hour.
Thank you.
All I see is buildings there, Rakia.
It's further in the video. When you see that white gate, that's where you go to the building. But you go to the left, that's where the arm is. And there's like paintings on the bottom of the arm where people have painted stuff. It looks like they let them do that. It doesn't look like
I see it. It has the white lines on it. Looks like the tube. Okay, I see it. Yeah. All right. I mean, this could be if you can get in there. Can you walk right in there, walk past that tree, and go to the thing? Or no, they probably come chase you and nab you.
No, there's no. The only people are to the right. To the left was when I went was a construction zone. But when I talked to them earlier, they said they weren't under construction anymore. It's just like a parking lot and a road to the left. There's nothing over there.
It didn't look like. It looks like it's on the ground. You're not going to get to the other side of it to the water unless you climb over the damn thing, and I don't think that's going to be very well welcomed. You think there's areas where you can actually walk under it? Because that looks like it's mounted to the ground.
On the other side, at least, there's a road under it. Like they dug a road underneath, you know what I'm saying, where you can get to the other side. I don't know about this.
Well,
this side.
there's a road over it. There's a road that's over the structure on the other side, which is contractor entry. The other way is where the arm goes out into that area. There's not a swamp, just water. It's kind of real uneven, and there's a bridge that goes over that arm, so you can go to the other side. That's what makes me think you can't go under it.
It's changed over the years, you know what I'm saying? Like some of those pictures that have been posted were when it was first built, and it might have been where all the trees were logged because it's pine area, like they log it for the paper mills. And then other pictures show that there's a bunch of trees, and I think the canal is filled in now. I think.
Oh, you know what's funny? I don't see. I see. Yeah. So you're coming in on the picture that SC posted at 42 after the hour. That's really what you're looking at. The part that's the gate you drove into is hidden, but that is the river we want.
After the hour. I don't see it, Zanuck. You say 30 after the hour? What?
42 after the hour for SC's first picture, and then the video that Rakia posted is at for that. Sorry, 38 after. Rakia posted at 32. Yeah, 32 after the hour. And the screenshot is contractor entry. Yeah, 32 after the hour. Oh, sorry. That's a whole other hour ago. So 2 hours ago. 32 hours.
Oh, okay.
32 after 2 hours ago. Yeah.
Not just posted it again. One of the videos. I'll post a video of me driving up the road.
But look at. Oh, anyway, I'll copy this picture and so you can talk. So I can
Thank you,
Dave. Yeah, the picture. Yeah, Rakia, that's a great shot because it shows exactly from the aerial view with the little lake there. That there's no lake. Oh yeah, there's a little lake there. Yeah, it's totally. Essie posted a great picture. So now we know exactly what you're looking at. That's exactly the road you want because that has the canal. That's great. Looks like it's been cut out. I don't know what Essie's post of the pipeline is because I don't think that's anything to do with what we're talking about here. But yeah, cool. We know exactly where to go along that line, and it looks like
Xanax deal, man. Damn, that's so ideal. Now I'm excited.
Cool, huh?
It's pathetic we haven't done this sooner, man.
I know, right?
I mean,
everyone likes fighting about it rather than just go out and doing shit. They just go do it.
Yeah.
And so I'm posting for you.
Intellectual property. We could sell it, dude, for people. But whoever is making enough money to.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
How much would somebody have to pay you to conceal the results? I said, dude, they'd have to pay me a lot because I'll be.
You can make a lot of money on that.
Yeah, if you make $100,000 a year trying to prove the globe, and I've got 100% solid proof that it's wrong, then you'd be willing to pay to silence me. But I'm not if you haven't noticed.
What's that? Here, see this picture?
I'm talking shit, bro.
So you get that picture? The question is about the mirrors. So I can tell you, to answer Essie's misrepresentation of what I'm saying, I don't know how it's oriented, whether it's oriented level at once, because it only can be level at one spot. According to the globe, those arms will only be level at one spot. For example, if it's level at the center where the mirrors are, because you have to be hanging perfectly plumb, and I don't know why they would do that.
It doesn't
Then
even
the
matter.
well, it actually does.
Not really, because the arm, the height above the water will tell the tail. So the tangent spot won't matter.
Are
Oh,
you
I see.
rethinking your strategies, Zanuck?
No, I'm just trying to look at all the options of how it can be oriented to still do what they wanted it to do. I know it doesn't have to be perfectly flat on the earth, curved. Obviously, it can't be curved because these things are straight. Can it be tilted? Can it be tilted back, like the V is backward, or can one end be lower than the other? And there's a lot of options there, all of which have interesting ramifications. So where is the level point? Where is the point on this structure that's level? Because there'll only be one spot that's level.
I think if memory serves, it is where the arms cross. It's
That's
level.
what I'm thinking too. So if it's where the arms cross, that's level, and you have a level orientation of those arms at the center spot where the mirrors are, then each arm will go up an elevation above the surface as they travel away from the level spot. That's the idea, and you'll be able to detect that.
It's the tangent of the northwest.
What was that?
Can't be the middle point, because if you look at the arm to the right, the northerly arm, it can't be the. I mean, you think it'd have to be, but that's not what the measurements show. They show it at the middle of that one arm, I believe, if I remember right. I made videos on it.
That what? What would you make a video on?
You talk about the tangent, right, where it touches the globe in your model.
Mm-hmm. Right. If that's it, those three coplanar points, as I see Brent brought up. If those are three coplanar points, then at some point there is a point where it's level. 1 point, 1 point only. That plane.
It's three coplanar points. Just about.
Oh, possible. If the Earth is round, there'd only be one spot would be level because there'd be a tangent. That line, that plate would be a tangent. The surface would be a tangent. Each arm would be a tangent to the surface at 1 point.
Yeah, but the Earth's not a globe. Your model's a globe. Model, I'll give you that.
Let's just say the model's a globe. If the model's a globe, then there could only be 1 point where these two straight lines could be. Actually, no, they could be
point.
Actually, that's not true. They could be angled differently. They could both be tangents, and they could have tangent points in other spots.
No, they couldn't. They can't both be. What do you call it? Chords. You can't have more than one tangent on a sphere. You could points of a sagitta.
No, they have two tangents would intersect at 1 point, which would be level for both.
How can you have 2 points on 90
degree opposed? 90 degree opposed. The tangent would be the building.
2 of them points touching the
They
sphere.
both touch at 1 point. Both of them are tangents going 2 different directions.
Brian, it's like when you have like an observer that has some elevations, some height, or for example, like 10 feet or something, right? And then he's looking to the horizon to the east, and then he's looking to the horizon or to the north. And let's say the lines of sight are completely straight. Then you have 2 tangents that intersect at the observer.
Right.
Both of them are the lines of sight.
That would be then in between them would neither one of them would be the tangent. If you have 2 of them that you're calling it,
both of the lines of sight would be tangents
at the observer.
Yeah, neither of them would be.
You can't have coplanar. You can't have the surface of a ball at more than 1 point. You could have.
It's only 1 point. There isn't multiple points. It's 1 point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can only have one tangent unless you go underneath the sphere.
For each point, you can have,
that's not true either.
Only one tangent. Yes,
that's not true. That's not true. Hold on. That's not true either. I can have two lines that are tangent at the center of each of those arms, and they meet at a point. So there will be 2 lines, 2 different tangent points on the ball.
You have a bulge in the middle, right? Right, that's saying. And
Yeah.
if you want to,
But both
then you
ends,
could do
both
that.
ends would
The
be
only way you
the
can do
building.
that is to bulge
Hold on.
bulge it in.
The building would be higher than the tangent point, and the ends of those two arms would be higher than the tangent point above the surface.
They wouldn't be tangents then, would they?
They are, yes, they would be tangent because they're tangent at one point in the middle. At mile 1 on each arm, they are tangent. They're 90 degrees opposed. They intersect at the building, and they diverge away at 90 degrees. The only place that they are tangent is at the center 1 mile point on both arms. The only place they are tangent, yet both are.
Arms down, then, right? You're talking about angling both arms down?
No, they'd be angling up.
Jesus Christ.
They can't angle down. They'd be angling up. The building would be higher than the tangent, have to be, and the ends of the arms would be higher. They have to be. You see how that works?
I wonder about you sometimes, bro. Just saying.
Are you not thinking?
Like you act like you
Think
act
about
like you know all
two
this math, but you
toothpicks.
can't
But two
comprehend.
toothpicks. Seriously, you're frustrating me, Brian. 2 toothpicks on a basketball at a 90-degree angle. They can touch at one spot each. 2 different tangent points.
The middle's going to be higher. I bet. That's what I've been saying.
No, the middle's not going to be higher. The ends are higher, and the building's higher.
If you've got the 2 toothpicks touching the globe,
now it makes sense. Did it finally sink in?
Did you hear me? If you got
No.
2 toothpicks touching the globe, where they meet is above the globe.
No. Yeah, of course. They're higher.
That's what I've been saying, doofus.
No, you said middle between the toothpicks, not where they meet at the building. That's higher. That's the highest point. Building, yes. The tangent would be the lowest point. I thought you said the opposite. No.
No, now you get it. No,
you said
I've
angle
been
down.
saying
You
all
said angle down. I interpreted that as angling down.
angling down.
You said your exact words were angling down.
Backwards, bro. Just admit it.
No, you said angling down. Maybe I misinterpreted what you said. What's angling down? The building.
You said angling down. I said it's a bowl.
You said something is angled. Just restate it. What is angling down?
That's what I said over and over.
What did you say when you said angling down? What did you? Exact words, please.
Reading your words because you were wrong.
I didn't say angling down. You did. I'm just saying.
You have 2 tangents. I've said this over and over, different ways.
Yes, there's 2 tangents. They're tangent at one spot. Okay, let's start over again, real quick. I don't want to argue with you. I don't think we're arguing about something that we both agree on here. We have 2 tangents. They're 90 degrees opposed. They touch at mile 1 on each 2 mile arm. Would you not agree that in the Earth model that the building would be higher than that tangent point above the surface, and so would the end of the arms be higher than? Okay, good. Then we said exact same thing. You said angle down. I didn't know what you meant.
I was repeating you, telling you were.
I never said the word down in any way, shape, or form. Don't worry about it. Move on. When we make mistakes, we can both agree that we said the wrong. I don't have to say this. You don't have to say that. It's not about wrong or right. It's trying to find the truth, right? So if you say something, I question it. Now I get it. You said the word down. I misinterpreted it. Let's move on.
Okay, but let me say my final piece. I never said anything. I said if you bottom of 2 chord lines.
I don't. You never said bottom of any chord lines.
Lines on top of your globe, and then the middle would be basically a bowl. I said that it's angled down. I said it's.
Oh.
I said if I did, then I misspoke. But I know you said it's angling down.
No, you said I didn't say down. That word never entered my in a sentence. I said. You said just now angle down. Where is it angled down? Where?
Bulge. You said no, it would not. It'd be angling down.
Where is it angling down?
It's not from the tangent.
It's not. So it's angling. It's going up. It's going up with respect to the surface. Anyway, what we're saying, dude, we're arguing about this in the past. You can clearly say what you mean now. I get it. I'm not going to hold you accountable for anything you said. Whatever you meant, you meant. I want to know what you mean. I don't care what you said. I want to know what you mean. If you agree with me, then we're fine.
You understand what I'm about, though, right?
I know what you mean, but I don't understand why you said something's going down. But that's fine. I know what you mean. It's okay. Move on.
Okay.
That the tangent point will be the lowest point of this structure because with respect to the surface,
I
because
said
it's
that the
touching
only
the
way to
surface.
have a double tangent is if the arms are angling from the center point. That's what I said.
And
I
then
don't.
we do have a problem. He's angling down.
That's not how the
Angling.
as-built are drawn up. That's not. It's not
You
set
said
up like that.
angling down from the center point again. That's why I complained.
No,
if
I'm
you
telling
have
you
a
now.
tangent,
Why did you?
my
Why did you
turn.
disagree?
Can I? You're in and out. I don't mean to talk over you at all because I start talking, then you start talking, then you go dead. So why don't let me talk for a second and then you can respond. You said center point angling down. No, if it's just a center point of the tangents and these are the 2 mile arms and it's a center point, 1 mile point on each arm, they're touching the earth, then everything on either side of it is going to be angling up with regard to the surface. Are we agreement to that?
Yeah, if you want to start digging into the earth, but bro, we know that's not how the
Yeah,
as-built are. Listen, the as-built aren't set up like that, man. The as-built a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure he would agree. Tangent was 1 point, and it was the middle of the whatever, but sure that it was the middle of that one arm was the tangent spot. It was just one, I think. Pretty sure, but either way, we'll figure it out just by measuring one arm. We'll figure out if it's what it's doing.
Is this supposed to be the straightest structure on Earth?
2 of the straightest structures on Earth.
So if it's the straightest structure on Earth and there's 1 point on that structure that's level, everywhere should be level, right? And if you go to anywhere on that structure and you find that it's level everywhere, then bye-bye ball.
Correct. That's another way to do it, Brian. Just walk down the structure and see if it's level everywhere. That'd be the easiest way to do this.
Yeah, you
know what I mean?
wish it'd be that simple, bro.
It is that simple. It can't be if it's not level everywhere. If it is level everywhere, then you got.
You think you're gonna tell?
You'd be proving the flat Earth. It can't be that way. It can't be straight and also be level everywhere. That's what we're
Tell me
saying.
that my level is curved.
Level is curved. Yes.
That it's horizontal, and you still argue that it's curving.
Oh my God, Brian, this is like insanity right now. Brian, level is an orientation. Level is an orientation. Straight is straight. But where's the disconnect?
Level's horizontal, dog.
Yes, it is at 1 point. That orientation, if you have a line coming from the orientation of level, then that would be a straight line. It can be. It could be a curved line too, but it wouldn't be a straight line. If you have a straight line, that'd be the horizontal. It would only be horizontal at one spot.
Point level width, dog. What's a point level width? When I said it's level, I meant a line.
Lines are not level.
Perpendicular. So what is your point level width?
You have a level, and it's an orientation. It's perpendicular to plumb. You would agree, right? If I sit on a post, put a stick in the ground, and make sure that post is plumb, and I make a 90-degree opposition to that post, you would say that line is level coming off of that post.
I don't know if I'd call it level, dude. I don't know if I'd call it level.
What?
You call it perpendicular
call it level.
at a point.
I want a level. I want a level line on that post, and you would measure with a level, with a bubble level even, and you would make sure that stake was level. However, not every position technically would be level on that stake. Only be level at one spot where it hits the stake. That's what we're contending.
Just get your damn speech ready, dog.
Dude, you're barking up the wrong tree if you think that's going to happen. I mean, I would do it if it happens, but
I'm telling you right now, bro. Don't even try. Louisiana is the only spot where water is fucking joke.
I think he's going to say flat.
I'll even accept it flat or either Louisiana.
What if they surveyed it? What if they looked all over all these geodetic surveyors searched the entire Earth and they found this one spot in Louisiana that's actually flat?
Yeah, that's what I said. You could say that. I'll even make the claim.
I'm going to say that too. That's my out. See, that's my out. That's my safety net.
Louisiana. Hold on. Or Louisiana is That would be an honest statement.
That'd be my safety net. See how I have an out? I can always come out of this thing smelling clean.
Do you agree though
You,
that
you,
water
you have to think about it. Like if I was an engineer and I was given the task to make the straightest pipe in the world, 10 miles long, and it had to be line of sight from one end to the other of that pipe, I would use a level. I wouldn't just do force the line. Without using a level, I would never try and do force the line to
Well, how
make
would you
my
do it then?
structure straight. I
How
would
would you
just
do it?
use a level. I would use a
How?
level, and I would
How?
go 10 miles with a level, and that's how I would make my structure straight,
You
so I could have
you
line
you
of
know what
sight
happened?
from one end to the other.
You know what would happen? You'd be
you get
fired.
10 mile dead.
You'd be fired. They'd fire you
Yeah,
that
because
day.
if you try,
Why do you think they would build
imagine the
ditch
engineering involved trying to do force the line without a level,
They do that, by the way.
10
They
miles
had
long with line of
yes,
sight.
2 miles line, no line of sight. They have one level spot. They don't use the level. Everything is done via laser to be straight, and it turns out that the ground beneath it has a varying plumb line, so you couldn't be level and make this thing straight because it would be curved naturally because the plumb lines curve. They are they are convergent downward. They are
Not in
convergent. So your
reality,
level
bro.
idea,
Yes,
your plan
yes.
is incorrect, and you'd be fired.
Not in your model, yeah, but not in reality.
Well, that's the contention. That's the test. So I'm looking forward to you finding this out for yourself.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, why are you putting it all up on me? But no.
I got to meet
Why
you
don't
out there to do this. I'm going to wade around that mud with you.
I mean, wouldn't you feel better if you were?
Believe me, no one's more motivated than me to do shit like this, and I'd probably be crazy enough to go.
Yeah, I mean,
Tell you the truth.
that's why I think
Yeah,
it's
but
bad when you quit.
yeah, but like you have to think about it like this. They don't have the laser sitting there first and build the structure around the laser. What they do is they build the structure level and then they put the laser in it. It's not the other way around.
No,
Do you
it
get
is
the
the other way
logic
around.
in that? You get the logic in that, Zanuck? You've got to build the straight level structure first, and then you put the laser
No,
in it, and you'll
yeah,
see
it
that
would.
it's straight and level.
It wouldn't fit quite right. It still fit. It'd still be about 3-4 feet
The
off at
way
the
that
end.
you're saying that it's
Right off.
engineered, you're saying that they put the laser there first and they build the structure around it. I don't
No,
think so.
they know about the Earth curve. They built the structure according to Earth curve. Then they put the structure inside of it. So you're right in that sense, but that's not any
That's wrong.
argument. No, I can show you pictures of how they constructed it. I talked to people there at Slack when they were back in the early days, back in the '90s, about this because that was always very interesting to me about.
Dug a ditch next to it, Zanuck. Why do you think they dug a ditch to it, bro? The best way to do it is to use the water. If you want something straight, use water.
No, it's to be curved naturally. They know this. They didn't build it with water, and it's in the mountains. It's facing directly east-west also, so they don't have any kind of forces of the centrifugal force of the Earth trying to throw off the measurements. That's why it faces that direction, right? The acceleration forces, because you're going exactly east-west, always. You ever notice that? I'll show you the picture of it of the structure. It's always right down the middle where the sun's setting, most of the time. Close
Just
enough.
have your speed.
I got to do some stuff here now too. Slack. Slacky tacky tack. The slack attack.
I've built similar shit, dude. I'm telling you.
You've
I
never
need
done
more
anything
measure.
straight. Never done anything straight.
Everything I build is straight, man.
Nope, it's
Everything I
level.
build is
Level's
straight.
not straight. Level's not
Oh
straight.
my god. You hear this shit, dude?
It's the truth.
You telling me I don't build shit straight, bro? That's
Nope.
ridiculous.
Here's what straight to the sun. There you go. There's slack. You can stand in that building and do the same test too. If we can do the same test in my neighborhood as well. Over 280. Yeah. Left hand side over the bridge. Yeah. I stopped and pulled over. Got hit. Taking that picture. Yeah. Huh. Where you want like a schedule?
I'm glad we were able to stop arguing for to put our heads together or to get an idea. Dude, leave it to Zanuck and to actually go do something, you know, actually get off our ass and go test it. Hopefully I'm speaking for you too, Zanuck. Try and get some other people involved too, you know, anybody in the area or wants to go out there, especially anybody going to the conference, man, the Flattoberfest, just stay in Matt. So we're going to take the supposed straightest line in the universe or see how it lines up with the water. My guess would be that's what they're building. They're going to bullshit. Nah. I'll say this though, if the tube is bigger than the tube they have now and the new arm, then they just might be trying to pull a fast one. Because if you had a tube that was like 6 foot tall, you can have a 4 foot curve and still get a laser from beginning to end. But that tube is a little bit too short for that. I think it would necessarily cut the corner. It'd diffract. If you had a laser, like he's saying, and you built around the laser, so you had a laser, and it's if the Earth is flat and you wanted to portray a globe, you could technically curve that arm. You wouldn't have much play. You'd have what, 3 foot up and down? So you'd be cutting it too close. So I think the tube's like 4 foot, I think. And I don't think you could pull that off. You couldn't get a laser from beginning to end, I don't think, unless you had a bigger tube. So you could fake the funk if you had a big enough tube. That'd be an epic fucking deception. And I don't think they had that in mind when they built or the structure it sits on. Yeah, technically another way to do it would be to have curved, but the tube straight. But that'd be easily just a matter of measuring the fucking middle of the tube. That'd be obvious. Donate to Flat Earth. I'm gonna have one of the globe proponents and hopefully a couple others. I might be able to get Jesse to fly down, or he might be. I'm sure if we're doing a test like, they know what's going to happen deep down. I think subconscious, deep down, they know what the fuck we're going to measure. I think they all know that, and I would be careful about involving all the globe. Prevent the damn test. I wouldn't put it past some of them, not all of them. And that'd just be horseshit. Let's go test it. Hey, I'm taking a chance. We've discussed all these possible tests and, and building walls and all this shit. Well, we've already got, it's pathetic we haven't already done it. If you want to get right down to it, that none of us on either side have done it. Maybe deep down we like the argument, but not me. I mean, I do like the debates. Interesting. I've learned a lot, but I want to know. Shit similar to this. I know what I'm gonna measure when I get out. Like I said, deep down, I mean, I'll reserve a 1%. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have been the one to do that wall. I wasn't, but I could have. I could have done it. I've done shit. And I know what I would have done. Nobody was discussing moving all this shit. They went out there. Okay, now when they're modeling it with the as-built, they can put it in their model and tell you what it's. That doesn't mean that it's doing that. That means in their model, that's what it would be doing. And you could make it fit the model. This is what a straight line would be doing in your model. That doesn't dictate what that straight line's doing in fucking reality. And I know how I lay out straight lines. Not that long, but pretty long. I've done some pretty long. And I know how they would have done it. The argument wouldn't have been going on site. Oh, the Earth shit came way after LIGO. This argument being, we were all just living our lives, doop-de-doo, doop-de-doo. You're not even thinking anything about curve of Earth or flat. That shit's sitting there flat as can be, and it's going to show flat. And like I said, deep down, I think they know it. There's a part of them that know it. Everything get quiet? Perfect time. Perfect time about Xanac. Wait, what if Louisiana's a what if Louisiana is potential bullshit again, equipotential angling plumb bob fucking shit. Yeah, that's every time I've had this discussion, not every time, but just about with these ballers, they all start thinking of excuses like that. It's hilarious. They all start thinking of excuses because they know, man. They know ain't gonna be bending. If it's bending, you ain't getting no laser down from one end to the other. Flame. If that laser made it from one end to the other, then water's not going to pile up in the middle. That I could be certain of. And if somebody wants something else to talk about, I've got it in an old video, but leveler to a line for getting caught on one of their harnesses and just whiplashing and just feel it during a whiplash and what's supposed to be just free empty room on the ISS, just more obvious ISS fakery. I just posted it. Anybody want to take a look? It's a 55-second video of just obvious horse shittery. I challenge any Glover to tell me what on earth could have caused what we're looking at. That's my challenge. I've heard everything from camouflage to static on her earlobe to to I don't know what else I've heard. they get resourceful when it comes. That's when their minds, their ideas come up with any ideas of their own to excuses to defend the ISS and NASA. That's when they get their imagination comes out to play and they get creative. Ridiculous.
You guys heard of Saint Germain?
Yes.
Tell me what you heard.
The little that I heard, he might be one of the candidates for an ascended master. He might have been one of the. He might be like he's been living for like 500-600 years maybe. This is stuff that I heard from the occult and like the Freemasons, the G in the Masonic symbol might be him.
Oh, hey, that's an interesting idea. It stands for Germain.
It gets deep, bro. That's just a little summary. My phone's about to die. I got 1%, so I might drop at any time. But yeah, there's more to it, bro. Obviously, like when the whole idea about apotheosis and are there beings among us that actually have done that or are pretending to be that, but really they're fallen angels. Like,
He did warn me. Got that battery back on 1%. What you're saying, it was an interesting choice of words you had, like a candidate for an ascended master. I kind of take that as like you think that's an achievable status, and he's one of the ones you consider may have actually pulled it off. But as far as his reputation goes, I mean that is his reputation, right? He's his reputation is this dude who achieved immortality through alchemy or whatever, and he's just balling out of control playing chess while we're all playing checkers. Secretly living behind the scenes, influencing the world, and yada yada yada, having a good time, I hope.
yeah. So this whole idea of apotheosis and whether he's actually an ascended master or not, some say that this guy has been alive for centuries.
Aren't you kind of against that concept of apotheosis, though? I mean, as a Christian, like I'm pretty sure you are, right? Aren't you kind of against that idea, or do you find a way to squeeze it in to your beliefs? Apotheosis, right?
Well, this is why I'm saying that apparently he might just be a fallen angel in disguise as as just one among us. Like he pulls the strings in the upper echelon of things. Like we're talking about the 1%ers. Like if you believe in the Illuminati pyramid, you got the Council of Foreign Relations and all this, or the Trilateral Commission, and et cetera, right? All the banksters, the Rothschilds, and even above them, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, apparently, on that level, there are beings among us. Like they look like us, and this is substantiated in the scriptures. Many instances in the scriptures where angels manifested on earth, they look like people. Paul even says that you might be entertaining one among you, and not even know.
Okay. Well,
You know what I mean?
you've definitely defended the biblical angle then on that. So yeah, respect. That works. I see where you're coming from with that angle. Yeah. I guess another one would be like a Nicholas Flamel, if you ever heard of him. There's some others I've heard about, but I can't recall their names right now. These historical figures with just these crazy reputations. Usually, they're called an alchemist. There's these handful of alchemists that just have these incredible reputations of getting their hands on the Philosopher's Stone or the Fountain of Youth or the Elixir of Life, mastering all sorts of things, languages and instruments and all that. There's a conspiracy that even Wikipedia mentions on Saint Germain's page, where a lot of people think that Saint Germain. Well, I don't know why I said a lot of people, just because it's on the wiki page, I guess. It's out there that Saint Germain is actually Francis Bacon, right? So just another rabbit hole there. Who of some alternate identity Francis Bacon went by once upon a time. Was he Shakespeare? Was he Saint Germain? It's fun stuff, but I don't take it too seriously. How's it going, Witsit?
What up, bro?
Oh, not much. I was just talking to Tora about this historical figure I just learned about called the Count of Saint Germain.
Yeah, the guy supposedly lived like without aging and set up some trust fund. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so wild though. Like he's just, like the claims are there's so many like he was there at the Declaration of Independence. It was like his idea. He like guided them and then there was a guy in the 70s who claimed to be him who transmuted lead into gold on the BBC or something like that.
Well, I've never heard either one of those. That's true.
Yeah, and then the channeler, the mystic channeler people are like, I'm currently channeling Saint Germain and all the other claims of like he walked around the corner and handed me this bottle and I'm actually 60 years old, but I've been putting a drop of it in my water every morning and I still look like I'm 20, but I'm really 60. Believe me. All sorts of fun things. It's it's pretty entertaining, honestly.
Yeah, you've heard the whole tie-in with that in like the Gasara thing.
I don't know either of those words.
So NASARA stands for National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and it was something that was proposed in like the 90s. And it was the idea to abolish. It was proposed in legislation, I believe, by this guy, some senator, and it was to abolish the IRS, the current fiat currency system, and to reintroduce precious metals, to remove like almost all taxes entirely, and a bunch of stuff like that. And the person that wrote that, he wrote a book called Draining the Swamp, which is why people say, some people claim that Trump is Saint Germain, but long story short, there's also a global one, quote unquote. And the idea is that Saint Germain had all these wealthy families donating all this gold to this trust fund over time, and that when they roll out the new world order, they're going to reset all currencies and then reintroduce enough gold to back up all the currencies or something, and then give everyone free gold to buy into the system.
Wow, there's just no end to this rabbit hole. Holy cow!
Yeah. Pretty funny.
Got any big plans coming up?
Not really. I just moved to Florida, so I'm just like trying to get settled into the house, and then we got I guess we got Flattoberfest next month.
Where's that
If you
going to be
consider
at?
that
Is that online
Vegas.
or Vegas? Oh, cool.
Yeah, we'll see. Vegas isn't my style, but
Yeah. Well, that's exciting though. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, it's a good time. Who's putting it on?
Karen B. Karen B hosts the
Ah,
things. Yeah. She's like, I'm like supposed to be speaking there, I guess. So
oh,
we'll
you're
see how it
gonna give a
goes.
presentation? Oh yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
You got a plan for that?
Not really, man. To be honest.
Well, you got a
Last year
large
I
pool to pull from. I'm sure you could talk on several different things and make a good show of it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We'll see what happens. I talked about the ether last time. I think it was a little bit. It was like too technical, I think. But yeah, I think I may just kind of like speculate a general idea of the realm. Like kind of what I think everything is, including the sky and stuff, and just jump all the way off in speculation station. But we'll see.
Yeah, that could be exciting.
It's cool though, because normally they're in South Carolina, so this one is closer to the West Coast. So like all the Cali truthers and stuff can come over. So I will say I do
Mm-hmm.
actually really enjoy them, because when there's that many like truthers in a room, it's pretty wild feeling. You can like feel that there's like not a lot of fear. Maybe I don't know how to explain it, but it is pretty cool.
I guess you just got to see it for yourself.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Like everyone just like giving each other hugs, and there's like children everywhere, which is why it's kind of funny. It's in Vegas, honestly, but
Right. True. So, there's a few cool people down there in Florida. I don't know if you watch any like Florida people content, but there anyone you're maybe looking forward to, since you're in the proximity of them or closer proximity, to maybe collaborating with or meeting up for a coffee or something?
Yeah, so I know a decent amount of people here. Actually, Tora is from here, and then Napalm from the server is from here. I've already
He's a
seen
Florida,
him.
Florida man.
Yeah, and then we got Justin Harvey. Justin Harvey is We Are Change. He's like he asked Scott Kelly about the bubbles in space that kind of went viral, and
Oh,
he's what
that guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's my homie. So he lives kind of closer towards the center and the other side. I'm on the west side, but I'm gonna be doing some stuff with him. There's a decent amount of people I know here. Have you ever heard of Old World, Florida?
Hey, Dr. Narcolongo, man. Yeah.
Yeah, so I may try to
He's
link
got
up with him too.
he said some interesting things.
Yep. Yeah, he's cool, man.
Yeah, I don't keep up as much as I probably should with his content, but I mean, when he puts his effort into video, I mean, the amount of content he puts in it is like stuff you won't hear from anywhere else. Like he did this video on old world anchors or stone anchors. Have you seen that one? That was so cool. Just like
Yeah, yep.
the different technologies of sailing in the past, hanging
Yeah, the
like
Saxter
rocks off the
stones.
side and for like balancing and stability and like harsh waves. That was so cool. And then
Yeah,
the giant ones, just the giant rocks with the holes in them, which I think probably can be made naturally, but so you might get like a false positive there perhaps sometimes, but who knows.
yeah. I mean, they are pretty
Yeah, for sure.
good circles. So.
Yeah, I kind of
It's
listened to
it's
the video without watching it, so I didn't get to see the ones he brought up. But I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's very plausible.
there's a couple of them that he has, dude, that actually have like rope marks embedded in the concrete as well, or the limestone. So it's wild. But you're right, that can form over time too, because I have a couple in my town that I was suspicious of them being anchors, and then further investigation, they said that was naturally formed because like the owner of the house uses it as their mailbox post, so they knew all about it and stuff.
Ah, nice.
But we do see like crazy
Dude,
big stones everywhere, right? Like the people back in the day, they definitely knew how to move some big stones around. However they did it, right? Like I saw a video yesterday of like just a couple stones from like some ancient architecture, and they were using like 3 giant like bulldozers to try to lift it up, and the back end of the bulldozers were all coming up off the ground. Like like we can't even like move them now. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. I try to like reserve judgment on that, obviously, but I leave it
Well,
definitely open as a possibility. Those are anchors.
someone who's done a lot of content on this sort of thing is a channel called Sacred Geometry Decoded (SGD). He's this Australian guy, and he's a glober, and he was actually like my glober sensei before before 2014. I was watching all his stuff because he took it from like the esoteric perspective. He was like, wow, like guys, the dimensions of the solar system are all like beautifully designed, very similarly to like the White House or any sort of Freemason constructed building. And I was like, oh wow, the Freemasons must have known and the ancient architects, they must have known the dimensions of the planets and their speeds and their diameters and sizes, because they're that was the angle his channel took. It's like the knowledge of the solar system was known in ancient times, and
Right.
and you can see that, and they reveal that they knew these dimensions by making like a smaller version of it in a sort of metaphorical way in the design of their buildings. And then 2014 happened, and I'd been watching all his content and absorbing it. I learned all these, as he calls it, a symphony of coincidences, sarcastically, and then it hit me. I was like, "Ah, damn! What's more likely, that it's how he says it, or that the solar system is just like a like an imaginary building that they constructed in the same way they build their buildings, just it isn't made out of bricks, it's made out of floating balls, and they made sure to put their same little ratios and number worship in this blueprint."
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the ratios are real, even with a
Yeah, they're
stationary
found in
plane.
nature. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
for example, like they call the planets, we see them move a certain way, and they just say, "Oh, well, they look like that, but we're moving too, but we can't tell." Like that ratio of movement is real. Now, when they start adding all the crazy numbers to it, they're taking that same base ratio and then just kind of making up numbers. And so that beautiful sacred ratio does still exist in the sky. You know, that's why you get over a plane, you get like this beautiful geometry of the sky.
Yeah. That's why it wasn't worthless for me watching his channel, because the things that aren't out of reach, the things that are in make believe land, that still there's so many, you know, significant like ratios and stuff in nature that I learned about from him. But another topic he tackles really often is pushing back against like the Brian Forrester types or the Bright Insight channels, where it's like, how could people in the Copper Age carve granite? Yeah, and they'll just say like, you can't carve stone with a hardness higher than your tool. And and then he'll just do a demonstration in his living room with like a time lapse of a week or so, where he'll drill a hole through granite with a PVC pipe, or a recent one he did was specifically about like, oh, the Egyptians have this like bowl that's so thin that light can pass through it. You need laser computer technology to carve stone so thin that light shines through. And so he just makes one in his living room on camera. Oh, but more on the point of what you were saying. He goes through a lot of stuff of like moving giant stones and stuff like that too. And one thing he brings up is that the Romans aren't as ancient as some of the other ancient cultures that don't have records. But he's like, here are these Roman records with excruciating detail of how they moved stones that were 90% as heavy as the stones you see here that there aren't records of. So people are free to be like, no one knows how they did it. There was no record left behind of how they did it. But then he'll show like, well, there are records from a culture 700 years after them with basically the same amount of technology who tell you exactly how they did it. So the ones 500 years earlier probably did it in a pretty similar way. But still, I mean, I still get the point though. Some of them, I don't think history is how they tell us. And even if it's possible to move these things with fucking logs and ropes and pulleys and levers and stuff, that doesn't mean that is how they actually did it. There's still no way to justify building the Great Pyramid of Giza in 20 years, like the official narrative says. Or just like justifying the amount of effort that it would take when they're like, this stone had to come 100 miles from this quarry and taken over land. It's like, yeah, I don't think they would have done that if it was difficult. I think the only reason they were building such amazing things out of their select choice of stone was because it actually wasn't that hard for them. I think they probably had an easy time about it.
Are we talking about telekinesis?
Not specifically, and it's not necessarily where I would go, but it's on the table for a lot of people.
Yo, pretty funny story real quick. So like I just walked into this like gun pawn shop because I wanted to buy a little bit of nine. And I have this little like carrier bag it's like a crossbody little carrier bag I walk around with my phone and all that stuff in it, wallet, keys. So anyway, I walked into this gun pawn shop. We got like 4 dudes in there that work there. And I walked into the gun pawn shop and I started reaching in my crossbody bag to grab the key so I could lock the car. And dude was like, dude, you're making me nervous as hell with your hand in that bag. I turned around. This other guy had his hand on his holster.
Oh shit,
I was
dude.
like surrounded. I was surrounded, bro. It's pretty funny. I'm like, I didn't even think about that, man. I'm just trying to lock the car, bro. Chill, fellas. Yeah.
Oh my god, they shit their
Pretty funny.
pants.
Yeah, because it's just funny. It's like a crossbody bag. I got my hand in it sideways. You know, I'm like walking in a gun shop asking for ammo. And
Yeah, I think he probably did it on purpose.
I didn't, but it's really funny man. Because like I would have been surrounded. Dude. These people were ready to go. So Florida's pretty cool. I would hate to live somewhere that something like that didn't exist. To me, I think that's cool. That like there's like 4 middle-aged dudes in there, like ready with the quickness. You know.
Try that in a small town.
Yeah.
Just joking.
No, like I think dude, I think that almost everything has to do with sound, including all this architecture and everything. It's almost like a cliche take now at this point because so many people have said it, but sound really does kind of seem to be everything because everything is vibrational. And well, I mean, if there's any vibration in any type of medium at all, then there's sound, right? Whether it's
That's all it is.
Yeah. It's like what holds it
Absolutely.
together, low key. Yeah.
That's tough. I don't. It holds it together. It almost seems like it's trying to rip it apart. So how would it be holding it together?
Well,
You got a pile of Jenga bricks. You add vibration to it, they all topple over.
Right. But so it's like, well, then you get into, well, what is holding it together as far as you can tell, and then, electrostatics is kind of what the answer typically is. I don't believe in like the molecular model, but it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so then it's like, well, what is electrostatics? Like, what is static electricity? And this is just my opinion, but like Tesla said that static electricity is the ether under strain, so like being pressed down on. So like I visualize like a container that you're like pushing the lid down on, and it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and so it starts to kind of vibrate more and more in that sense. And that vibration, we see that vibration as like static electricity. So like it's hard to even like explain it without the molecular model. It's like all the minor vibrational points interact with each other, and they kind of like hold each other within whatever that matter. Like if I'm
Things have
like
been
if I'm
levitated
really
with
close to a
sound in the first place,
speaker.
though, right?
Go again.
Things have been levitated with sound, haven't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Acoustic levitation.
So something being held in place by a frequency does sound, I mean, that sounds correct. Could that be happening in some sort of precise, divinely designed way at at a small scale? So that's
That's
not
kind of
too
what I think.
outlandish.
Yeah, because I think that like we don't really I think there's no such thing as rest, and ironically, relativity is true in that sense, where it says like nothing is at rest. Well, like in a way, it's true, not the way that it says, but just that statement's true. Because like the Earth is the absolute frame, like it's at rest, but inside the Earth, what makes up the Earth, everything is moving. Like I don't think that anything is at rest, is all I'm saying. I think that if it was at true rest, it wouldn't exist. It would be ether.
It would just disappear. Yeah, it just go back home.
Exactly. It would go back to its state of like its initial state, its primary substance. So so I kind of think that's what static electricity even is. It's just part of that the fact that nothing is at rest. And so then if static electricity is actually vibrational, which I mean you can look into their models, right, and they'll say, oh, the electrons, well, we don't know exactly where it's at. It's just this general area or volume, and it's not there until you decide to try to measure it. And all this. Well, yeah, it's because it's like a vibrational radius. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just like an area of resonance.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and their terminologies get so like unscientific sounding. They start borrowing words from like psychology and almost like consciousness terms, like probability and shit like that when like what are the like probability? You mean like the chances of a thing? Isn't that like and like based on the perspective and the insight someone has going into a situation that determines like a probability? Like what do you mean, right? And yeah, they're slowly integrating the the consciousness back into it, and they're taking it slow. But I know you've seen probably as many Ken Wheeler videos as me, maybe some Santos as well. And one of their overlaps is how Ken Wheeler would say it, the two constituent geometries of the universe with the hyperboloid and the toroid. And
Yep.
and I think I have a different way of putting it, even though I'm fine with him saying it that way. But the way I would try to like explain it in layman terms is that there's only just in the same way that there's only like two archetypes of say like a line or a path. It can either be linear or curved, or like linear and radial, and there is no third option. There's only two types of motion anything can perform, and it's pulsation and rotation. So, I mean, just if you just imagine having like an object that's fully malleable, like Play-Doh or any sort of dough, and you really think about, what can I do with this? It will bend to my will and do anything I make it do. But what really can I do to this thing? Well, I can do sort of pulsation type things to it, like expand and contract, or separate, combine, or stretch and shrink. But you can wrap that all under one archetype of like pulsation, expand, contract, and that's like the hyperboloid that he's talking about. And then the other option is, okay, I can pulse it, and I can twist, turn, and spin it, which would be like the toroidal thing. And to me that makes perfect sense, and it's like foolproof. That the only two things any object can ever do, whether it's like energy or matter or whatever, the only two things anything can do is spin or turn, twist, whatever, and pulse. And so on a small scale, whatever's going down at the smallest scale, it's just something pulsing and spinning in some clever way or some creative way.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind that. And it's like this. It's almost like this sacred slinky. It's like kind of. Yeah, it's kind of wild to wrap your mind around, but at the same time, it's kind of simple. Like yeah. So, like, I definitely resonate with that. With that being the base geometries, and I do actually normally kind of say it the same way they do. All right,
Yeah.
as crude as I put it, is like the donut in the inside of the donut.
Yeah. Put a donut inside of a hollow sphere, and the empty space left behind is its partner, the hyperboloid.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's beautiful.
It is, because there's some truth to the idea that they're like that the sphere is the sacred shape, right? Like there is truth to it, because that's like the radius of that geometry, and so it's like, well, we live in the sphere.
Right. Yeah, that's what the like that radius is what the hyperboloid and the toroid have in common, and ties them together in a tight, neat little package of a sphere. But I swear, like there's no way around like this claim. It seems like so perfect. I mean, you can literally think about anything like something as complex as a car, and you're like, a car has different parts, and I swear, if you isolate any part of a car, it's either turning or pulsing. What are the tires doing? They're spinning. What's the steering wheel do? It spins. What do the buttons on the dashboard do? They pulse up and down. What do the pistons do? They pulse up and down. It's just a clever arrangement of spinning and pulsing things, and there's no third type of thing going on because there is no third option. Those are the only two motions anything can perform.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. And like this, what when you said the like how they kind of integrate like philosophy or like psychological terms and stuff. They're doing that more and more with the quantum thing. So they're basically saying it's just consciousness. Just like,
Who's that? Fundy? What's up, man?
Oh no, not much. Just talking to Witsit. Who is that?
This is the Press Dawn. What's going on?
Oh shit, man! Long time no see. You've been going by Era for a while now.
And I got these old accounts on these different devices and shit, man. Yeah.
Well, you know what's up, man. We're just talking about fucking geometry shit.
What's up? I ties in a little bit. I watched some Quantum Sea Foam recap by the PBS Space Time channel like a day or two ago. It's kind of, I mean, not exactly the same, but of talking about the specific movements, but it's at least saying there's things moving at a microscopic scale, things twisting and turning, and but whatever, going in on each other and whatever.
I mean the last quantum foam video I watched just straight up said particles are just like the apex point of a wave in
of
the and it's like, well, there you go. Who's gonna deny it now? But the only issue is that they want to approach it from there being like these like 7 separate fields on the quantum level, and there's like a this field and a that field, and they're all occupying the same space, and one can vibrate without disturbing the others, or I guess it interacts with the others, and it's so funny because then you just say, okay, so what, like, is there a field that all of those are a part of, or different expressions of, and they're not taking it that far, but they're literally one step away from the ether where they're at
exactly, bro. Exactly. Like they just like over time they just get closer and closer to what we've been saying for years, which is to any intellectually honest person is very telling. Like to the point now where I have a video of a physicist that says, "Oh yeah, what we call like the electron and these subatomic particles, it turns out that they're really just kind of like little mini torus fields or double torus fields." Yeah, you don't say, dude.
You don't say. you don't say, huh?
Yeah, the
It's so
seafoam stuff, man. It's very aether-like because they're giving all this emptiness, energy, and matter or whatever. Well, they're using the uncertainty principle to just be like, well, you don't really know how much matter is in this space, so there must be whatever. Fuck. I don't want to misrepresent them, act like I'm a know-it-all or whatever, but it's like there's all this stuff there if you look closer, and but it's aether-like. They're talking about, okay, what the geometry can be, of course, the position, the energy, and there's this, the foam of probability or whatever. Like they're using the analogy of like looking at an ocean from far away and then zooming in and looking at the little foam breaking on the waves, and they're like, well, we're far away, we can't see, it looks like empty space, but when we zoom in, we can see stuff maybe. And I think that's a fair
but they don't have
analogy.
the ocean. They don't get to have the ocean though, right? Like the
Right,
ocean is the
hey.
yeah.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Dude, like if you talk to some people, like if you talk to like Jason here, and I'm not trying to hit him, I'm just saying like as an example, like because now modern quantum field theory, and he'll defend that type of mentality or interpretation, or whatever, and they'll say stuff like, "I'll explain what I think the photon really is. It's just the intersection of the oscillating magnetic and electric field. It's an event. It's a process. It's not like any corporeal entity. It's nothing in and of itself. It's just an event." And they're like, it's just like an excitation in the background medium, and then you have that intersection of the two fields, and they're like, oh, That's what quantum field theory says. You're basically just taking quantum field theory and trying to pretend that you have something new. You're basically just agreeing with quantum field theory. And I'm like, no. You're just now you're just disagreeing with us a little less. Like, because the same paradigm that you're coming from, the same paradigm you came from, didn't think that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15. Like, you guys are constantly updating it, getting it closer and closer to the ether. It's very obvious.
They got to discount you in some way. They can't make it seem like them disagreeing with you in the beginning was unjustified. They gotta try to justify. And of course, Jace, I'm sorry, it's not you, but in general, this is like there is a real issue with concession and granting the alternate person / messenger researcher proponent, whatever. There's just an issue with just granting you the stick of righteousness or whatever for whatever reason. I don't get it. I don't know.
I know, because I learned stuff from
They
Ball
say
all
it
the
looks
time.
flat a lot too.
Yeah.
It looks flat, yeah.
Yeah,
But check it out, guys.
like I think it's go ahead.
Check it out. On this topic, I think it's best approached really with hate the player, not the game, because if science doesn't want to involve the ether, you kind of gotta let it be, because you're not going to give them a handful of it to put underneath the microscope or on the what do they call those little the little trays that you slide under a microscope?
Oh, Petri dish.
Yeah, you're not going to give them a little sample of it to look at through a Petri dish with any sort of scientific instrument. It's like it is the undetectable, the most detectable undetectable thing. And I'm not saying that a person shouldn't level with you and connect, and understand what you're telling them about it, but science, just science itself, not the game, not the player. It's okay that science doesn't want to go that far, but you can't, like, a person can. Maybe a person has to leave science behind sometimes in order to go further. Or maybe you guys think that the scientific method can reach the ether without taking a leap.
Nah, I don't. Nah, I think since it's like fundamentally immaterial, and it's nothing. You can't grab the ether. It can't be grabbed because it's in a state of rest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like it. For my understanding of it, it will never happen. It's literally impossible. Yeah. So, and even flat earthers have a hard time with this. They're like, oh, well, then we can't talk about it. Like, all right, brother, you don't got to talk about it, but I can assure you that I'm not going to stop talking about it, because it is the only framework that works. Like, I will say this: if we sit back for 5 more years, dude, quantum physics is just going to be ether physics with different names. Like, it's already basically like that, but it's getting to the point now where, like, oh, there seems to be way more than just 4 dimensions. There seems to be 11 to 13 dimensions and maybe more. And they all layer in this vibrational harmonics, synchronization of this background that we thought was empty, but it seems like there's stuff there. But really, it's just composed of overlapping fields. No, it's just a giant field. It's just a giant medium. It has like different things happen within it. It's the ocean and different ripples, basically, in really simple terms.
It's like they don't understand that you can't hear me if I'm not speaking. But I guess I should have thought that one through a bit more. I know what I mean when I say that. It's but they're like, you don't exist unless I can hear you. It's like, no, there are times where I'm just not speaking. I'm still here. I'm just silent now.
It's like saying your voice doesn't exist because they don't hear it. Like,
yeah.
Sort of. It is interesting though, because when I talk to these people, I'm like, so wait. So it's just a feel like it's a localized excitation within the electron field. Like they'll say stuff like that. I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, what's a field? And then they're like, like a field. I'm like, no, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you what you mean. Because it's just a mathematical description for them. And so I'll say, well, your definition of a field is just like a mathematical description. And they'll say, no, it's not. I'm like, okay, what's the definition? And then they'll go read the Google definition off. And it's literally just a mathematical description. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it. So how can that be? I'm like, what's sustaining the electron? The field. Well, what's the field? Well, it's just a mathematical description of the electron, where the electron is. So it's just a conceptual, like, mathematical thing. So it's nothing real. And so then they kind of like short circuit, because at that point you have nothing to even, what's housing the electron, what's sustaining this, what is the field? The field is just a description of space, of volume, where these excitations happen. And it can't be a localized excitation of the field, because there is actually no field there to excite. It's just math. And that's
Right.
the biggest, that's where the whole debate ends right there, because I've never had any physicist like rebut that part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's where the ether reigns supreme, bro. That's where it's like, well, we have substantive primary substrate where now we can sustain this phenomena, right? Where we're invoking something real, not just math. And it'll never change from that, in my opinion. Like, the ether will always reign supreme.
Well, when you said they can't define field, I'm gonna guess that you have your own way of putting it. Although I was gonna ask you straight up, like, do you go with Ken Wheeler's like short and simple one of like a field is a ether perturbation modality? Because I think it's pretty good to put it that way. But do you
No,
have
I
your
think
own
that's a
unique
good.
way of putting it?
No, I think that's a good description or definition. I don't claim to have the perfect definition. More so, I
Okay.
just know it's that it's an actual thing. It's not just math, right? Like, for me, that right there, like, if we can get past that point, it doesn't even matter. I think field and energy are the two hardest things to probably define ever, and energy is significantly more difficult. I like the ether perturbation modality. I know that if you say that to a normal person, they're just gonna not know what you're saying, and so I haven't
Yeah.
figured out, the simplest way to say it. I've come up with a bunch of things in my head, but they're also equally not simple. Like, not simple enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're
Just
simplex in meaning, but
define.
they're not simplistic enough in wording.
Just define each
Which is
thing. That's all.
well, yeah, people. I mean, you got to have an elevator pitch kind of style sometimes for
You and
some
your
Well,
reason.
elevator.
I agree with that age-old saying that if you truly understand something, you're able to explain it in such a way that anyone can understand it. And yeah, I could break down each term as simple as possible, but like you said, you kind of, it's ideal to me to be able to just very succinctly and simply convey the definition. Maybe that's unfounded expectation, though. I don't know.
Well, I think if you start to
Well,
define it, like you'll eventually break it down to its simplicity and have a better terminology if you continue to define it and break it
that's
and then
absolutely
simplify it.
true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And for the people who have the patience and attention to give, towards that endeavor, they will get it. Like we have. Like here we are as proof of that. Define the terms, walk it through slow, and people like you and I will understand.
Yeah, I agree for sure. Like when you say, like, conjugate geometric expression, like, what do you mean? But
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's actually
another
a pretty
one.
simple. Yeah, that's actually simple when you break it down, right? I always talk about the donut. So yeah, I guess basically maybe the proper definitions do require words of specificity in such a way that it's gonna be like a foreign phrase to people. So, like you said, they're gonna have to be patient and invested enough to, like, do the follow up inquiry.
Hmm.
Oh well,
Yeah,
energy is still
that's
tough for
human
me, though.
nature for you.
Yeah, energy is a whole nother animal. Where I've gone from,
Well,
like, etheric vibrational displacement via pressure mediation to, like, will.
yeah, that's what I was gonna recommend. And I know that's like metaphorical to a slight degree, but I mean, and I know a synonym isn't a definition, so that kind of sucks. I don't. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, man. I can only talk about it in comparison to will.
Yeah, same, dude. I'm sometimes I always end up to this, like, intention or, like, will type of thing, and it does seem like that pointed manifestation is kind of the requirement. I mean, if someone's patient enough, it is easier to convey my idea with patience, right? Where it's like, well, I think that true rest doesn't exist, And for something to truly be in a state of rest or inertia, like true state of inertial rest, then it would be ether. And therefore, anything outside of that state is what we call energy. But in fact, energy would maybe be the prerequisite to what we call energy in actuality, like pure potential, quote unquote, energy, right, would be the inertial initial state of the background. And so so what we call energy is any modality of the ether once it's knocked out of that initial state, and it has many different versions. Like we have and that's where Tesla says, well, static electricity is the ether under strain, and electricity and magnetism is the ether in motion. It's all ether, but it's different types of disturbances from that initial state. And I think if someone really tries to soak in that idea, it does make sense. It
Amen.
does.
I feel like what we're talking about and what we're discovering for ourselves here is something already implemented into the design of our language. And what I mean is that there's a pair of synonyms, middle and medium, and it's just like, okay, what's in the middle of a sine wave, right? Like you said, before it gets knocked out of that initial state, it's in the middle, and it's at a medium between the potential mediums, or I'm sorry, the potential high and low, and it's like it's in that medium, and it's like but that middle, when like someone draws a sine wave, there's that horizontal line, and then the sine wave is like based on being above or below it, and it's like, oh, so that resting, non-measurable, non-detectable, there is nothing to see here, but it's where everything comes from when it's excited, is called the medium, because it's in the middle. You know what I mean? It's like
That's pretty interesting.
it's like, how is that? How are those? Yeah, it's like, oh, I feel like there's a bit of something going on here with this language we've been given that we inherited. And I also wanted to say that in the same way that science can try but won't ever get there if it sticks to it's a way of going about things, which is respectable, but the same issue of trying to find the ether is similar to, like, oh, we're trying to find consciousness, right? Or we're trying to invent it, or we're trying to understand it, or get our hands on some in its pure form, and so I kind of like see the similarities in this sense. It's like, okay, they're looking for the ether, can't find it. They're trying to find consciousness, they can't find it, or understand the mystery of it, and but what they can do is measure like a thought, or like get a reading from a thought, as like an electrical impulse. And it's like, well, in the same way, I'd call a field concretizing into matter or whatever as a ether perturbation modality. I would call a thought or an emotion a consciousness perturbation modality. But then to bring together the will and the energy, it's like if a thought is a consciousness perturbation modality, then what's the driving force behind that thought coming out of consciousness? And we all know, you will your thoughts. It's your will, and so in that sense, it just seems to just work so well as a something to compare to energy. If you want to call it a thought form, and in the sense of like something that arises out of consciousness, you say, okay, there's these things that manifest, we'll call them thought forms, and then you get these fields or matter or whatever. I mean, they're forms in the more traditional sense of the word, but you call them the ether forms. But that link, it's like, okay, what would bring about from, there's rest, and then something at rest is gonna then do something. Well, we say, oh, because the energy is there to to fuel it or whatever. But on the consciousness comparison, it's absolutely will. I mean, and
Your thought has a lot of like momentum. Like, how did you gain all that momentum with your thoughts here?
Your thought has momentum. What do you mean?
Yours does.
I'm not sure we will all our thoughts, do we?
I think that's kind of the golden rule. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I think you can concentrate and then force them in a general direction, but I'm not sure we will all the thoughts in.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Wait. Andy, is there different versions of will? Is there conscious and subconscious or unconscious will?
No, but thoughts
I
just
believe
pop into
so.
your head sometimes, don't they? I mean, don't you think?
Let me ask you a question.
He was going to respond.
Let me ask you a question about that.
Your thoughts are influenced. Yeah, right.
So, when you're dreaming, you might be like living in like a first person's perspective of that dream or something, right? And then there's something that in the dream you're like, oh no, like this is the problem. Like I want to solve this problem I'm encountering in my dream or whatever. But who's the one who put that obstacle in front of you in the dream? Why is it there? Did someone else decide for that to be your experience? No, even though it doesn't seem like it's under your control from the perspective you're like viewing it within the dream, you know that the dream is entirely of your design, entirely of your will. Nothing happens in a dream that you didn't decide for it to be so that way, even if in the dream you're experiencing it in a way that you feel you're powerless or
I don't believe that's true,
it's something being done to you. Your dream is entirely of your will that's making everything in it happen. You're the one who's deciding for it to be this way. I'm not saying forefront, like what like what I'm saying, like the
On a
background
subconscious level.
consciousness. Yeah, exactly. It's still all you though.
Well,
It's all your will.
I appreciate. Yeah, I mean that's a decent analogy. I just wouldn't say that it's concrete that dreams are not that are only made within you and not put there. But yeah, it's a good analogy.
I haven't had a good dream for ages and remembered it, I don't think. And the weirdest thing is when you wake up in a dream. That's the weirdest thing ever. You're like, what the fuck? I ain't done that for ages either.
But parallel to your original set. I guess I thought you were saying, well, your thoughts are influenced from the outside, so they're not willful, right? But I guess you could, like along Fundy's line, you're accepting that influence willfully, taking it on.
Yeah, I see your guys' point about that too, because if someone says yellow triangle, boom, you're like, did I really choose to see that in my mind's eye? Because I did. I can't help but see it. So it's like, did I will that conscious experience?
Like I know I'm not weird, because anybody who has kids definitely whispers things into their ear when they're sleeping to see if they can cause the dreams, and so even the dreams aren't safe.
I do want to, before it gets lost in the sauce, I want to point out.
Good things.
I want to give like the credit due to the idea that you were talking about a second ago. It seems like such an easy way to convey the idea of the ether, where that you have the waveform, and then you have the horizontal line through the middle of it, and we basically describe the wave as this movement up above or down below that horizontal baseline. The ether is that horizontal line.
Yeah, immeasurable, undetectable, at rest.
Exactly,
the medium.
And like nothing that we can measure is at that horizontal line. It wouldn't even be accessible materially. So like everything is at least slightly above or below it.
That horizontal line isn't even something that you're supposed to take as existing. It's only like a visual aid to represent something that doesn't exist, like can't like, what I'm saying? Like that line isn't supposed to take up any space. It isn't supposed to have any sort of thickness, like how they say in geometry, like the dot represents a point on the graph, but that point doesn't actually take up any space.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's super true with the ether as it's non-Cartesian. It doesn't even fit within this like 3D Cartesian existence that we perceive or try to understand. So it's like that horizontal line is just even for the ether analogy is literally just for the analogy, for the purpose of analogy. But I mean, it's like
And it's
I'm
called
trying
the
to think of
medium.
every time.
That's too perfect, man. It's called the that line
That's
is
a
the
trip too.
medium, the middle point. That's such a trip.
Yeah, it is a trip. And dude, I will say so what I've learned pretty quickly is conversations about the ether. Either someone has like good faith and they truly just want to kind of understand or figure out what it is or whatever, or someone doesn't. If they don't, then it's impossible to ever make any progress with anyone about this conversation. But I'm trying to think of the best way to break it down to people, and that's a good analogy I think to mix in. I also just like conceptualizing like the calmest lake you can imagine, like completely calm, like not a fish in it, no motion, it's completely still. And any little bit of movement that happens in that lake, that's what we see in the world. That's static electricity, magnetism, everything that we see, light.
Above the lake, in the lake.
Above it, kind of. I mean, it doesn't make. Yeah,
Doesn't make perfect
there's
sense because you can't use any
yeah,
analogy because of the non-Cartesian nature of ether. Like no
exactly.
physical analogy will exist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Physical mediums, physical objects are subject to physical constraints. And I think I've heard you say this before. What's it that every metaphor falls apart at some point, because that's just the nature of a metaphor, that it's a breakaway from what you're really trying to talk about. And so there has to be some point where it isn't exactly the same as what you're talking about, because it's something different. It's only pointing towards that thing. Yeah.
And
So
I think that's also back to the
it
good
always
faith.
has to fall apart.
It's back to the good faith thing, though, right? Like if I try to explain someone the ether with that analogy, and they're like, "But what about this?" and they find some way a lake is different than what I'm saying the ether is. It's like, so you're not actually trying to understand what I'm saying. You're just trying to find a way to dismiss it. So like to me, that's like so useless. Only in like the 21st century and maybe late into the 20th century have we become so desensitized to ignorance that like the really like the bright intellectual discussion and thought-provoking conversations have been demonized. So who even cares, right? I mean, the truth is that we're supposed to be having this type of conversation and figuring out something else. I
Well,
tried to tell them, they're like,
there's a way that was laid out that we're supposed to have the conversation, and we're supposed to have it with mind your P's and Q's and
exactly, and that's
in a
retarded
logic.
because throughout all of history, the smartest people that discovered all these profound epiphanies were thinking outside the box and having like intellectual, thought-provoking,
No,
speculative
when I say
conversations.
P's and Q's, I mean like modus tollens. We're supposed to have it in a logical forum, even within yourself. Yeah.
Well, think about this. So, like, real fast to say this, I was trying to explain to Kosho when he was talking about, we were talking about instantaneous action at distance, quantum entanglement, and all this stuff, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's not even possible within the framework of materialism. But instantaneous action at distance makes perfect sense within an etheric framework, right? Because the ether's already there. It's here, it's over there, it's over there. Really, it doesn't have it there, but like from our perspective, it does, right? Like as where it interacts with us, it does. And that's what to have instantaneous action at a distance, to have what we call action, it has to somehow be knocked out of that initial state of rest so we can see it. But anyway, so I was trying to give him this analogy of like a lake, and I'm like, okay, I can throw a rock in it and then it's going to ripple, and I'm going to say it takes this long for the ripple to wave over to the shore, but like how long did it take the water to get to the shore, right? It was already there. I'm like, okay, now the lake's completely calm. Imagine if there was an earthquake that happened. So now the entire lake moved. So like over there moved, and so did over there at the same time, because it's already there. So now the whole thing is moved like an earthquake, right? And that's where he said, well, that doesn't really work though, because, there's a direction of the earthquake and the whole lake wouldn't move at the same time. And that's kind of what I'm saying about you're not you're not taking the analogy in good faith for what it's supposed to be applied to, which is since the lake's already there, it can all be moved at the same time. And that's how you can it's action distance like an earthquake shaking the lake. And I'm like, oh yeah, of course, since there's a directional preference of the epicenter of a literal earthquake, then the analogy isn't perfect. But it's like
I
weird to
also
me because it does. I think everyone that hears that can be like, oh, well, that does explain instantaneous action at a distance logically, as opposed to this idea that one particle can be in simultaneous places at the same time, or that they can interact simultaneously separated by nothingness with nothing connecting them, right? Like everyone knows that earthquake analogy makes way more logical sense, right? I mean, when you hear it, you're like, okay, well, I understand how that does work better, right? I mean,
It's a good
yeah,
analogy.
absolutely.
It's a good analogy. I just want to reiterate because I think you have the foundation and the capability that if you took some time aside, or even maybe just found somebody to go back and forth with who you felt was like, a good fit, that if you formed these assertions in a modus tollens or ponens fashion back and forth, you might find some clarity on a way to deliver this thought a little better.
well, I'll be transparent here, bro. Like, I don't fully know. So, you know what I'm saying? So like I did an ether presentation at Flytoberfest. I did it on my channel. And I'm talking about charge and discharge being positive and negative, and like the non-Cartesianal nature as opposed to the polarization of the ether being this material manifestation, and like you have this Cartesianal spatial extension, and then everything's and people told me that my presentation was good or whatever, but I can tell that it just didn't land with people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I'm like,
totally.
yeah. So now I'm not even ready I am well aware. I don't lack the self awareness that I don't realize this. Like, I'm not ready to deliver a digestible summation
Yeah,
of the ether,
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I'm just
Not
again, I'm
without
just
booking
suggesting that.
yourself into a room.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm just
bro. Go
suggesting
ahead.
that you'll maybe set aside like an hour and just try it and see where you get with giving yourself these if P then Q,
if then statements. Yeah,
right?
I hear you. Yeah, like, well, I
For a
think
lot
I've
of
given some logical, like, there are some very basic logical arguments for the ether, right? Like, if I have a vacuum chamber and I see that there's like electromagnetic energy in there, right? Definitions aside, and it's waving, there's a waving motion, and there's no like air in there or whatever, or no air to speak of. So then it's like, well, what is waving? What's the antecedent to waving? The answer is
something to
immediate.
wave.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go. You've proven the ether logically. You've proven it logically. What's the antecedent to waving? Or like, so are you saying in the vacuum chamber nothing? Well, nothing cannot exist. Or what's outside of the material world? Something or nothing? Well, you only have one logical answer, something. So
Right,
like
and
there
those
are
are your best,
logical
and those are your
answers.
best. Those are your points that land the best. So what I'm saying is take a cue from yourself and realize that those are the points that get across most clearly. And I don't have
I
the
hear you. Yeah,
foundation that
I
you
hear you.
have at all,
That's
so
a
I
good.
can't do it with you.
No, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, like boil it down to more like succinct, digestible, like logical postulations like that.
Since I love trying to, just like you, I love trying to come up with brilliant metaphors for these types of things. One just came to mind that I think is pretty fun. It's sort of like that quote, like you'll know. Is it a tree? What it says? You'll know a tree by the fruit it bears. Is it specifically a tree though?
Well,
Maybe
yeah, and the scriptures
a
exactly what it's
plant,
talking about. It talks about a person, but
right? But the metaphor, does it
yeah,
say
it
like?
would have to be a tree, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I'll stick with the tree. So it's sort of like an invisible tree that bears visible fruit. And it's like you see the fruit just suspended there, visible, and they fall, and you're like, okay, so what's the antecedent to fruit? Yeah,
Exactly.
it's growing from a tree. The tree's invisible, yes, but you see the fruit, right? Do you think they just came out of nowhere? Like they grew out of
Exactly.
something, didn't they?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think I like a good analogy. I think analogies your friend here with it, especially maybe if you can explain it to your daughter when she's 5 or something like that. Words
Yeah, I
like
can take her to a
Cartesian,
lake and
yeah,
throw a rock in it, dude. Like,
even
there's no doubt.
antecedent.
Leah can understand it.
Any words like
Yeah.
that, they're no good, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
Incidentally, I was just thinking about that thought thing. Thoughts come from outside a lot. I don't know if I was just thinking about like thoughts that from a fucking advertising firm, how they target people with little slogans and shit like that. Also, like to military technology. I don't know if this is true, but apparently they can put thoughts in people's heads, and they've been able to do it a long time. So,
well, you know that expression, you are shaped by your environment at the same time you are shaping your environment. Like your environment shapes you as well as you shape your environment. I mean, the same thing could go to say like your thoughts affect the world, but the world also affects your thoughts. So
yeah,
you got me there. It's like that will thing, but yeah, I'll get back to you on that maybe.
Yeah, there's
appreciate
something
it.
called TMS therapy, which is they claim that they can cure depression or anxiety, etc., by I guess hitting you with different magnetic frequencies while you talk, I guess, through something therapeutically. I'm assuming they'll trigger something, measure the energy output that you get from that response, and where it is located on your brain, and then try to massage it with these magnetic fields. I'm not saying this is a good. It's probably a bad idea, right? You're desensitizing yourself, but this
You
is
ever heard
something
of the
that's done.
Reich stuff?
I was just thinking about that. Did you say right?
The Reich, or how do you say it correctly?
The right
Rife.
stuff.
One more time.
Raymond Rife, that guy. Oh
Right.
no.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it is
think
right.
I haven't done my due diligence, on researching it, but it seems to pop up every now and then. It's like, I feel like something's telling me to look into this technology. And just recently, I heard that there's a Rife microscope, and it's how the frequencies of different things were detected in order to program the Rife machine to put out these frequencies targeting certain diseases or whatnot.
Yikes.
No, it's interesting stuff. It's just what you were talking about a second ago, man.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
magnetic frequency stuff.
I think it's super interesting, and I'm not writing it off. I just think I'm extremely skeptical about such things as well. I mean, because we've probably all heard the story about the government shut him down, big pharma shut him down, and all this stuff. And maybe it did happen. I don't know, but I feel like a lot of people would have this, especially in America. If there were money to be made around curing diseases from frequencies, which is probably possible. I don't know, but it's beyond me. I know that. So
Yeah, right. And then there's like the things that you hear about, like Orgone Energy and the mad scientist doctor who got arrested for, I don't know, putting people in his closet layered and organic and then inorganic, then inorganic matter again. You know about the Oregon stuff? It's like that.
yeah,
It leaves a bad taste in my mouth any time I hear someone give a presentation on it. But it is based on a story about a guy who is like, performing miraculous healing feats, right, on people, and they all their testimonies, yada yada. It's like
Even more,
all these.
even more simple. There's a 369 frequency, right? They tell anybody can do it, and some people report it as being, having negative effects on their well-being. Where you just take, yeah, good.
Sorry, dude. I sometimes think a cat's purr is healing in some way, like in some sort of fantasies thing. But when it comes to these things, I don't know. Like we were talking about the Rife machine, I just think that some things that sound too good to be true probably are. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overly skeptical. I don't know.
I mean, I just don't want to do it to I don't want to. Maybe I will get a cat to try it on.
As first time I've heard the cat purr thing. I've heard that from a lot of sources, actually. Although, obviously, people with cats still die prematurely.
Well, I
all
heard
the time.
something else. I can't remember. It's at like the tip of my mind, but something about actually, like, scientifically measuring the frequency from the cat's purring, like a result. It's just that I just read it recently, but
I've also heard that the exact mechanism of how a cat purrs is still a mystery. Like, how are they doing that?
I can do it. So how the fuck? Why can't they do it?
I heard that it came through.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fucking lost at sea, guys, in this ocean of information, you know?
We just want lasers, like everybody else gets. Apparently, we just want a bunch of frequency lasers. Give us like a year, and let us play around with some cat, like whatever some stuff.
The funny thing is though, is that like where's like the collective motivation to explore these ideas and just definitively, like why should any idea be like why should anyone need to be uncertain about any of these ideas? Can it not just be fucking justified or shut
Yeah,
down either way? You know what I
yeah,
mean?
for sure. I said it. I said it. I think even with it before. Like, don't be fooled by like this whole like Einstein, Tesla, that it takes some kind of superhero, all by himself when to figure out the mysteries of the world. When in reality, it's like 3,000 guys in a basement, being working together, government, whatever, right? And then they just say, "Oh, this one guy did it." Like, don't be fooled. You have to come together. You can't. This is not no. There's no secret genius. They're all lies. Yeah, so it's like we're separated by this idea that some super genius like Tesla or Einstein, or now Elon Musk, which that's ridiculous, but whoever, right? Some super genius out there, and you just got to wait for them to be born because you're not going to be that guy. But really, we're not. There's not supposed to be a guy. We're supposed to come together and bounce these ideas in action and put them into practice together. And it doesn't get done.
Well, there is a little bit of a trend out there of people being taught this story that maybe gets it in their head that they need a hero.
Yep.
I need a hero.
I got the right stuff.
He's gotta be strong. He's gotta be fast, and he's gotta be fresh from the fight.
Holy shit! Is that the right? You know all the words to this? All right.
Just that one line.
But yeah, like I mean, it's just I thought of it pretty simply. Everybody's talking about these, direct energy weapons, right? I don't know much about it, but with the whole, just Americans fighting for the Second Amendment, we have the right to bear arms. Well, then we have the right to lasers. I mean, pretty simply. I mean, don't we have the right to have laser guns?
What are you talking about, dude? Is there like a law about the possession of lasers or something?
There shouldn't there be? That's what I'm saying. Like, why those are off limits? I tried to get a fucking boomerang off Amazon the other day. Not a slingshot off Amazon the other day. I got declined. Can't have it. But these guys can have fucking lasers. Yeah.
I guess Germany, I think it has like really strict gun laws. And so in response to that, there's this guy who started up a YouTube channel called the Slingshot Channel, where he makes the deadliest weapons he can manufacture.
Dude, I watched somebody take a tree out with it. I wanted it.
Yeah, dude, he makes some incredible weapons.
This dude was fucking landscaping a forest with a slingshot. And I'm like, fucking right, I want this. He's taking that full blown branches, just like I tried to get one, and I don't know. Maybe I'm too old to have one, or not old enough. I don't know what the slingshot rules are.
That guy is actually secretly Ken Wheeler. His German accent is just a fake.
I just was watching a video of he's taking out these branches, but yeah, I mean that I don't know if you were bringing up that point, but like why isn't this accessible to us? Is it because we're seeking their knowledge? Like they've already gained it, so we got to go get our own. But or they should just give it up freely. Like, this is ours as well. Like, there's no such thing as invention, right? It's just discovery. Like, invention is a made up word. It's just discovery. So you just discover what already was, but you have ownership to it.
Well, that was a fun talk. Love me some ether talk. Ether. Yeah, so many things though that we can bring up that we're all like kind of dissatisfied with the state of. You know, there's so many things are just like, can we fucking settle this already? Like, I don't want to be fucking going back and forth till I die. Like, I'm hoping there's a winner sometime soon on a lot of these things. You know what I mean?
Like, what kind of things? Like, any in mind specifically?
Well, you know, there's the ideas out there that cancer has, 1,000 cures that have already been discovered. It's like, okay, are any of those true? Because I hear about them all the time, you know. Any of those true? I have faith that, yeah, absolutely, it's very plausible, whatever. That a lot of them work, but it's like, no, I mean, who's standing behind it? Like a few testimonials and some dude who wants to sell you a product. It's like, okay, well, geez, what do I do?
Yeah, I have a friend of mine. I can't give you the exact recipe. I could always ask her. I talk about her kind of a lot because she's like, somebody I've been friends with for 20 plus years, and she's like was way ahead of the whole holistic as far as I was aware. Like, everybody made fun of her, as a kid. Like, you're wearing magnets on your backpack, you weirdo, right? Me included, right? But anyway, her mom had throat cancer. I don't know the entire details. She went to the mountains, grew stuff in the dirt, drank the water in a special way, and came back with no cancer. I don't know.
Yeah, then you have something like black salve. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
No, you haven't heard of black salve. It's a combination of 5 or 6 different herbs, and I know people that have personally used it. Works extremely well for skin cancers. You just put it on the skin cancer, and it literally just pulls the entire cancer out of your body.
Yeah, she's big into clay, like clay's pulling stuff.
Yeah,
it's not my area.
Yeah, the black salve as well. Apparently, people have even used it in lung cancers and stuff, where they've just put it. You scratch yourself a little bit, and then you put it on, and it will even pull things like lung cancer and stuff out of you. But I know people personally who have used it to take skin cancers out of themselves, and it works 100% of the time. People have even done things where they, people have even done things where they. Yeah, but it's still, it's obviously still dangerous. And if something can just pull it out rather than cut it out, it's still showing. And black salve is something that they deny even works. It's poison. It burns you. Apparently, it's poisonous for you. But it's just 5 herbs that do that. But apparently, like I said, it actually pulls lung cancer out of people as well. So it can get cancers out of the inside of your body too, not just skin cancers.
Bundy?
Main ingredient would be bloodroot.
Yeah, I think that is one of them. Yeah, now that you have it, I've got a video of a bunch of guys who talk about it and they show the recipe. So something I could dig up, but it's in another hard drive on a different computer.
Yeah, and I mean, my only point to like Fundy's comment was that I could just ask her and she would just tell me. Like, she wouldn't charge me. She wouldn't charge somebody. She would just say, "Hey, this is. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do." But that information is suppressed all the time.
Yeah, definitely. Like, have you heard of the Gerson therapy?
No.
Nope.
No, okay. So Max Gerson was a doctor back in the 30s or 40s, and while he was studying to be a doctor, he had migraines for like 3 or 4 days at a time, just constantly, all the time. And he went to his professors and everyone and said, "Look, what can I do about this?" And they all just said, "Look, nothing. Go through the literature. There is no cure for migraine." So he just decided, maybe it's got something to do with something that he's eating. Someone's in the kitchen. So he then went and just cut out everything in his diet except for apples, and he just started eating apples, and he had no headaches. So then he went, okay, what can I do now? So he just added in an extra food, and then he added in something else, and if he got migraines, he took that food out, and he just kept going, and he developed what he called the migraine diet, and he was giving it to people. And then when he was doing that, after a period of time, he had people coming back to him saying, well, I had this problem and I had that problem and all these things went away as well, and that went away. And I think a form of tuberculosis, which at the time was incurable, can't remember the name of the tuberculosis, but it was a form of tuberculosis that was incurable at the time. And he had people coming back saying that it had cured their tuberculosis. And he, as a doctor, was thinking, well, that's impossible. This is the migraine. This is the migraine cure. But all these people kept coming back to him saying, well, it cured it. And he knew a guy who ran a tuberculosis
Barrel
clinic.
Rider, you're hot micing. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I've done that black sab before. I removed some things with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff apparently from what I've seen. But so with the Gerson thing, he then went to his friend who ran one of these clinics, and that guy said, well, I've got 350 people here. If you can cure just one of them of their tuberculosis, I'll pay attention to your diet. Within, I think it was something like 2 weeks, he had cured about 340 of them, and then within a month, they were all cured of it.
I think I've heard this story.
Yeah, so then that made everyone prick up. But while that was going on, a whole bunch of people kept coming back to him saying, well, I had cancer and I no longer have cancer anymore. And then it sort of developed into this thing called the Gerson therapy. They ended up having to... they ended up having to go to Mexico because obviously throughout that time you had... I think there was a guy named Harold Hoxley back then who had a cancer cure as well, and you had Royal Raymond Rife. There was all these things coming out in the 1930s and 40s and stuff, 20s, that were supposed cancer cures, and the American Medical Association just kept smashing them all.
What an
Anytime they heard
amazing
of
time
someone
it
who
used
was
to be.
curing cancer.
Yeah, it used to be an amazing time, apparently, according to the history books, before public education came along. Yeah, like so many miraculous things. But that does align with just the way I think of, just generally, right? Like the way I think of it now, anyway. Not the way I always thought, but if I'm sick, that's because I'm being poisoned. That's it. Like that's my like go-to. That if there's something wrong with me, it's because I'm being poisoned by something that doesn't belong in me. So
Yeah.
That makes
That's
sense.
interesting.
Some form of poison, like something, whether some type of toxin or some type of foreign material or something's going on, obviously.
Yeah, a splinter,
Well,
whatever.
how do you feel?
Ingrown
How do you
nail.
feel about this though? People like kind of one by one at my place of work. Even people who aren't in like close proximity to each other, maybe just pass by each other, hand a piece of paper off to each other like once. I'm out of the office and they're in the office, and I'll come back, hand them some paperwork when I get, and then leave almost immediately. But still, like one by one, each of us is taking off a sick day or whatever, and it seems to finally become my turn, and it's like I don't believe that any of them gave something to me, like like I would be told or whatever. And I also think that it probably has a lot to do with just the changing of the weather around here and adjusting to that. But I can't really defend that. I don't even know where I would start. Like saying like
I don't have an
it's just a
answer.
loose. It's just like a loose correlation. But
I don't have a definitive answer, but like the way I think of it is like I think of a movie, right? And every movie I've ever seen where there was like like some kind of epidemic, right? This guy in a hazmat suit comes in and he tries to find the item, right? Like, let me find where it's the origin of this disease that's, you know, turning everybody into vampires or whatever, right? And there's always like a source, right? And never do they come in and start trying to find like the person. It's always like a source. Only recently have people, you know, now the storyline changes to it's it's in the person, but it's always been that there's something in that you know, vicinity that's getting into everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
guess
that's
there's also the sort of etheric type thing as well, of where, you know, I mean, it is just that time of the year. It's the sort of the general time when people go through their detox. Because when you actually do a detox, you get those same flu symptoms if you haven't done many of them before. You know,
That's
you get
another
those
way of
same sicknesses.
that's another way of looking at it. And then there's
Yeah.
you know, the way that we're told to look at it. And this is just another one of those examples. It's like I hear so much from every direction, and they're all saying, you know, choose me, believe in me. And it's like, oh man, I definitely have my favorites, but but you know,
Yeah. Have you,
as a,
sorry, go on.
I'm just saying, just because my favorites, I'm not going to say like I know that that's the correct way of looking at things here. And it's like, can we please settle this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
can we get to the bottom of this or not?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it probably is a combination of a couple of different factors. But have you guys ever done any long fasts?
the longest I did was like one time, twice now. But
Yeah, like once or twice.
yeah, it was like the one I did for
If a
30
week
days.
is okay.
Oh,
Wow,
you've done a
that's
30
crazy.
day? So
Yeah,
did you
but
notice as well that throughout that you did have kind of flu symptoms and you did feel bad and you went through different things and you come out the other end and you're fine and then you tend to get sick less?
yeah, I didn't do a full detox. I don't want to like brag. Like, I just what I did was like a fast of certain things. Like
Right. Yeah.
I cut out like all meat products for a month.
Right. Okay. All right. So you sort of did like a fruit and vegetable fast.
Yeah, and like I never got sick during the entire like COVID thing. Again, I know that's what to say, but like I just never got sick at all. And
Yeah.
funny
Well,
enough, it came to me. I don't know if this is funny enough. It came to me in a dream, right? In a dream, it kept on. I don't know. A voice kept on saying, like, I can't even remember the verse right now. I could look it up, like reverse engineer, look it up. But in the dream, it kept saying a verse over and over, like 11. It was like Daniel 11:4. Daniel 11:4. I'm like, what the fuck, right? And I had this like terrible dream, and then and there was some kind of an invention going on. Anyhow, I just woke up and I looked into I just opened. I went on the internet and said, okay, Daniel 11:4, whatever it was, and it said to not fall to fast for 30 days. And I was like, fast? I've never fasted before, right? And so I did, and I never got sick during the whole thing. I don't know if I would have.
yeah.
I have no idea. But
I
don't know if it
think
brings the two things together.
fasting is definitely one of the best things you'll ever do for yourself. Whether it just be, you know, I mean, intermittent fasting is okay, but to do like, you know, anywhere from sort of 1 to 3 days is just a great start, and then, you know, get into your 7 days. You don't really have to go to the extreme ones. But there's a gentleman
Now,
named Lauren.
this one told me it specifically said fast for like. I opened it was like fast for 21 days. I think it said something like that.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah.
So I was like, all
Yeah,
right,
right.
Dream. I don't know what you were all about, but
Yeah, so there's a guy
try
named
it.
Lauren Lockman, and he runs fasting clinics. And so it's just an example of how sometimes going longer just produces completely different results. And he had a guy who, on day 15, the guy went to the toilet, and while he was urinating, he came back to Lauren. He's like, look, I could smell all these photographic chemicals coming out of me. And Lauren was like, well, you're a photographer. That makes sense, you know? And he goes, yeah, but I haven't been around
What?
developing chemicals since I was a little kid. He goes, my dad used to do photographic development, and I used to be in the room while he was doing it. He goes, so I haven't been in there since I was a little kid. And he was now 50 years old. And he goes, well, those chemicals have been inside you the entire time, and they've now finally come out of you. So it took 15 days of water fasting. So if he had stopped after 10 days, which is still a pretty decent water fast, that would have still been in him.
Yeah, I
So
was
it's
looking
like,
into that just like the like I've been looking into it just for the last couple of days. Weirdly enough, about the fasting. Yeah, sorry, hold on, give me a second.
So what's your let's not get in trouble here, I guess is what I'm saying. So I'm not, but how do I word? You know what I'm saying? It's fasting, like the do's and don'ts. You know what I mean? Like
where
you
do
said
you
water
start and stuff?
fast. You said water fast. It's like, do you mean just water by that? Like,
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that
Yeah,
too.
just water. Yeah, just water.
Yeah,
Now, I mean,
was
if you want to do something kind of different, where if you want to get sort of introductories, if you were to say, like, if you want to still be able to eat, do something like a watermelon fast or a grape fast or something like that. Like grapes are really good for cleaning out your lymphatic system.
I was
Watermelons
specifically
are really
looking
good.
at. I haven't looked at it right, but I specifically like tagged, bookmarked this guy named Andy Kaufman, the Water
Yeah.
Cure, water fasting, 26 days. Are you familiar?
I know Andy Kaufman. I haven't seen that particular thing of him though. No.
Okay, and he said
Yeah.
the same. Like he's saying, there's not that it happens often, but people have reported that they then get high on coke or something that they did a long time ago or whatever.
Oh yeah, that happened to me. That happened to me. Like I did.
that's incredible.
Yeah, I did one where I went for 2 weeks eating nothing but grapes, and then I did 1 week on nothing but orange juice, and then I followed that by 1 week on just water, and then I did 2 weeks on watermelon after that. And during the water section of it, all of a sudden, a friend of mine came over my house one day, and he's knocking on the door, and all of a sudden, there I am. I'm like licking my lips and chewing my face. And he's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm going, "Man, I feel like I'm on fucking ecstasy." And he's like,
Nice.
"What?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "It must be coming out of my system or something." But literally, I had those same effects. Not like as if I was hardcore high, but I don't know if you guys have ever had it before, and you get that, like, you're chewing your face, you're licking your lips and stuff, and that kind of effect. And that was happening to me. So this was after 4 weeks of the fasting, but yeah, it's interesting the sort of things that'll happen to you. And I'd already done many fasts before this, many 1 days and 3 days, and other fasts of just eating nothing but grapes or watermelon and stuff like that.
So
It
the
wasn't
water
until I
fast,
did this
the
extended
water
one.
fast
Sorry,
is
guys.
just the water fast. Then to Fundy's question is literally just water. That's all you get.
Yeah, some people will do things like also take some magnesium and some other, like maybe tissue salts and stuff like that, so that way you're not
I've
sort
heard
of
the water
taking too much.
alone is going to like deprive you of like essential electrolytes or something. So you want to like add some Himalayan salt or something to your water at like
Yeah, you could do that.
every fourth cup of water you drink or something. Add a little salt in so that your body
Yeah.
still can, like, I don't know, get the electrolytes or something.
What about like the
Yeah, and
milk
also
fast?
make
Is
sure
there
you're
a milk
drinking the
fast?
purest
'Cause
water.
I need something that's like got like something that'll make me feel full. Is there a milk fast? No.
We'll do a juice fast instead, or like I said, do just do say like eat grapes for 3 days. It's a good
Yeah, I
way.
can do
That
it.
way, then like you're eating something,
That sounds
or eat
way
watermelon.
more. Yeah, that sounds way more like accessible. You know what I mean? Like or maybe even two fruits. You know what I mean? Like bananas and grapes or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I wouldn't do bananas. I would do more watery things.
Okay,
Stick
like
to
an
things that
orange.
are very.
Yeah, like
Yeah, or you could eat oranges. Oranges are extremely good. Oranges are
melon,
great for
orange,
clearing out
grape
your lungs.
fast.
Yeah. That would be good. So you have watermelons are really good for cleaning your blood. Obviously they're red, so they're good for cleaning the kidneys and cleaning the blood and that part of
Are
the
you
system.
kind of like hinting towards like the potato is brain food because it looks like a brain?
Yeah, how can we let that one slide without getting you to really dive deep on that? Hey, listen, guys, watermelons are red. They obviously help your red blood. Like,
Well, just
you know how you sound, right? You know how you sound when you say that. But you're within an open mind community, but still, you can't just skate past it.
Dude,
Like,
this
that's
guy,
right, guys.
yeah.
Okay,
Proof
but
is he's got like
take
an
it.
11-inch penis and he ate bananas for a year straight. So
Yeah, let's
stop
take
doubting
as an
him.
example. I guess you have something like lipokine in anything red, right? Well, the lipokines in red colored fruits and vegetables protect your skin, and they will also help you from skin from being burnt. So if during summer, which is when most of these red fruits and vegetables actually come about, or the veggie fruits in the case of things like capsicums, if you eat an excessive amount of those things, you actually don't burn. The burning of your skin will be extremely low. Like, I'm here in Australia and I generally burn quite a lot, but if I eat a lot of watermelon and stuff like that during summer, the lipocaine in the watermelon will actually
Man,
prevent me from burning.
Are you trying to set me up for a joke about people who eat a lot of watermelon don't get sunburned? Like, are you trying to set me up for that?
Yeah, you can go for it, man. No, but I mean, you got to
Those
also
watermelon
look
eaters,
at,
they don't get burned too easily, man.
Yeah,
yeah.
banana eaters have really large penises as well. So those are two setups that we didn't fall
Yes.
for.
Yeah. How does it
Almost
clean your
got it.
blood? That's
Yeah.
not something that I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly the thing behind it. This was just stuff that I was researching a number of years ago when I was doing all this. But then you take something like they say that celery is extremely good for your bones, right? So your bones are made up of 21% silica. Celery is made up of 21% silica. It looks like a bone. It snaps like a bone. So you can make those comparisons that celery is like a bone. Like it's like it's almost
It
like
sounds
nature
so
actually does.
woo, you
It
know?
does sound woo. Yeah, it does sound
I
woo.
see
But I
where you're
mean,
coming
obviously,
from.
if when you actually have that celery is made up of 21% silica, your bones are made up of 21% silica. I mean, obviously, there's comparisons there, right? They look like bones.
Well, what about
When
the
you snap
kidney
it,
bean? I know it looks like a kidney, but is it actually good for your kidneys? Come on.
I don't know. Possibly.
All right.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, beans are obviously an extremely healthy thing for you to eat.
I'm having kidney stones now.
Not according to Pythagoras. He says no one who eats beans is allowed in my school. They're the devil's. They're the devil's vegetable.
Pythagoras was wrong. I mean, if you look into the blue zones of all the longest lived people in the world, the one thing, like the one food that they all have in common, the one thing is beans. So every group of people within the blue zones, every single one of those groups eats beans.
Well, I mean, beans and they probably all eat a lot of grains too, just like popular, easily grown foods, corn, rice,
I guess,
beans.
yeah, probably not the Asian ones. I guess rice is a grain. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's that far off, right? Like if something's structured geometrically in a certain way because it's able to sustain that form, right? Then it would require certain materials to sustain that form, right? Like so, like just the shape of your kidney and the shape of the bean, right? They're able to sustain that form. So I don't know if it's too far off.
The shape of a walnut being exactly like the shape of your brain, and walnuts have good fats for your brain.
Rice looks like a slanted eye. I'm just saying.
But really, there is this one guy. I'm not sure if he said anything about
Sorry,
food
I'm
per
gonna-
se,
I'm gonna
but there's
go
this
on,
guy who coined the
mute if you wanna
term
go do some
morphogenetic field. That seems to be at play in this topic. You guys ever heard of the morphogenetic field?
Nope.
Well,
Never.
I'm not gonna try to explain it really, but because I'm sure that if you Google it, I mean, there's only one type of result that's going to show up, but it's the morphogenetic field, and yeah, I'll leave that to you guys.
Yeah, it was kind of, I'm reading it's relative to what I was saying about the geometric structure. Okay.
Back
Yeah,
to
collection of
back.
interactions. So I was not good. I was just reading Wikipedia anyway. Okay.
I was just going to say my brother was obsessed with the Gerson therapy over a decade ago. Still still does a big juice every day, and pretty much lives on. I mean, I'm talking about living like on nothing else, sort of thing, just juices. He has got a bit of an eating issue. I don't really want to talk about that, but I think that was part of the reason. And the other part was he had some blood in his stool. This is a long time ago now, and so he was a bit nervous, a bit worried, and so that's what sparked his research, obsession, if you will. And so, like I say, now he just does a juice. He's got a lot of stuff in it: carrots, apples, and what are the
One thing I heard about
avocados? They're really good. But he
one
puts a
thing.
bit of that. Sorry, he puts a bit of that. MSM is. I think it's some sort of derivative of what that. Amanda Volman's always talking about that DMSO. Just puts a bit of that in every day. So, and then he gives me a little bit as well. So that's cool. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
One thing I heard, I don't necessarily stand behind it, but just sharing information. One thing I heard about being against like smoothies or juices or whatever as like your main staple of your diet is that it's like disrespecting the first step of the digestive process, which would be the mixing, like the really intimate and deep mixing of saliva into the foods you're eating. And if you like just guzzle down a smoothie, it's like it's not getting that proper ratio of saliva mixed into it, and that saliva is like extremely, I don't know, I guess like corrosive or something like that. It breaks things down, and if you skip, it's like why they say like chew your food or more than just to make it mushy, but to get that saliva mixed into it. That if you ignore that part and just gulp things down without like the proper mixture of that, then you're making it harder on the rest of the track because it hasn't, it's bypassed the main line.
You're also using a lot of different muscles when you do that. Like when you bite your food and bite into certain fruits and things like that, like you're using muscles in your jaw and in your throat and all of that stuff, and it ends up making your muscle tone in your jaw and your neck and your vagus nerve very like low, like the muscle tone, because you're not.
Well, maybe, but have you ever tried to drink like a carrot, like avocado smoothie? I think you need some strength for that too.
But yeah, I mean, there's
wait, one sec. Well, the argument I would have is because I'd gone through this whole. This is a long time ago now, but I suddenly came to this. I don't know, whatever. I don't want to talk about that. But basically, I'd go through this thing where I'd just say to folks, if it's God made, it's good. So my argument with him was basically that, and I'm not saying the Gerson therapy is bad because it clearly there's all kinds of evidence that suggests otherwise. But I was the thing I always talk to him about is I think that the pulp and all that, it transports the sugars in a slow way through your body, how it was intended, how God intended, basically. And so if you have it just in a smoothie, you just like it's like a fucking massive hit of sugar all at once. If there's all kinds of fruits in there, so yeah, I think you've got to be aware of that personally, because I think carrot and apple was the basic one, wasn't it? Is that guy gone, or is he still here? Playing reality.
He left.
Oh,
the smart guy. The guy was real educated on fasting and whatnot. Yeah.
He was cleaning
Hey,
blood.
sorry guys, I wasn't listening just then, but I am still here. But I'm doing dishes, so I didn't want to have my mic.
Yeah, I was just saying the basic Gerson therapy juice was carrot and apple, wasn't it?
Yeah, the basic is carrot and apple. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably just sort of the easiest for people to digest, or not digest, but as far as like flavor is concerned as well,
And not exactly on point. Not exactly on point, but with the saliva, I asked one time a doctor. I was like, what's making all these meth heads like lose their teeth? How come they have no fucking teeth when they do meth? I was like, what? Like, how are these things connected, right? Like, and he pointed out. He says, well, it's because they have no saliva, so therefore their teeth rot. So to tie back the saliva thing back into it. So that's some kind of protectant, like in your mouth, the saliva. That was his answer. I don't know if it's true or not, but.
Well, I remember this is way back. I remember looking into this. I remember looking back into this recently, like a year ago or something, and I couldn't find the same information. So maybe Jace could help me out, or somebody who knows better. But I was looking into this thing about eating cooked food because my brother, his little shtick was that if you cook it, you fuck it. Excuse the language, but the idea was that. And I'm not sure about this because I know certain vegetables, they got their own protective. They've got something protective, haven't they, inside them, which you can steam off or something like that. But anyway, the thing I was looking into said something like, this is weird. Like basically, when you eat cooked food, your body sees it's like it's under attack, and it sets off your immune system or something like that. I remember it was a long word. It was digestive leukocytosis. You could probably look that up. And I remember looking recently for it, and I couldn't find that information. But apparently, they were like the Dutch doctor. I don't know. Don't ask me how they do these things because it's like a wild claim. He was saying that basically, if you eat more than 50% of raw food, that this mechanism doesn't happen. So I don't know if that's true. I don't. I just remember looking into that a long time ago.
Yeah,
but
well,
it's interesting.
raw foods are extremely good for you. You're talking about things like oxalates in green vegetables and stuff like that, and certain vegetables have oxalates in them, and if you give them a slight steam or whatever, it gets rid of those oxalates. And they say that oxalates create kidney stones. But I think you'll find that probably if you're eating a lot of foods that have oxalates in them, and you're eating them raw, and you're also eating a lot of the meat, then you will create more kidney stones. But if all the food you eat is raw, you're not going to get kidney stones. It's just not going to happen. You know, you wouldn't find any raw foodist that has ever even had a skerrick of kidney stones. I actually was a raw foodist for a bit over a year, and you do lose weight, but it's the healthiest I've ever been. You know, from that time, like, I mean, I never really got sick before that, but from that time there, it's like I just don't get sick. It just never happens.
I was going to ask you, what was your determination? You're determining that, saying that's the healthiest I've ever been, was not being sick.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to Tom
just in general
Barnett.
feeling, energy, everything. You know, it's just your entire well-being is just on point, clarity. You know, but I think the main thing is like so the one thing that I've come to realize is that whether people go 100% plant-based, if they go paleo, if they go carnivore, if they go keto, I think the actual main thing that makes people heal from the particular diseases or whatever they have at that time is the fact that they're eating nothing but pure food. There's no junk, there's nothing. So obviously if you just go carnivore, all you're eating is meat. You're not going down to McDonald's and having a burger. Right? You're not getting a burger from somewhere else. You're eating actual meat. If you eat 100% plant-based, you're not going again to some shop and just eating crap food. It's all food that you made yourself. You either grew it in your garden or you went to a market and bought it.
And it's probably cheaper to eat that way too, because the food, when you cook food, it never really gets bigger. It always shrinks. So it's like, why am I doing that? Why am I buying food and shrinking it?
I was just going to mention Tom Barnett because he's a fellow Australian. Do you know who that guy is?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Big, huge beard, bald head.
Red beard?
Yeah. He doesn't cook anything that he eats. And I mean, I'm talking like chicken. He drinks his eggs. He's got like his own little egg smoothie. He doesn't cook that. Doesn't cook anything. that he has.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen the raw meat. There's a guy named what's his name, Sven. I can't remember, but yeah, he was some Swedish dude or whatever, and he was big. He just sitting there chomping on like raw steaks and stuff. You know, so they take that to the extreme.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I just maybe I've been I don't know what's the word, indoctrinated. I don't know what the right word is, but I'm just so used to cooked. I don't know that. Like
Well, the
when
thing
you
that
cook chicken. Sorry, go
Listen,
on.
I'll eat an Oreo raw, like straight from the box, like no milk.
Yeah, I think like the cooking of the food makes certain things more bioavailable, and obviously it's a lot easier to get more calories when you cook the food because it's, you know, I mean, if like when I was raw vegan, I mean, imagine like a big sauce, but like, you know, like the sort of pot that you would cook you know, a whole packet of pasta in type thing. I would eat a salad probably 1.5 times the size of that, and that would be one meal. Now that takes you like 40 minutes to eat it, and it's a lot of chewing, and you know, it's a lot. But if you were to cook all of that food, you would get all of those calories in a much smaller amount of food, like because you're losing all the water, or you're doing all these different things to it. So you would get all of those same nutrients, except for, you know, obviously when you cook food, a lot of the water soluble vitamins are gone.
A lot of the nutrients disappear as well, don't they? That's the problem. And how long did you do the vegan thing for?
I'm still vegan. I've been vegan for 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's obviously working out for
you. Yeah, well, I mean,
he sounds really
like,
monotone, like his lowest energy of his life.
No, yeah. So when probably 3 years after I went vegan, because I've also been a martial artist for the past 30 years, and, you know, heavily into training and stuff in general. And 3 years after being vegan, I was the strongest I'd ever been. You know, I was like, you know, Ben, for me, you know, I'm not a massive guy. You know, I'm like 5'11", and at the time I was about 88 kilos. And then when within 3 years after being vegan, I was 97 kilos. I was, you know, deadlifting well over 200 kilos and squatting 160 kilos and, you know, leg pressing, you know, almost 700 kilos for reps.
Well, according to a friend of mine on here, who always used to argue. Well, there were several topics we'd always argue on, but this was one of them. According to him, you're sneaking eggs. So.
Yeah. Well, you know.
That's what he told me.
Easy.
They're sneaking eggs.
It's easy for people to claim that, but, you know, that doesn't make it true.
So do all chickens give me eggs? I'm gonna probably buy like some live chickens. Like I just want hens, I guess, right? Like, do I have to do anything special with these chickens?
Well, if you get actual proper egg laying hens. So what we've done as a society is we've bred a particular style of chicken to give us eggs all the time, where in nature chickens will generally only give eggs like every 3 or 4 weeks. They're kind of like a human. They produce eggs about once a month type thing. But we've bred them so that they give us eggs almost every day.
So I don't want to.
Yeah, if you get an actual hen, egg-laying hen, or whatever you want to call it, then you'll get eggs every day from one chicken.
Oh, I do. Okay.
Yeah, but if you want to get more,
I'm not trying to get ripped off. You know, I gotta learn. Like, do I order a dozen chickens? Like a dozen? Is there like a lingo? I'm not trying to get.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could always do something like, you know, go to one of these factory farms and just grab a few of their eggs and just save some of their chickens. Yeah, you can do that kind of thing. Just go there and you know, maybe you can give some of those factory farm chickens a better life for a few years.
Yeah, a friend of mine just told me today that he's getting so freaked out, and he's from Mexico, straight Mexican dude, right? He's telling me that he's getting so distrusting of all that. He's killing his own chickens now. He gets them for like $8. I'm like $8, and he's like, we just kill them at the house because we don't trust. Because they bought a chicken recently, like, and his wife cooked it or whatever, and they started kind of pulling it apart and finding all this weird veiny shit in it. So now they won't buy him. So now I'm not trying to buy him to eat them as a chicken. I want just their eggs, but that's got to get expensive to just be eating chickens. Not like that.
Yeah, well, one thing that you have to realize now that
you get what, like 4 chicken wings out of it? You get like 2 wings per chicken.
Yeah, yeah. But now that the world is moving towards the mRNA stuff, all of your animals are going to be injected with mRNA. So if you eat from any type of just general farm or factory farm or whatever, every single thing you eat will be injected with mRNA.
That's a pretty decent observation. Yeah,
purpose?
They give these dogs
observation.
They wanted my dog to get
What's the point of injecting your animals with mRNA?
I don't know, but they wanted my sister to get her dogs vaccinated, all cleaned up, and they wanted me to do the same thing at that time. Yeah, they're really doing that.
As a vaccine, that's not just randomly injecting animals with mRNA.
No, that's right. Yeah, but they're moving towards mRNA vaccines. It's going to be all mRNA vaccines. So every single animal that you eat would have been injected with mRNA.
Most vaccines are not mRNA vaccines, and
No,
they
but
won't be mRNA vaccines.
Yeah, they will. They're moving towards those.
Who is they?
The pharmaceutical companies are moving towards those.
Are they?
Yes, they are. Do your
quite
research.
Strange. I make vaccines for a living, and I'm unaware of this move to everything being mRNA.
Well, it's way cheaper. I mean, it's way quicker, way cheaper. Why wouldn't you? I mean,
exactly.
Because some of the things that we're vaccinating aren't suitable as mRNA vaccines.
But that would be the plan, right? Like to get it to be cheap, cost like we need very little base material. We can get this shit done quick. That would be the goal, and that's what he's stating that this is the goal.
Yeah, well, if you make them, look into it. You'll see that the move is to move everything over into mRNA. Maybe there are certain particular ones that can't, but every single one that can be moved over will be.
Do we have a deadline? Is this just like an indefinite thing, or
Like
what's
warp
the
speed.
deadline for
I don't know, but they're
testing?
looking
By what date can we say you're wrong when every vaccine is not an mRNA vaccine?
Well, that I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know by an exact date. I'm not there. I'm not planning it. Well, am I a part of the pharmaceutical company? Am I planning this? No. So how am I supposed to know a date? So just because I can't give you all of the exact ins and outs of everything that someone is planning doesn't mean the plan doesn't exist. You understand that, right?
Yeah, you have no evidence.
Are you assuming that I should understand everything that someone else is planning? It's not claimed. Look it up. They're already testing them with cows and everything. All your cows are going to be injected with it. They are. Just look it up. If you don't know this information,
look it up. It's what I do for a living, dude. I know what's going on.
Hey, Jace, what are the disadvantages of mRNA vaccines?
I don't think we should get too deep into the woods here. I don't want to get yelled at again.
That's fair. I would like to talk about that. That's interesting. I haven't met anyone that makes them.
Yeah, they get a little touchy here about that stuff.
But I mean, you're not anti it, so I think it's fine because you're a pro.
Yeah, no, I've made that case. It's just better to just not touch on this subject.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, that is something that is a good observation. That obviously they're going to move towards, a more productive, effective cure, and eventually with the hopes of making all of these animals and livestock safe, and then it would be in all of them. Yeah. So.
Well, the plan is to actually move towards aerosol vaccines. That way, they don't need anyone's consent.
Yep. Yep.
They don't need well, that's what they say. They don't need your consent, but I think that they technically need my consent to do it in the first place. But they don't give a crap about that.
There already is.
Jace, come on, it's a touchy subject, but yes, you are correct.
There already is those, and again, you're going to run into the same problem. Certain things you're going to vaccinate against can only be formulated specific ways. It's not a one formula serves all type of deal.
Oh no, of course not. Of course not. It's never going to be just a one size fits all. But obviously they're looking for things like universal.
Shit, I'm gonna have to be putting these chickens on like a fucking 26-day water fast after I save them.
Yeah.
You get chickens, man.
Yeah, I want to get some chickens.
Nice.
They're cheap too. It's like they're like $8 apparently. Like why am I paying like $5 for eggs when I can just buy the chicken for $8?
Yeah, they're super easy to maintain. They're awesome. It's good.
Apparently they'll irrigate your lawn for free. They'll just keep pecking at it. It'll be good. Aerate it.
If you're growing sort of, if you're growing some of your own food, then they'll also help keep bugs away.
Yep. I was looking up the turkey also does that. They keep away like reptiles and like snakes and stuff. We gotta get some turkeys.
Anyone keep bees?
Yeah, the thing about that is, if you think you can raise a chicken full size to eat for $8, I would like you to try that, because when you buy that whole chicken for $8, right? Are you really eating a chicken?
No, I'm eating its eggs.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I'm talking about an $8 live chicken. I wanted to give me eggs. I don't want to eat the chicken. I don't. Like I said, my friend said, tell me how he's buying these chickens for and he's killing them and eating them. And I'm like, how's it? I'm like, how's that? Because at first he's talking about money. At first, like, oh, it's just getting expensive, whatever. I'm gonna buy this house, yada yada. And they goes on about the chickens. I'm like, how's that cheaper? He's like, I don't think it is, but I don't want to eat the chickens that they're at the store anymore.
Well, I guess if you think about it on a logistic sense, if you own, say, 10 chickens, you'll get 10 eggs a day. You're much better off keeping those chickens alive and getting 10 eggs a day than killing the chicken and eating it, because now you get no eggs.
Yeah,
that
I asked
chicken
him
will give
about
you
that.
eggs. Yeah.
So why are you killing? Well, I said, and then he rents his house. He doesn't own. He doesn't want the landlord to be like, why all these fucking chickens? I did ask him that. I'm like, dude, why don't you just let some of them hatch? Like, what are you doing, killing them all? So he had his reason, but it's not what I would do. And he's like this Mexican guy in a white neighborhood renting a house. He's gonna have fucking chickens. They're all gonna complain. He's gonna get told on right away.
Well, I mean, it is cheap to get chicks. I mean, you can go to Tractor Supply and pick up chicks for like $2 a piece.
Yeah, that's right. I just was looking at it right here, local near me. It said between $3 and $8.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, your area. Yeah, I mean, I live in the South, where chickens are pretty easily come by.
Used to, they would give you chicks, so you would buy a bag of chick feed. So
Yeah,
that was a long time
you
ago.
don't even need chick feed though nowadays. I mean, we've come across, just do fodder. Fodder is the best way to feed any kind of like livestock animals. It's the cheapest way to come. It requires more work, but it's the cheapest way to feed livestock.
So just cut the grass and just let them eat.
No, fodder. You take grass seed and you let it grow. You put it in trays and you grow, but you don't put any dirt in, right? You just put the seed in, right? So you end up with this very thick root mat that is highly nutritious. And you tear it up and feed to your chickens in like sections, and they'll pick the whole thing clean, especially if you're using like alfalfa grass. They love that shit. So do rabbits. Rabbits love alfalfa as well. But yeah, you could do the same thing like with rabbits, chickens, goats. I mean, whatever you got. I mean, I've even seen some pastures that raise cows that the pasture is pretty much picked clean of grass, that they have, because it's in kind of a smaller pasture, but they use fodder. They have a whole system set up to grow like massive amounts of fodder that they feed to their cows every day, and it makes up for the supplements that the limited area that they have in their pasture for the cows.
Yeah, we done that with barley. Barley's really easy.
Barley's a good one. Yeah, it's easy to. It's quick. It's like types of grass that you can get, 4 inches off. You can get 4 inches of, from root to stem within about 7 days.
It's the same thing as cat grass, right?
It's really any kind of grass. I mean, it depends on like what they're interested in, because you sit there and try it. Like with chickens, you can feed them different types of it, and they'll go for certain ones more than others. Like what he was saying about barley, like chickens really love barley grass. They'll go for that over a lot of other grasses. But alfalfa is like by far, from what I've seen, the one that all animals like flock to over anything. You could put some Bermuda next to down to one, and some alfalfa right next to it, and they'll eat the alfalfa first, and then they'll go for the Bermuda. Or even the barley. Like I saw one guy try to do some barley one time and next to some alfalfa, and they left the barley alone for hours before they even went back to. They annihilated the alfalfa and went back to the barley hours later.
Well, it's no different for you as well.
It doesn't look like grass.
All of the young shoots have the bulk of the amount of nutrients, and there's far more nutrient to eat.
Yeah.
If you say your alfalfa grass, if you eat it when it's only that 4 inches high or so, it's so much more practical of nutrition. So it's better for you to eat that as well.
It's better for them to eat too, because especially for chickens, they have their crop, and that's what breaks up everything, and that's why you give them like crushed oyster shells, and they would end up picking up like really small pebbles and things like that while they're pecking around, and it goes into their crop, and that's how they break down what they eat, is in their crop, and then it goes into their stomach. And that more nutrient rich stuff versus the pellets that a lot of people feed their chickens, is that chicken feed pellets. It breaks the grass down better. The fresh grass grown, roots and grass breaks that down better and gets them more of the nutrients than the pellet feeding does.
Yeah, chicken eggs are actually quite a weird thing as far as the calcium, because they know that chickens do not eat enough calcium for the amount of eggs that they produce, and then the amount of calcium that they need for their own body. They don't eat enough.
Oh no!
So they actually don't know. They actually don't know how chickens are producing more calcium than what they're actually consuming and using. So it's actually quite a mystery.
Well,
on where are the chickens getting all the calcium from?
That depends.
How are they producing it?
That depends on whether or not you look at it from being wild chickens versus domestic chickens. All right, so domestic chickens are only getting what you feed them, but we've seen plenty of wild chickens. Like I believe even Central Park has an issue with chickens that have been released, and now there's actual flock problem of chickens in Central Park in New York, where they're still laying hard, eggs, but no one's taking care of them, no one's feeding them. They're going off of what they are able to catch, right? Which is more small game, because chickens are omnivores. They eat meat and grass. And I think it's because of their diet of just being in the wild that they're able to still produce, hard eggs with enough calcium.
Yeah, but the point is, like what I'm saying is that they actually don't know how they continuously keep producing so much calcium, when even though they've done things where they've actually tested and they've gone, we've given the chicken this much amount of calcium, but it keeps giving eggs and it needs this much for its bones, it needs this much for the eggs, and it's not getting that much calcium, but it just keeps continually producing hard eggs. So they're just it's a bit of a mystery on how they just keep doing it when they're not even eating enough calcium.
Not in domesticated situations. Like in domesticated situations, you have to give them calcium to be able to have them have hard eggs. Because in domesticated situations, if you're not feeding them some sort of calcium at least once a month, then you're going to end up with soft eggs where they're popping out eggs that literally are almost transparent, that you can like squeeze and feel like almost like a water balloon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I brought up about the wild chickens. That's the difference between the domesticated chickens and the wild chickens. The wild chickens seem to be like eating mice, field mice and other things that may help actually give them that calcium that they're looking for, that they need. Where in domesticated situations, a lot of times they're just giving them freaking bags of pellets, and they're not giving them what they would normally get in the wild.
Yeah, I guess it just comes down to, even with humans, it's better to not eat processed food, right?
Yeah, don't eat processed food. That's basically the moral of the story. Processed food doesn't give you what you need. But yeah, I've done deep dives into how to raise chickens because we've been yes, honey, we've we've been down the roads of researching into having a homestead. So I've already looked into cows, goats, pigs. We've already dabbled in chickens and rabbits a bit. So yeah, I'm very well versed in that. Like rabbits are an amazing source of food, by the way, and that's the best one. I would prefer doing rabbits over chicken. Rabbits are clean, quiet.
Rabbits will kill you, dude, if you only lived off rabbit meat. I think there was like a whole.
That's a misconception. All right, so the problem with that is that when that whole line comes up is that if you're only living off the rabbit meat, and when you're raising rabbits for meat rabbits, you're not letting them get old enough that the fat on their bodies actually seeps into their muscles and actually builds into the muscle tissue. It's only sitting on the out there. Any fat that they have sits on the outside of the muscle. So when you peel the skin off, you're taking that fat with it, and you're only left with the pure protein of the muscles that are left. That's where that whole thing comes in.
Well, just in case nobody's heard of it, it's like called protein poisoning. Like, I don't know the whole story, but from what I remember, it was something to do with some people stranded on an island, or some islanders or something rather, and the only thing they had was rabbits. And yeah, they all fucking died.
Yeah, if you eat just rabbit meat for long enough, yeah, you're gonna die. I mean, you're missing a major food group, which is the fats. It has no the pure rabbit meat has no fats, especially if you're having them for just the meat purposes only. But if you do like a ground beef kind of thing with the rabbit meat, and you mix the fat in the fat that you would normally take during the butchering process, that you would normally take off the rabbit, you mix that in with the meat as you do like a ground beef with it, ground meat.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Then
sure that
you're
makes
fine.
sense.
Yeah, that
But I
then
don't know
you're
if
fine.
you've ever killed a wild rabbit and skinned it.
I
And
have.
all the fucking worms and shit that hang off those things, dude. It's
No,
fucking
there's
disgusting, bro.
worm. What the dude? I've butchered rabbits. What
Yeah.
worms are you talking about?
Oh yeah, rabbits are full of fucking.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They're full of larvae.
I don't know what
Parasitic larvae.
fucking nonsense you looked up, but that's not true.
I know a
That's
guy who
100%.
a hunter who literally almost died from eating rabbit, dude.
Yeah, if you eat only rabbit, because the way you butcher a rabbit, you're taking the meat or you're taking the fat off with the skin. It doesn't stay with the meat. If you don't, fats are one of the major food groups.
I mean, rabbits are
only
technically
rabbit,
just like
you're gonna
glorified
die.
rodents, bro. They're just glorified rodents. They're like literally vermin. They're like just saying.
But I mean, there's no worms. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, like during a certain season of the year, they get pestalized with fucking these. I don't know if it's a bot fly or some shit like that, but basically they got these huge fucking 1 to 2 inch freaking maggot looking things that are attached to the inner lining fur. So like when you go to clean it and you to skin it, take the skin off, they got all these fucking larvae hanging out, and it's disgusting, bro.
Probably depends on the herbs in the area and if they can deparasite using those or not.
I gotta say, I've never ever seen what you're talking about, and
Yeah, I said a wild rabbit. You're over here like playing pet store rabbit shit. I'm talking about wild rabbit.
I understand what you're saying, and still, rabbits are one of the cleanest creatures you could come across. They are literally like
until they're riddled with fucking
even
pests.
even wild rabbits. I mean, they're some of the cleanest creatures. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
I'm
like
sure they
they're
have
like
good habits.
they're like raccoons in the way that they keep themselves.
I don't know about that, but I think possums are
I mean, I don't know. Like you're gonna have to cite me something on that one. Because
all right,
I'm in
post
there.
the video.
I'm
They
big in
scream
there.
like people when you shoot them in the head.
What, rabbits?
Yeah.
Well, you don't shoot them to dispatch them.
What? Why don't you shoot them?
Why would you?
To eat them.
Yeah, but you can dispatch them much more easily.
How?
You snap their neck right at the base of their spine.
Heard about that. That doesn't
Or
sound very
at the base of the
pleasant,
skull. You snap. It's instant, and they feel no pain. It's instant. They're done. They don't even.
Yeah, they
twitch.
scream
They don't
real
even.
loud when they're
They
dying.
don't
They
even.
do. They
twitch.
scream like people.
Only if you fuck up.
They
If you
sound like.
fuck up, yeah, sure, they'll scream like a baby, like screaming if you fuck up. But if that's if you fuck up. If you knock it right at the spine at the base of
22 right in the
skull,
back
they're
of the head,
done.
and they still scream.
No. I've done this, dude. No, they don't. I've done this, and I didn't use a 22.
They don't scream if you shoot them in the back of the head with a 22.
Then you missed.
No, how do you miss point blank right in the back of the head? Bam.
Then tell me how a simple snap of the neck right at that point makes no scream.
Because you break the nerves. All the nerves in the vertebrae get rid of the ability to scream.
Okay, so then you missed.
I didn't miss. Anyone's ever shot one will show the same effect.
That's what I'm saying. If you're not breaking those nerves, if I'm not experiencing any screaming, by taking out all of their nerves that go from the base of the skull down, and they have no screaming, no
I think you just
interaction.
get rid of the ability to scream.
They have no interaction. They have nothing. There's nothing left. They don't move. They don't nothing. They don't feel nothing. They're done.
Well, the brain's still working because it's all you do is break everything below that, and then the heart and the lungs all stop. But it have to take a while to die.
No, they don't take a while to die. They're done. Trust me. I've experienced this. They're done.
No, I don't trust you because I shot them in the head and they still scream.
And that's you shooting them. You missed.
No, everybody that shoots them does that. Everybody.
You missed.
Right in the brain. A bullet to the brain.
And you missed.
I didn't miss. You can't miss them. Get the big muzzle, the barrel right on the base of the skull.
Then tell me how I can dispatch a rabbit without it screaming.
I like that word too, dispatch. It sounds so civilized. Because when you break the neck, you sever all the nerves that control the vocal cords and the lungs. So
That means they feel no pain, right?
No, they feel pain because the brain's still working.
Everything is severed from the base of the skull down. How do they feel pain?
Because I'm sure that they miss their body being connected to their head.
Just because you miss it doesn't mean you feel pain.
I don't know. I've never been shot in the head or my neck broken, so I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Who shoots a captive rabbit that they're going to eat in the back of the head with a 22? Who does that?
Oh, that was a wounded one.
It's a waste of money.
Holly was already screaming. Yeah, my daughter raised rabbits and chickens forever, and we just broke their neck.
Yeah, you just snap the neck. I mean, they even make the thing. You can look it up on Amazon. It's called a hopper popper. It's for being able to snap the neck in the most effective way.
I've seen that. Hang on, you just twist your neck.
Yeah, you gently slide their head back. You hold them by the bottom. You slide their head back. You hold them their ears. Slide their neck back into the V, and then you flip your hand around, grab them by the lower legs, and yank. And boom, they're done. It's it. They feel no pain, no scared, no nothing. Because if a rabbit gets scared and it decides to kick, those claws on those fucking back feet will rip
they're gonna
you a
get
new
you.
one.
I get it. No, I mean, I brought it because I felt so bad for it, and I know it's maybe just a reaction, or I don't know if it's screaming and actually in pain the whole time because 22 to the back of the head. Ugh. Poor little rabbit. What's the best way to catch them with the trap so I can catch and release the ones in my yard?
Lettuce
and carrots in a trap. They don't seem to want to go inside the trap.
I would say by the toe.
By what?
By the toe. You always catch a rabbit by the toe.
Oh.
And if he hollers, you let him go.
Yep. That was meeny, miny, miny, mo.
Exactly.
What kind of inhumane person catches a rabbit in a trap?
Well, I would.
I would trap it so that I can release it, catch and release.
It's already in the wild. Where do you want to release it to? In the wild?
Chew my lawn down to nothing. Stupid rabbits.
Your garden?
If you release him, though, all he's going to do is hang around the food source. That's why you have to dispatch them.
He ain't coming back. No, I haven't had rabbits here for 25 years. Suddenly, this last couple of years, we got rabbits.
Well,
you need a bobcat.
Well, I mean, they do move.
I need a cat.
They do move like locusts.
You know, I take him up to the top of the hill and let him go. So he's either coyote food or he survives on his own.
Yeah, I mean, rabbits do move like locusts. I mean, they will devour an area and move on.
And they're stupid, man. They take the lawn down to the friggin' roots rather than just taking the top off so that it grows back and they can have an unlimited food supply.
Well, nobody said they were smart. They just fuck a lot.
Seems pretty smart to me.
Well, yeah, that seems pretty smart to me too. But no, I will say, I mean, rabbit meat is really good. It is good, especially the spine. If I might get a little graphic there, after you butcher that backbone, dude, the meat around the backbone is so good. Ooh.
Yeah, we stew ours and add fat to it, or we ground it up in ground beef and add fat, just like we do our deer meat. Like we'll add another type of meat with it to reduce that wild taste and add some fat to it.
The gamey taste, yeah.
Yeah, same thing with deer meat.
Yeah,
unless you're eating a back strap or something like that, like you're saying, the spine or something gourmet, but that doesn't last very long.
Oh.
But if you're grinding it up and all that, man, don't get no better.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I live in the South. I mean, we every now and then I hit up my uncle. He lives out, and he's got like 20 something acres that he lives on, and occasionally people go out and hunt on his land. And the point, what he does is that if you hunt on his land and you kill a deer on his land, then you have to bring it to him, and he gets to butcher it, and he keeps a quarter of the deer if he butchers it.
Yeah, pay with the meat.
Yeah, he pays. They pay with meat when they kill one on his land. Well, he ends up every couple of years. He ends up with more meat than he can put in his freezers, and he has a lot of freezers. So as being family member, I end up with meat.
Yeah, I have a parcel of land that's 30 acres. It's got a creek runs through it. It's right next to a river where my land backs up to the landowner that has the riverbed. And we have a lot of deer, a lot of rabbit, but we have a big population of cats, like bobcats, and they'll come in there and just wipe the rabbits out. Like you won't see one forever. But you'll see all the bobcats, and you won't see rabbits, and then the bobcats move on, and the rabbit population comes back. It's a cycle.
Dude, you can with the amount of land you're talking about, you can supplement your meat source completely, right? Except for the fats, of course. But you can supplement your meat source completely in only a 30 by 50 space with just rabbits. A 30 by 50 space is enough rabbits to feed a family of 6.
Yeah, we have rabbits and goats, chickens. We don't suffer from meat. And then we buy our cow meat from a friend of ours from church, butchers it for us.
Dude, as much land as you've got, you said you had 10, right?
I have 27 on that land, but I don't want to fool with the cows because, like, I have goats and stuff.
Why not?
But we don't fool with cows.
Why wouldn't you fool?
We just don't.
Dude, all you would need is like 3, and space them out. Buy a calf this year, buy a calf next year, and then buy a calf the year after that, and then cycle them out when the older one gets out. So every 4th year you butcher a cow, you will have infinite meat, and let them just graze freely across the 27 acres you got. You'll have infinite meat source because the amount of meat that you get off the one cow will cover all of your shit.
No, I understand the problem. We just don't want to do it. I mean,
oh, dude, I would.
It's not something we
if I had your acreage, I would. I'm literally where I'm living. I am dying for just 10 acres right now.
Yeah, I'm in church. We just go over there and, like, I could actually buy the calf and he would do it for me and just go butcher. It wouldn't cost me anything, but yeah, we just pay him whatever it costs him. Nothing. And that way we don't have to fool with anything.
I understand. I get it.
But the cows add a lot. Like, they mixing them with goats and they take up a lot of your field and destroy, like, they're rough on the land. The goats are cool because they keep it down. Like,
yeah, they keep the grass. They keep the grass mowed.
Yeah, I don't have to bush hog.
Yeah,
everybody gets along though. We had a mule, and then the goats would fight with the mule and got rid of the mule.
Oh, dude, mules
we
are
have
great.
dogs.
Mules are great for defense.
Yeah, that's when they kept the wolves. They kept everything away. But
the wolves and coyotes, they keep them shits away.
Yeah, we didn't have any problem with that. But we got dogs instead, and they don't fight with the goats as much. Have you ever seen the fainting goats? We have 2 of those.
Yeah,
they're hilarious. Those things are freaking hilarious, man.
Oh, dude, if I ever was to get goats, I would at least have one of those, just to be able to sit back and smoke my bowl and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hilarious. Entertainment for sure. Oh, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, to watch a fainting goat just like come up and look at you and then just like freeze and fall over. Yeah, I would get a kick out of that.
We have one of them. You just boot, like it gets anywhere